Chapter 26 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 26. A Third Party is So Objectionable. Hugh Stanbury went in search of Trevelyan immediately on his return to London, and found his friend at his rooms in Lincoln's Inn. "I have executed my commission," said Hugh, endeavouring to speak of what he had done in a cheery voice. "I am much obliged to you, Stanbury, very much, but I do not know that I need trouble you to tell me anything about it." "And why not?" "I have learned it all from that man." "What man?" "From Bosel. He has come back, and has been with me, and has learned everything." "Look here, Trevelyan. When you asked me to go down to Devonshire, you promised me that there should be nothing more about Bosel. I expect you to put that rascal, and all that he has told you, out of your head altogether. You are bound to do so for my sake, and you will be very wise to do so for your own." "I was obliged to see him when he came." "Yes, and to pay him, I do not doubt. But that is all done, and should be forgotten." "I can't forget it. Is it true or untrue that he found that man down there? Is it true or untrue that my wife received Colonel Osborne at your mother's house? Is it true or untrue that Colonel Osborne went down there with the express object of seeing her? Is it true or untrue that they had corresponded? It is nonsense to bid me to forget all this. You might as well ask me to forget that I had desired her neither to write to him nor to see him." "If I understand the matter," said Trevelyan, "you are incorrect in one of your assertions." "In which?" "You must excuse me if I am wrong, Trevelyan, but I don't think you ever did tell your wife not to see this man, or not to write to him." "I never told her! I don't understand what you mean." "Not in so many words. It is my belief that she has endeavoured to obey implicitly every clear instruction that you have given her." "You are wrong! Absolutely and altogether wrong! Heaven and earth! Do you mean to tell me now, after all that has taken place, that she did not know my wishes?" "And you call that being dutiful and affectionate?" "I call it human and reasonable, and I think that it is compatible with duty and affection. Have you consulted her wishes?" "Always." "Consult them now, then, and bid her come back to you." "No, never. As far as I can see, I will never do so. The moment she is away from me, this man goes to her, and she receives him. She must have known that she was wrong, and you must know it." "I do not think that she is half so wrong as you yourself," said Stanbury. To this Trevelyan made no answer, and they both remained silent some minutes. Stanbury had a communication to make before he went, but it was one which he wished to delay as long as there was a chance that his friend's heart might be softened, one which he need not make if Trevelyan would consent to receive his wife back to his house. There was the day's paper lying on the table, and Stanbury had taken it up and was reading it, or pretending to read it. "I will tell you what I propose to do," said Trevelyan. "Well?" "It is best both for her and for me that we should be apart." "I cannot understand how you can be so mad as to say so." "You don't understand what I feel. Heaven and earth! To have a man coming and going— But never mind. You do not see it, and nothing will make you see it, and there is no reason why you should." "I certainly do not see it. I do not believe that your wife cares more for Colonel Osborne, except as an old friend of her father's, than she does for the fellow that sweeps the crossing. It is a matter in which I am bound to tell you what I think." "Very well. Now, if you have freed your mind, I will tell you my purpose. I am bound to do so, because your people are concerned in it. I shall go abroad." "And leave her in England?" "Certainly. She will be safer here than she can be abroad, unless she should choose to go back with her father to the islands." "And take the boy?" "No, I could not permit that. What I intend is this. I will give her £800 a year, as long as I have reason to believe that she has no communication whatever, either by word of mouth or by letter, with that man. If she does, I will put the case immediately into the hands of my lawyer, with instructions to him to ascertain from counsel what severest steps I can take." "How I hate that word severe when applied to a woman." "I dare say you do, when applied to another man's wife, but there will be no severity in my first proposition. As for the child, if I approve of the place in which she lives, as I do at present, he shall remain with her for 9 months in the year till he is 6 years old. Then he must come to me, and he shall come to me altogether if she sees or hears from that man. I believe that £800 a year will enable her to live with all comfort under your mother's roof." "As to that," said Stanbury slowly, "I suppose I had better tell you at once that the Nuncomputney arrangement cannot be considered as permanent." "Why not?" "Because my mother is timid and nervous, and altogether unused to the world." "That unfortunate woman is to be sent away, even from Nuncomputney." "Understand me, Trevelyan." "I understand you. I understand you most thoroughly, nor do I wonder at it in the least. Do not suppose that I am angry with your mother, or with you, or with your sister. I have no right to expect that they should keep her after that man has made his way into their house. I can well conceive that no honest, high-minded lady would do so." "It is not that at all." "But it is that. How can you tell me that it isn't? And yet you would have me believe that I am not disgraced." As he said this, Trevelyan got up and walked about the room, tearing his hair with his hands. He was in truth a wretched man, from whose mind all expectation of happiness was banished, who regarded his own position as one of incurable ignominy, looking upon himself as one who had been made unfit for society by no fault of his own. What was he to do with the wretched woman who could be kept from the evil of her pernicious vanity by no gentle custody, whom no most distant retirement would make safe from the effects of her own ignorance, folly, and obstinacy? "When is she to go?" he asked in a low, sepulchral tone, as though these new tidings that had come upon him had been fatal, laden with doom, and finally subversive of all chance even of tranquillity. "When you and she may please." "That is all very well, but let me know the truth. I would not have your mother's house contaminated, but may she remain there for a week?" Stanbury jumped from his seat with an oath. "I tell you what it is, Trevelyan, if you speak of your wife in that way I will not listen to you. It is unmanly and untrue to say that her presence can contaminate any house." "That is very fine. It may be chivalrous in you to tell me on her behalf that I am a liar, and that I am not a man." "You drive me to it." "But what am I to think when you are forced to declare that this unfortunate woman cannot be allowed to remain at your mother's house, a house which has been especially taken with reference to a shelter for her? She has been received with the idea that she would be discreet. She has been indiscreet, past belief, and she is to be turned out, most deservedly. Heaven and earth, where shall I find a roof for her head?" Trevelyan, as he said this, was walking about the room with his hands stretched up toward the ceiling, and as his friend was attempting to make him comprehend that there was no intention on the part of anyone to banish Mrs. Trevelyan from the clock-house, at least for some months to come, not even till after Christmas, unless some satisfactory arrangement could be sooner made, the door of the room was opened by the boy, who called himself a clerk, and who acted as Trevelyan's servant in the chambers, and a third person was shown into the room. That third person was Mr. Bosel. As no name was given, Stanbury did not at first know Mr. Bosel, but he had not had his eye on Mr. Bosel for half a minute before he recognized the ex-policeman by the outward attributes and signs of his profession. "Oh, is that you, Mr. Bosel?" said Trevelyan, as soon as the great man had made his bow of salutation. "Well, what is it?" "Mr. Hugh Stanbury, I think," said Bosel, making another bow to the young barrister. "That's my name," said Stanbury. "Exactly so, Mr. S. The identity is one as I could prove on oath in any court in England. You was on the railway platform at Exeter on Saturday when we was waiting for the 12 express bus. Wasn't you now, Mr. S.?" "What's that to you?" "Well, as it do happen, it is something to me. And, Mr. S., if you was asked that question in any court in England, or before even one of the metropolitan beaks, you wouldn't deny it." "Why the devil should I deny it? What's all this about, Trevelyan?" "Of course you can't deny it, Mr. S. When I'm down on a fact, I am down on it. Nothing else wouldn't do in my profession." "Have you anything to say to me, Mr. Bosel?" asked Trevelyan. "Well, I have. Just a word." "About your journey to Devonshire?" "Well, in a way, it is about my journey to Devonshire. It's all along of the same job, Mr. Trevelyan." "You can speak before my friend here," said Trevelyan. Bosel had taken a great dislike to Hugh Stanbury, regarding the barrister with a correct instinct as one who was engaged for the time in the same service with himself, and who was his rival in that service. When thus instigated to make, as it were, a party of three in this delicate and most confidential matter, and to take his rival into his confidence, he shook his head slowly, and looked Trevelyan hard in the face. "Mr. Stanbury is my particular friend," said Trevelyan, "and knows well the circumstances of this unfortunate affair. You can say anything before him." Bosel shook his head again. "I'd rather not, Mr. Trevelyan," said he. "Indeed, I'd rather not. It's something very particular." "If you take my advice," said Stanbury, "you will not hear him yourself." "That's your advice, Mr. S.?" asked Mr. Bosel. "Yes, that's my advice. I'd never have anything to do with such a fellow as you as long as I could help it." "I dare say not, Mr. S., I dare say not. We're expensive, and we're accurate, neither of which is much in your line, Mr. S., if I understand about it rightly." "Mr. Bosel, if you've got anything to tell, tell it," said Trevelyan angrily. "A third party is so objectionable," pleaded Bosel. "Never mind, that is my affair." "It is your affair, Mr. Trevelyan. There's not a doubt of that. The lady is your wife." "Damnation!" shouted Trevelyan. "But the credit, sir," said Bosel, "the credit is mine. And here is Mr. S. has been down interfering with me, and doing no versal good, as I'll undertake to prove by evidence before the affair is over." "The affair is over," said Stanbury. "That's as you think, Mr. S. That's where your information goes to, Mr. S. Mine goes a little beyond that, Mr. S. I've means as you can know nothing about, Mr. S. I've irons in the fire, what you're as ignorant on as the babe as isn't born." "No doubt you have, Mr. Bosel," said Stanbury. "I has. And now, if it be that I must speak before a third party, Mr. Trevelyan, I'm ready. It ain't that I'm no ways ashamed. I've done my duty, and knows how to do it. And let a counsel be ever so sharp, I never yet was so posed but what I could stand up and hold my own. The Colonel, Mr. Trevelyan, got a letter from your lady this morning." "I don't believe it," said Stanbury sharply. "Very likely not, Mr. S. It ain't in my power to say anything whatever about you believing or not believing, but Mr. T.'s lady has wrote the letter, and the Colonel, he has received it. You don't look after these things, Mr. S. You don't know the ways of 'em, but it's my business. The lady has wrote the letter, and the Colonel, why, he has received it." Trevelyan had become white with rage when Bosel first mentioned this continued correspondence between his wife and Colonel Osborne. It never occurred to him to doubt the correctness of the policeman's information, and he regarded Stanbury's assertion of incredulity as being simply of a piece with his general obstinacy in the matter. At this moment he began to regret that he had called in the assistance of his friend, and that he had not left the affair altogether in the hands of that much more satisfactory, but still more painful agent, Mr. Bosel. He had again seated himself, and for a moment or two remained silent on his chair. "It ain't my fault, Mr. Trevelyan," continued Bosel, "if this little matter oughtn't never to have been mentioned before a third party." "It is of no moment," said Trevelyan in a low voice. "What does it signify who knows it now?" "Do not believe it, Trevelyan," said Stanbury. "Very well, Mr. S., very well, just as you like. Don't believe it. Only it's true, and it's my business to find them things out. It's my business, and I finds 'em out. Mr. Trevelyan can do as he likes about it. If it's right, why then, it is right. It ain't for me to say nothing about that, but there's the fact. The lady, she has wrote another letter, and the Colonel, why, he has received it. There ain't nothing wrong about the post office. If I was to say what was inside of that billy-do, why, then I should be proving what I didn't know, and when it came to standing up in court, I shouldn't be able to hold my own. But as for the letter, the lady wrote it, and the Colonel, he received it." "That will do, Mr. Bosel," said Trevelyan. "Shall I call again, Mr. Trevelyan?" "No, yes, I'll send to you when I want you. You shall hear from me." "I suppose I'd better be keeping my eyes open about the Colonel's place, Mr. Trevelyan." "For God's sake, Trevelyan, do not have anything more to do with this man." "That's all very well for you, Mr. S.," said Bosel. "The lady ain't your wife." "Can you imagine anything more disgraceful than all this?" said Stanbury. "Nothing, nothing, nothing," answered Trevelyan. "And I'm to keep stirring and be on the move," again suggested Bosel, who prudently required to be fortified by instructions before he devoted his time and talents even to so agreeable a pursuit as that in which he had been engaged. "You shall hear from me," said Trevelyan. "Very well, very well. I wish you good day, Mr. Trevelyan. Mr. S., yours most obedient. There was one other point, Mr. Trevelyan." "What point?" asked Trevelyan angrily. "If the lady was to join the Colonel—" "That will do, Mr. Bosel," said Trevelyan, again jumping up from his chair. "That will do." So saying, he opened the door, and Bosel, with a bow, took his departure. "What on earth am I to do? How am I to save her?" said the wretched husband, appealing to his friend. Stanbury endeavoured with all his eloquence to prove that this latter piece of information from the spy must be incorrect. If such a letter had been written by Mrs. Trevelyan to Colonel Osborne, it must have been done while he, Stanbury, was staying at the Clock-House. This seemed to him to be impossible, but he could hardly explain why it should be impossible. She had written to the man before, and had received him when he came to Nuneham Putney. Why was it even improbable that she should have written to him again? Nevertheless, Stanbury felt sure that she had sent no such letter. "I think I understand her feelings and her mind," said he, "and if so, any such correspondence would be incompatible with her previous conduct." Trevelyan only smiled at this, or pretended to smile. He would not discuss the question, but believed implicitly what Bosel had told him, in spite of all Stanbury's arguments. "I can say nothing further," said Stanbury. "No, my dear fellow, there is nothing further to be said, except this, that I will have my unfortunate wife removed from the decent protection of your mother's roof with the least possible delay. I feel that I owe Mrs. Stanbury the deepest apology for having sent such an inmate to trouble her repose." "Nonsense!" "That is what I feel. And I say that it is nonsense. If you had never sent that wretched blackguard down to fabricate lies at Nuneham Putney, my mother's repose would have been all right. As it is, Mrs. Trevelyan can remain where she is till after Christmas. There is not the least necessity for removing her at once. I only meant to say that the arrangement should not be regarded as altogether permanent. I must go to my work now. Good-bye." "Good-bye, Stanbury." Stanbury paused at the door, and then once more turned round. "I suppose it is of no use my saying anything further, but I wish you to understand fully that I regard your wife as a woman much ill-used, and I think you are punishing her, and yourself too, with a cruel severity for an indiscretion of the very slightest kind." End of chapter 26. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 27 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 27. Mr. Trevelyan's Letter to His Wife. Trevelyan, when he was left alone, sat for above a couple of hours contemplating the misery of his position, and endeavouring to teach himself, by thinking what ought to be his future conduct. It never occurred to him during these thoughts that it would be well that he should at once take back his wife, either as a matter of duty or of welfare, for himself or for her. He had taught himself to believe that she had disgraced him, and though this feeling of disgrace made him so wretched that he wished that he were dead, he would allow himself to make no attempt at questioning the correctness of his conviction. Though he were to be shipwrecked for ever, even that seemed to be preferable to supposing that he had been wrong. Nevertheless, he loved his wife dearly, and in the white heat of his anger endeavoured to be merciful to her. When Stanbury accused him of severity, he would not condescend to defend himself, but he told himself then of his great mercy. Was he not as fond of his own boy as any other father, and had he not allowed her to take the child because he had felt that a mother's love was more imperious, more craving in its nature than the love of a father? Had that been severe? And had he not resolved to allow her every comfort which her unfortunate position, the self-imposed misfortune of her position, would allow her to enjoy? She had come to him without a shilling, and yet, bad as her treatment of him had been, he was willing to give enough not only to support her, but her sister also, with every comfort. Severe! No, that at least was an undeserved accusation. He had been anything but severe. Foolish he might have been, in taking a wife from a home in which she had been unable to learn the discretion of a matron. Too trusting he had been, and too generous, but certainly not severe. But, of course, as he said to himself, a young man like Stanbury would take the part of a woman with whose sister he was in love. Then he turned his thoughts upon Bosel, and there came over him a crushing feeling of ignominy, shame, moral dirt, and utter degradation, as he reconsidered his dealings with that ingenious gentleman. He was paying a rogue to watch the steps of a man whom he hated, to pry into the home secrets, to read the letters, to bribe the servants, to record the movements of this rival, this successful rival, in his wife's affections. It was a filthy thing, and yet what could he do? Gentlemen of old, his own grandfather, or his father, would have taken such a fellow as Colonel Osborne by the throat, and have caned him, and afterwards would have shot him, or have stood to be shot. All that was changed now, but it was not his fault that it was changed. He was willing enough to risk his life, could any opportunity of risking it in this cause be obtained for him, but were he to cudgel Colonel Osborne, he would be simply arrested, and he would then be told that he had disgraced himself foully by striking a man old enough to be his father. How was he to have avoided the employment of some such man as Bosel? He had also employed a gentleman, his friend Stanbury, and what was the result? The facts were not altered. Even Stanbury did not attempt to deny that there had been a correspondence, and that there had been a visit. But Stanbury was so blind to all impropriety, or pretended such blindness, that he defended that which all the world agreed in condemning. Of what use had Stanbury been to him? He had wanted facts, not advice. Stanbury had found out no facts for him, but Bosel, either by fair means or foul, did get at the truth. He did not doubt but that Bosel was right about that letter written only yesterday, and received on that very morning. His wife, who had probably been complaining of her wrongs to Stanbury, must have retired from that conversation to her chamber, and immediately have written this letter to her lover. With such a woman as that, what can be done in these days otherwise than by the aid of such a one as Bosel? He could not confine his wife in a dungeon. He could not save himself from the disgrace of her misconduct by any rigours of surveillance on his own part. As wives are managed nowadays, he could not forbid to her the use of the post-office, could not hinder her from seeing this hypocritical scoundrel, who carried on his wickedness under the false guise of family friendship. He had given her every chance to amend her conduct, but if she were resolved on disobedience, he had no means of enforcing obedience. The facts, however, it was necessary that he should know. And now what should he do? How should he go to work to make her understand that she could not write even a letter without his knowing it, and that if she did either write to the man or see him, he would immediately take the child from her, and provide for her only in such fashion as the law should demand from him? For himself, and for his own life, he thought that he had determined what he would do. It was impossible that he should continue to live in London. He was ashamed to enter a club. He had hardly a friend to whom it was not an agony to speak. They who knew him knew also of his disgrace, and no longer asked him to their houses. For days past he had eaten alone, and sat alone, and walked alone. All study was impossible to him. No pursuit was open to him. He spent his time in thinking of his wife, and of the disgrace which she had brought upon him. Such a life as this, he knew, was unmanly and shameful, and it was absolutely necessary for him that he should in some way change it. He would go out of England, and would travel, if only he could so dispose of his wife that she might be safe from any possible communication with Colonel Osborne. If that could be effected, nothing that money could do should be spared for her. If that could not be effected, he would remain at home, and crush her. That night, before he went to bed, he wrote a letter to his wife, which was as follows. Dear Emily, I have learned, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that you have corresponded with Colonel Osborne since you have been at Nuncomputney, and also that you have seen him there. This has been done in direct opposition to my expressed wishes, and I feel myself compelled to tell you that such conduct is disgraceful to you and disgracing to me. I am quite at a loss to understand how you can reconcile to yourself so flagrant a disobedience of my instructions, and so perverse a disregard to the opinion of the world at large. But I do not write now for the sake of finding fault with you. It is too late for me to have any hope that I can do so with good effect, either as regards your credit or my happiness. Nevertheless, it is my duty to protect both you and myself from further shame, and I wish to tell you what are my intentions with that view. In the first place, I warn you that I keep a watch on you. The doing so is very painful to me, but it is absolutely necessary. You cannot see Colonel Osborne, or write to him, without my knowing it. I pledge you my word that in either case, that is, if you correspond with him or see him, I will at once take our boy away from you. I will not allow him to remain, even with a mother who shall so misconduct herself. Should Colonel Osborne address a letter to you, I desire that you will put it under an envelope addressed to me. If you obey my commands on this head, I will leave our boy with you 9 months out of every year till he shall be 6 years old. Such at least is my present idea, though I will not positively bind myself to adhere to it. and I will allow you 800 pounds per year for your own maintenance and that of your sister. I am greatly grieved to find from my friend Mr. Stanbury that your conduct in reference to Colonel Osborne has been such as to make it necessary that you should leave Mrs. Stanbury's house. I do not wonder that it should be so. I shall immediately seek for a future home for you, and when I have found one that is suitable, I will have you conveyed to it. I must now further explain my purposes, and I must beg you to remember that I am driven to do so by your direct disobedience to my expressed wishes. Should there be any further communication between you and Colonel Osborne, not only will I take your child away from you, but I will also limit the allowance to be made to you to a bare sustenance. In such case, I shall put the matter into the hands of a lawyer, and shall probably feel myself driven to take steps towards freeing myself from a connection which will be disgraceful to my name. For myself, I shall live abroad during the greater part of the year. London has become to me uninhabitable, and all English pleasures are distasteful. Yours affectionately, Louis Trevelyan. When he had finished this he read it twice, and believed that he had written, if not an affectionate, at any rate a considerate letter. He had no bounds to the pity which he felt for himself in reference to the injury which was being done to him, and he thought that the offers which he was making, both in respect to his child and the money, were such as to entitle him to his wife's warmest gratitude. He hardly recognized the force of the language which he used when he told her that her conduct was quite disgraceful, and that she had disgraced his name. He was quite unable to look at the whole question, between him and his wife, from her point of view. He conceived it possible that such a woman as his wife should be told that her conduct would be watched, and that she should be threatened with the divorce court, with an effect that should, upon the whole, be salutary. There be men, and not bad men either, and men neither uneducated or unintelligent or irrational in ordinary matters, who seem to be absolutely unfitted by nature to have the custody or guardianship of others. A woman in the hands of such a man can hardly save herself or him from endless trouble. It may be that between such a one and his wife, events shall flow on so evenly that no ruling, no constraint is necessary, that even the giving of advice is never called for by the circumstances of the day. If the man be happily forced to labour daily for his living till he be weary, and the wife be laden with many ordinary cares, the routine of life may run on without storms. But for such a one, if he be without work, the management of a wife will be a task full of peril. The lesson may be learned at last. He may, after years, come to perceive how much and how little of guidance the partner of his life requires at his hands, and he may be taught how that guidance should be given. But in the learning of the lesson there will be sorrow and gnashing of teeth. It was so now with this man. He loved his wife. To a certain extent he still trusted her. He did not believe that she would be faithless to him after the fashion of women who are faithless altogether. But he was jealous of authority, fearful of slights, self-conscious, afraid of the world, and utterly ignorant of the nature of a woman's mind. He carried the letter with him in his pocket throughout the next morning, and in the course of the day he called upon Lady Milborough. Though he was obstinately bent on acting in accordance with his own views, yet he was morbidly desirous of discussing the grievousness of his position with his friends. He went to Lady Milborough, asking for her advice, but desirous simply of being encouraged by her to do that which he was resolved to do on his own judgment. "Down! After her! To none come Putney!" said Lady Milborough, holding up both her hands. "Yes, he has been there, and she has been weak enough to see him." "My dear Louis, take her to Naples at once, at once!" "It is too late for that now, Lady Milborough." "Too late! Oh, no! She has been foolish, indiscreet, disobedient, what you will of that kind. But, Louis, don't send her away. Don't send your young wife away from you. Those whom God has joined together let no man put asunder." "I cannot consent to live with a wife with whom neither my wishes nor my word have the slightest effect. I may believe of her what I please, but think what the world will believe. I cannot disgrace myself by living with a woman who persists in holding intercourse with a man whom the world speaks of as her lover." "Take her to Naples," said Lady Milborough, with all the energy of which she was capable. "I can take her nowhere, nor will I see her, till she has given proof that her whole conduct towards me has been altered. I have written a letter to her, and I have brought it. Will you excuse me if I ask you to take the trouble to read it?" Then he handed Lady Milborough the letter, which she read very slowly and with much care. "I don't think I would "Would what?" demanded Trevelyan. "Don't you think that what you say is a little, just a little, prone to make the breach perhaps wider?" "No, Lady Milborough. In the first place, how can it be wider?" "You might take her back, you know, and then if you could only get to Naples." "How can I take her back while she is corresponding with this man?" "She wouldn't correspond with him at Naples." Trevelyan shook his head and became cross. His old friend would not at all do as old friends are expected to do when called upon for advice. "I think," said he, "that what I have proposed is both just and generous." "But, Louis, why should there be any separation?" "She has forced it upon me. She is headstrong and will not be ruled." "But this about disgracing you, do you think that you must say that?" "I think I must, because it is true. If I do not tell her the truth, who is there that will do so? It may be bitter now, but I think that it is for her welfare." "Dear, dear, dear." "I want nothing for myself, Lady Milborough." "I am sure of that, Louis." "My whole happiness was in my home. No man cared less for going out than I did. My child and my wife were everything to me. I don't suppose that I was ever seen at a club in the evening once throughout a season. And she might have had anything that she liked, anything. It is hard, Lady Milborough, is it not?" Lady Milborough, who had seen the angry brow, did not dare to suggest Naples again. But yet, if any word might be spoken to prevent this utter wreck of a home, how good a thing it would be! He had got up to leave her, but she stopped him by holding his hand. "For better, for worse, Louis, remember that." "Why has she forgotten it?" "She is flesh of your flesh, bone of your bone. And for the boy's sake, think of your boy, Louis. Do not send that letter. Sleep on it, Louis, and think of it." "I have slept on it." "There is no promise in it of forgiveness after a while. It is written as though you intended that she should never come back to you." "That shall be as she behaves herself." "But tell her so. Let there be some one bright spot in what you say to her, on which her mind may fix itself. If she be not altogether hardened, that letter will drive her to despair." But Trevelyan would not give up the letter, nor indicate by a word that he would reconsider the question of its propriety. He escaped as soon as he could from Lady Milborough's room, and almost declared as he did so that he would never enter her doors again. She had utterly failed to see the matter in the proper light. When she talked of Naples, she must surely have been unable to comprehend the extent of the ill usage to which he, the husband, had been subjected. How was it possible that he should live under the same roof with a wife who claimed to herself the right of receiving visitors of whom he disapproved? A visitor, a gentleman, one whom the world called her lover. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist as he thought of his old friend's ignorance of the very first law in a married man's code of laws. But yet when he was out in the streets he did not post his letter at once, but thought of it throughout the whole day, trying to prove the weight of every phrase that he had used. Once or twice his heart almost relented. Once he had the letter in his hand that he might tear it. But he did not tear it. He put it back into his pocket, and thought again of his grievance. Surely it was his first duty in such an emergency to be firm. It was certainly a wretched life that he was leading. In the evening he went all alone to an eating-house for his dinner, and then, sitting with a miserable glass of sherry before him, he again read and reread the epistle which he had written. Every harsh word that it contained was in some sort pleasant to his ear. She had hit him hard, and should he not hit her again? And then was it not his bounden duty to let her know the truth? Yes, it was his duty to be firm. So he went out and posted the letter. End of chapter 27. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 28 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 28. Great Tribulation. Trevelyan's letter to his wife fell like a thunderbolt among them at Nuneham Putney. Mrs. Trevelyan was altogether unable to keep it to herself. Indeed, she made no attempt at doing so. Her husband had told her that she was to be banished from the clock-house because her present hostess was unable to endure her misconduct, and of course she demanded the reasons of the charge that was thus brought against her. When she first read the letter, which she did in the presence of her sister, she towered in her passion. Disgraced him? I have never disgraced him. It is he that has disgraced me. Correspondence! Yes, he shall see it all. Unjust, ignorant, foolish man! He does not remember that the last instructions he really gave me were to bid me see Colonel Osborne. Take my boy away. Yes, of course I am a woman and must suffer. I will write to Colonel Osborne, and will tell him the truth, and will send my letter to Louis. He shall know how he has ill-treated me. I will not take a penny of his money, not a penny. Maintain you. I believe he thinks that we are beggars. Leave this house because of my conduct? What can Mrs. Stanbury have said? What can any of them have said? I will demand to be told. Free himself from the connection. Oh, Nora, Nora, that it should come to this, that I should be thus threatened who have been as innocent as a baby. If it were not for my child, I think that I should destroy myself. Nora said what she could to comfort her sister, insisting chiefly on the promise that the child should not be taken away. There was no doubt as to the husband's power in the mind of either of them, and though, as regarded herself, Mrs. Trevelyan would have defied her husband, let his power be what it might, yet she acknowledged to herself that she was in some degree restrained by the fear that she would find herself deprived of her only comfort. "We must just go where he bids us, till papa comes," said Nora. "And when papa is here, what help will there be then? He will not let me go back to the islands, with my boy. For myself I might die, or get out of his way anywhere. I can see that. Priscilla Stanbury is right when she says that no woman should trust herself to any man. Disgraced! That I should live to be told by my husband that I had disgraced him, by a lover!" There was some sort of agreement made between the two sisters as to the manner in which Priscilla should be interrogated respecting the sentence of banishment which had been passed. They both agreed that it would be useless to make inquiry of Mrs. Stanbury. If anything had really been said to justify the statement made in Mr. Trevelyan's letter, it must have come from Priscilla, and have reached Trevelyan through Priscilla's brother. They both of them had sufficiently learned the ways of the house to be sure that Mrs. Stanbury had not been the person active in the matter. They went down, therefore, together, and found Priscilla seated at her desk in the parlour. Mrs. Stanbury was also in the room, and it had been presumed between the sisters that the interrogations should be made in that lady's absence, but Mrs. Trevelyan was too hot in the matter for restraint, and she at once opened out her budget of grievance. "I have a letter from my husband," she said, and then paused. But Priscilla, seeing from the fire in her eyes that she was much moved, made no reply, but turned to listen to what might further be said. "I do not know why I should trouble you with his suspicions," continued Mrs. Trevelyan, "or read to you what he says about Colonel Osborne." As she spoke, she was holding her husband's letter open in her hands. "There is nothing in it that you do not know. He says I have corresponded with him. So I have, and he shall see the correspondence. He says that Colonel Osborne visited me. He did come to see me and Nora." "As any other old man might have done," said Nora. "It was not likely that I should openly confess myself to be afraid to see my father's old friend, but the truth is, my husband does not know what a woman is." She had begun by declaring that she would not trouble her friend with any statement of her husband's complaints against her, but now she had made her way to the subject, and could hardly refrain herself. Priscilla understood this, and thought that it would be wise to interrupt her by a word that might bring her back to her original purpose. "Is there anything," said she, "which we can do to help you?" "To help me? No! God only can help me. But Louis informs me that I am to be turned out of this house, because you demand that we should go." "Who says that?" exclaimed Mrs. Stanbury. "My husband. Listen, this is what he says. I am greatly grieved to hear from my friend Mr. Stanbury that your conduct in reference to Colonel Osborne has been such as to make it necessary that you should leave Mrs. Stanbury's house. Is that true? Is that true?" In her general mode of carrying herself, and of enduring the troubles of her life, Mrs. Trevelyan was a strong woman, but now her grief was too much for her, and she burst out into tears. "I am the most unfortunate woman that ever was born," she sobbed out through her tears. "I never said that you were to go," said Mrs. Stanbury. "But your son has told Mr. Trevelyan that we must go," said Nora, who felt that her sense of injury against Hugh Stanbury was greatly increased by what had taken place. To her mind he was the person most important in the matter. Why had he desired that they should be sent away from the clock-house? She was very angry with him, and declared to herself that she hated him with all her heart. For this man she had sent away that other lover, a lover who had really loved her, and she had even confessed that it was so. "There is a misunderstanding about this," said Priscilla. "It must be with your brother, then," said Nora. "I think not," said Priscilla. "I think that it has been with Mr. Trevelyan." Then she went on to explain, with much difficulty, but still with a slow distinctness that was peculiar to her, what had really taken place. "We have endeavoured," she said, "to show you, my mother and I, that we have not misjudged you, but it is certainly true that I told my brother that I did not think the arrangement a good one, quite as a permanence." It was very difficult, and her cheeks were red as she spoke, and her lips faltered. It was an exquisite pain to her to have to give the pain which her words would convey, but there was no help for it. As she said to herself more than once at the time, there was nothing to be done but to tell the truth. "I never said so," blurted out Mrs. Stanbury, with her usual weakness. "No, mother, it was my saying. In discussing what was best for us all, with Hugh I told him what I have just now explained." "Then of course we must go," said Mrs. Trevelyan, who had gulped down her sobs and was resolved to be firm, to give way to no more tears, to bear all without sign of womanly weakness. "You will stay with us till your father comes," said Priscilla. "Of course you will," said Mrs. Stanbury. "You and Nora. We have got to be such friends now." "No," said Mrs. Trevelyan. "As to friendship for me, it is out of the question. We must pack up, Nora, and go somewhere, heaven knows where." Nora was now sobbing. "Why your brother should want to turn us out, after he has sent us here." "My brother wants nothing of the kind," said Priscilla. "Your sister has no better friend than my brother." "It will be better, Nora, to discuss the matter no further," said Mrs. Trevelyan. "We must go away, somewhere, and the sooner the better. To be an unwelcome guest is always bad, but to be unwelcome for such a reason as this is terrible." "There is no reason," said Mrs. Stanbury. "Indeed, there is none." "Mrs. Trevelyan will understand us better when she is less excited," said Priscilla. "I am not surprised that she should be indignant now. I can only say again that we hope you will stay with us till Sir Marmaduke Rowley shall be in England." "That is not what your brother means," said Nora. "Nor is it what I mean," said Mrs. Trevelyan. "Nora, we had better go to our own room. I suppose I must write to my husband. Indeed, of course I must, that I may send him the correspondence. I fear I cannot walk out into the street, Mrs. Stanbury, and make you quit of me till I hear from him, and if I were to go to an inn at once, people would speak evil of me, and I have no money." "My dear, how can you think of such a thing?" said Mrs. Stanbury. "But you may be quite sure that we shall be gone within 3 days, or 4 at the furthest. Indeed, I will pledge myself not to remain longer than that, even though I should have to go to the poor-house. Neither I nor my sister will stay in any family to contaminate it. Come, Nora." And so speaking, she sailed out of the room, and her sister followed her. "Why did you say anything about it? Oh dear, why did you speak to Hugh? See what you have done!" "I am sorry that I did speak," replied Priscilla slowly. "Sorry? Of course you are sorry, but what good is that?" "But, mother, I do not think that I was wrong. I feel sure that the real fault in all this is with Mr. Trevelyan, as it has been all through. He should not have written to her as he has done." "I suppose Hugh did tell him." "No doubt, and I told Hugh, but not after the fashion in which he has told her. I blame myself mostly for this, that we ever consented to come to this house. We had no business here. Who is to pay the rent?" "Hugh insisted upon taking it." "Yes, and he will pay the rent, and we shall be a drag upon him, as though he had been fool enough to have a wife and a family of his own. And what good have we done? We had not strength enough to say that that wicked man should not see her when he came, for he is a wicked man. If we had done that, she would have been as bad then as she is now. Mother, we had no business to meddle either with her badness or her goodness. What had we to do with the wife of such a one as Mr. Trevelyan, or with any woman who was separated from her husband?" "It was Hugh who thought we should be of service to them." "Yes, and I do not blame him. He is in a position to be of service to people. He can do work and earn money, and has a right to think and to speak. We have a right to think only for ourselves, and we should not have yielded to him. How are we to get back again out of this house to our cottage?" "They are pulling the cottage down, Priscilla." to some other cottage, mother. Do you not feel while we are living here that we are pretending to be what we are not? After all, Aunt Stanbury was right, though it was not her business to meddle with us. We should never have come here. That poor woman now regards us as her bitter enemies." "I meant to do for the best," said Mrs. Stanbury. "The fault was mine, mother." "But you meant it for the best, my dear." "Meaning for the best is trash. I don't know that I did mean it for the best. While we were at the cottage we paid our way and were honest. What is it people say of us now?" "They can't say any harm." "They say that we are paid by the husband to keep his wife, and paid again by the lover to betray the husband." "Priscilla!" "Yes, it is shocking enough. But that comes of people going out of their proper course. We were too humble and low to have a right to take any part in such a matter. How true it is that while one crouches on the ground, one can never fall." The matter was discussed in the clock-house all day, between Mrs. Stanbury and Priscilla, and between Mrs. Trevelyan and Nora, in their rooms and in the garden, but nothing could come of such discussions. No change could be made till further instructions should have been received from the angry husband, nor could any kind of argument be even invented by Priscilla which might be efficacious in inducing the two ladies to remain at the clock-house, even should Mr. Trevelyan allow them to do so. They all felt the intolerable injustice, as it appeared to them, of their subjection to the caprice of an unreasonable and ill-conditioned man, but to all of them it seemed plain enough that in this matter the husband must exercise his own will, at any rate till Sir Marmaduke should be in England. There were many difficulties throughout the day. Mrs. Trevelyan would not go down to dinner, sending word that she was ill, and that she would, if she were allowed, have some tea in her own room. And Nora said that she would remain with her sister. Priscilla went to them more than once, and late in the evening they all met in the parlour. But any conversation seemed to be impossible, and Mrs. Trevelyan, as she went up to her room at night, again declared that she would rid the house of her presence as soon as possible. One thing, however, was done on that melancholy day. Mrs. Trevelyan wrote to her husband, and enclosed Colonel Osborne's letter to herself, and a copy of her reply. The reader will hardly require to be told that no such further letter had been written by her as that of which Bosel had given information to her husband. Men whose business it is to detect hidden and secret things are very apt to detect things which have never been done. What excuse can a detective make even to himself for his own existence if he can detect nothing? Mr. Bosel was an active-minded man, who gloried in detecting, and who, in the special spirit of his trade, had taught himself to believe that all around him were things secret and hidden, which would be within his power of unravelling if only the slightest clue were put in his hand. He lived by the crookednesses of people, and therefore was convinced that straight doings in the world were quite exceptional. Things dark and dishonest, fights fought and races run that they might be lost, plants and crosses, women false to their husbands, sons false to their fathers, daughters to their mothers, servants to their masters, affairs always secret, dark, foul, and fraudulent, were to him the normal condition of life. It was to be presumed that Mrs. Trevelyan should continue to correspond with her lover, that old Mrs. Stanbury should betray her trust by conniving at the lover's visit, that everyone concerned should be steeped to the hips in lies and iniquity. When, therefore, he found at Colonel Osborne's rooms that the Colonel had received a letter with the Lesborough postmark, addressed in the handwriting of a woman, he did not scruple to declare that Colonel Osborne had received, on that morning, a letter from Mr. Trevelyan's lady. But in sending to her husband what she called with so much bitterness the correspondence, Mrs. Trevelyan had to enclose simply the copy of one sheet note from herself. But she now wrote again to Colonel Osborne, and enclosed to her husband not a copy of what she had written, but the note itself. It was as follows: Nuneham Putney, Wednesday, August 10th. My dear Colonel Osborne, my husband has desired me not to see you, or to write to you, or to hear from you again. I must therefore beg you to enable me to obey him, at any rate till papa comes to England. Yours truly, Emily Trevelyan. And then she wrote to her husband, and in the writing of this letter there was much doubt, much labour, and many changes. We will give it as it was written when completed. I have received your letter, and will obey your commands to the best of my power. In order that you may not be displeased by any further unavoidable correspondence between me and Colonel Osborne, I have written to him a note which I now send to you. I send it that you may forward it. If you do not choose to do so, I cannot be answerable either for his seeing me or for his writing to me again. I send also copies of all the correspondence I have had with Colonel Osborne since you turned me out of your house. When he came to call on me, Nora remained with me while he was here. I blush while I write this, not for myself, but that I should be so suspected as to make such a statement necessary. You say that I have disgraced you and myself. I have done neither. I am disgraced, but it is you that have disgraced me. I have never spoken a word or done a thing, as regards you, of which I have cause to be ashamed. I have told Mrs. Stanbury that I and Nora will leave her house as soon as we can be made to know where we are to go. I beg that this may be decided instantly, as else we must walk out into the street without a shelter. After what has been said, I cannot remain here. My sister bids me say that she will relieve you of all burden respecting herself as soon as possible. She will probably be able to find a home with my aunt, Mrs. Outhouse, till papa comes from England. As for myself, I can only say that till he comes, I shall do exactly what you order. Emily Trevelyan, Nuncombe Putney, August 10th. End of chapter 28. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 29 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29. Mr. and Mrs. Outhouse. Both Mr. Outhouse and his wife were especially timid in taking upon themselves the cares of other people. Not on that account is it to be supposed that they were bad or selfish. They were both given much to charity, and bestowed both in time and money more than is ordinarily considered necessary, even from persons in their position. But what they gave away from their own quiet hearth. Had money been wanting to the daughters of his wife's brother, Mr. Outhouse would have opened such small coffer as he had with a free hand. But he would have much preferred that his benevolence should be used in a way that would bring upon him no further responsibility, and no questionings from people whom he did not know and could not understand. The Reverend Oliphant Outhouse had been rector of St. Didulph's in the East for the last 15 years, having married the sister of Sir Marmaduke Rowley, then simply Mr. Rowley, with a colonial appointment in Jamaica of £120 per annum, 12 years before his promotion, while he was a curate in one of the populous borough parishes. He had thus been a London clergyman all his life, but he knew almost as little of London society as though he had held a cure in a Westmoreland valley. He had worked hard, but his work had been altogether among the poor. He had no gift of preaching, and had acquired neither reputation nor popularity. But he could work, and having been transferred because of that capability to the temporary curacy of St. Didulph's, out of one diocese into another, he had received the living from the bishop's hands when it became vacant. A dreary place was the parsonage of St. Didulph's in the East for the abode of a gentleman. Mr. Outhouse had not, in his whole parish, a parishioner with whom he could consort. The greatest men around him were the publicans, and the most numerous were men employed in and around the docks. Dredgers of mud, navvies employed on suburban canals, excavators, loaders and unloaders of cargo, cattle drivers, whose driving, however, was done mostly on board ship. Such and such like were the men who were the fathers of the families of St. Didulph's in the East. And there was there, not far removed from the muddy estuary of a little stream that makes its black way from the Essex marshes among the houses of the poorest of the poor into the Thames, a large commercial establishment for turning the carcasses of horses into manure. Messrs. Flowsome and Burt were in truth the great people of St. Didulph's in the East, but the closeness of their establishment was not an additional attraction to the parsonage. They were liberal, however, with their money, and Mr. Outhouse was disposed to think, custom perhaps having made the establishment less objectionable to him than it was at first, that St. Didulph's in the East would be more of a pandemonium than it now was, if by any sanitary law Messrs. Flowsome and Blurt were compelled to close their doors. Non olet, he would say with a grim smile, when the charitable cheque of the firm would come punctually to hand on the first Saturday after Christmas. But such a house as his would be, as he knew, but a poor residence for his wife's nieces. Indeed, without positively saying that he was unwilling to receive them, he had, when he first heard of the breaking up of the house in Curzon Street, shown that he would rather not take upon his shoulders so great a responsibility. He and his wife had discussed the matter between them, and had come to the conclusion that they did not know what kind of things might have been done in Curzon Street. They would think no evil, they said, but the very idea of a married woman with a lover was dreadful to them. It might be that their niece was free from blame. They hoped so, and even though her sin had been of ever so deep a dye, they would take her in, if it were indeed necessary. But they hoped that such help from them might not be needed. They both knew how to give counsel to a poor woman, how to rebuke a poor man, how to comfort, encourage, or to upbraid the poor. Practice had told them how far they might go with some hope of doing good, and at what stage of demoralization no good from their hands was any longer within the scope of fair expectation. But all this was among the poor. With what words to encourage such a one as their niece Mrs. Trevelyan? To encourage her or to rebuke her, as her conduct might seem to make necessary, they both felt that they were altogether ignorant. To them Mrs. Trevelyan was a fine lady. To Mr. Outhouse, Sir Marmaduke had ever been a fine gentleman, given much to worldly things, who cared more for whist and a glass of wine than for anything else, and who thought that he had a good excuse for never going to church in England, because he was called upon, as he said, to show himself in the governor's pew always once on Sundays, and frequently twice, when he was at the seat of his government. Sir Marmaduke manifestly looked upon church as a thing in itself notoriously disagreeable. To Mr. Outhouse it afforded the great events of the week, and Mrs. Outhouse would declare that to hear her husband preach was the greatest joy of her life. It may be understood, therefore, that though the family connection between the Rowleys and the Outhouses had been kept up with a semblance of affection, it had never blossomed forth into cordial friendship. When, therefore, the clergyman of St. Didulph's received a letter from his niece Nora, begging him to take her into his parsonage till Sir Marmaduke should arrive in the course of the spring, and hinting also a wish that her uncle Oliphant should see Mr. Trevelyan, and if possible arrange that his other niece should also come to the parsonage, he was very much perturbed in spirit. There was a long consultation between him and his wife before anything could be settled, and it may be doubted whether anything would have been settled, had not Mr. Trevelyan himself made his way to the parsonage, on the second day of the family conference. Mr. and Mrs. Outhouse had both seen the necessity of sleeping upon the matter. They had slept upon it, and the discourse between them on the second day was so doubtful in its tone that more sleeping would probably have been necessary had not Mr. Trevelyan appeared and compelled them to a decision. "You must remember that I make no charge against her," said Trevelyan, after the matter had been discussed for about an hour. "Then why should she not come back to you?" said Mr. Outhouse, timidly. "Some day she may, if she will be obedient, but it cannot be now. She has set me at defiance, and even yet it is too clear from the tone of her letter to me that she thinks that she has been right to do so. How could we live together in amity when she addresses me as a cruel tyrant?" "Why did she go away at first?" asked Mrs. Outhouse. "Because she would compromise my name by an intimacy which I did not approve. But I do not come here to defend myself, Mrs. Outhouse. You probably think that I have been wrong. You are her friend, and to you I will not even say that I have been right. What I want you to understand is this: she cannot come back to me now. It would not be for my honour that she should do so." "But, sir, would it not be for your welfare, as a Christian?" asked Mr. Outhouse. "You must not be angry with me, if I say that I will not discuss that just now. I did not come here to discuss it." "It is very sad for our poor niece," said Mrs. Outhouse. "It is very sad for me," said Trevelyan, gloomily. "Very sad, indeed. My home is destroyed, my life is made solitary. I do not even see my own child. She has her boy with her, and her sister. I have nobody. I can't understand for the life of me why you should not live together just like any other people," said Mrs. Outhouse, whose woman's spirit was arising in her bosom. "When people are married they must put up with something, at least most always." This she added, lest it might be for a moment imagined that she had had any cause for complaint with her Mr. Outhouse. "Pray excuse me, Mrs. Outhouse, but I cannot discuss that. The question between us is this: can you consent to receive your two nieces till their father's return, and if so, in what way shall I defray the expense of their living? You will of course understand that I willingly undertake the expense, not only of my wife's maintenance and of her sister's also, but that I will cheerfully allow anything that may be required, either for their comfort or recreation." "I cannot take my nieces into my house as lodgers," said Mr. Outhouse. "No, not as lodgers, but of course you can understand that it is for me to pay for my own wife. I know I owe you an apology for mentioning it, but how else could I make my request to you?" "If Emily and Nora come here, they must come as our guests," said Mrs. Outhouse. "Certainly," said the clergyman, "and if I am told they are in want of a home, they shall find one here till their father comes. But I am bound to say that as regards the elder, I think her home should be elsewhere." "Of course it should," said Mrs. Outhouse. "I don't know anything about the law, but it seems to me very odd that a young woman should be turned out in this way. You say she has done nothing?" "I will not argue the matter," said Trevelyan. "That's all very well, Mr. Trevelyan," said the lady, "but she's my own niece, and if I don't stand up for her, I don't know who will. I never heard such a thing in my life as a wife being sent away after such a fashion as that. We wouldn't treat a cookmaid so, that we wouldn't. As for coming here, she shall come if she pleases, but I shall always say that it's the greatest shame I ever heard of." Nothing came of this visit at last. The lady grew in her anger, and Mr. Trevelyan, in his own defence, was driven to declare that his wife's obstinate intimacy with Colonel Osborne had almost driven him out of his senses. Before he left the parsonage he was brought even to tears by his own narration of his own misery, whereby Mr. Outhouse was considerably softened, although Mrs. Outhouse became more and more stout in the defence of her own sex. But nothing at last came of it. Trevelyan insisted on paying for his wife wherever she might be placed, and when he found that this would not be permitted to him at the parsonage, he was very anxious to take some small furnished house in the neighbourhood, in which the two sisters might live for the next 6 months under the wings of their uncle and aunt. But even Mr. Outhouse was moved to pleasantry by this suggestion, as he explained the nature of the tenements which were common at St. Didulph's. 2 rooms, front and back, they might have for about 5 and 6 a week in a house with 3 other families. "But perhaps that is not exactly what you'd like," said Mr. Outhouse. The interview ended with no result, and Mr. Trevelyan took his leave, declaring to himself that he was worse off than the foxes, who have holes in which to lay their heads. But it must be presumed that his sufferings in this respect were to be by attorney, as it was for his wife, and not for himself, that the necessary hole was now required. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Outhouse answered Nora's letter, and without meaning to be explicit, explained pretty closely what had taken place. The spare bedroom at the parsonage was ready to receive either one or both of the sisters till Sir Marmaduke should be in London, if one or both of them should choose to come. And though there was no nursery at the parsonage, for Mr. and Mrs. Outhouse had been blessed with no children, still room should be made for the little boy. But they must come as visitors, "as our own nieces," said Mrs. Outhouse, and she went on to say that she would have nothing to do with the quarrel between Mr. Trevelyan and his wife. All such quarrels were very bad, but as to this quarrel she could take no part either one side or the other. Then she stated that Mr. Trevelyan had been at the parsonage, but that no arrangement had been made, because Mr. Trevelyan had insisted on paying for their board and lodging. This letter reached Nuneham Putney before any reply was received by Mrs. Trevelyan from her husband. This was on the Saturday morning, and Mrs. Trevelyan had pledged herself to Mrs. Stanbury that she would leave the Clock-House on the Monday. Of course there was no need that she should do so. Both Mrs. Stanbury and Priscilla would now have willingly consented to their remaining till Sir Marmaduke should be in England. But Mrs. Trevelyan's high spirit revolted against this, after all that had been said. She thought that she should hear from her husband on the morrow, but the post on Sunday brought no letter from Trevelyan. On the Saturday they had finished packing up, so certain was Mrs. Trevelyan that some instructions as to her future destiny would be sent to her by her lord. At last they decided on the Sunday that they would both go at once to St. Didulph's, or perhaps it would be more correct to say that this was the decision of the elder sister. Nora would willingly have yielded to Priscilla's entreaties, and have remained, but Emily declared that she could not, and would not, stay in the house. She had a few pounds, what would suffice for her journey, and as Mr. Trevelyan had not thought proper to send his orders to her, she would go without them. Mrs. Outhouse was her aunt, and her nearest relative in England. Upon whom else could she lean in this time of her great affliction? A letter, therefore, was written to Mrs. Outhouse, saying that the whole party, including the boy and nurse, would be at St. Didulph's on the Monday evening, and the last cord was put to the boxes. "I suppose that he is very angry," Mrs. Trevelyan said to her sister, "but I do not feel that I care about that now. He shall have nothing to complain of in reference to any gaiety on my part. I will see no one, I will have no correspondence, but I will not remain here after what he has said to me, let him be ever so angry. I declare, as I think of it, it seems to me that no woman was ever so cruelly treated as I have been." Then she wrote one further line to her husband. "Not having received any orders from you, and having promised Mrs. Stanbury that I would leave this house on Monday, I go with Nora to my aunt, Mrs. Outhouse, to-morrow. E.T." On the Sunday evening the four ladies drank tea together, and they all made an effort to be civil and even affectionate to each other. Mrs. Trevelyan had at last allowed Priscilla to explain how it had come to pass that she had told her brother that it would be better both for her mother and for herself that the existing arrangements should be brought to an end, and there had come to be an agreement between them that they should all part in amity. But the conversation on the Sunday evening was very difficult. "I am sure we shall always think of you both with the greatest kindness," said Mrs. Stanbury. "As for me," said Priscilla, "your being with us has been a delight that I cannot describe, only it has been wrong." "I know too well," said Mrs. Trevelyan, "that in our present circumstances we are unable to carry delight with us anywhere." "You hardly understand what our life has been," said Priscilla, "but the truth is that we had no right to receive you in such a house as this. It has not been our way of living, and it cannot continue to be so. It is not wonderful that people should talk of us. Had it been called your house, it might have been better." "And what will you do now?" asked Nora. "Get out of this place as soon as we can. It is often hard to go back to the right path, but it may always be done, or at least attempted." "It seems to me that I take misery with me wherever I go," said Mrs. Trevelyan. "My dear, it has not been your fault," said Mrs. Stanbury. "I do not like to blame my brother," said Priscilla, "because he has done his best to be good to us all, and the punishment will fall heaviest upon him, because he must pay for it." "He should not be allowed to pay a shilling," said Mrs. Trevelyan. Then the morning came, and at 7 o'clock the two sisters, with the nurse and child, started for Lesborough station in Mrs. Crockett's open carriage, the luggage having been sent on in a cart. There were many tears shed, and any one looking at the party would have thought that very dear friends were being torn asunder. "Mother," said Priscilla, as soon as the parlour door was shut and the two were alone together, "we must take care that we never are brought again into such a mistake as that. They who protect the injured should be strong themselves." End of chapter 29. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 30 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 30. Dorothy Makes Up Her Mind. It was true that most ill-natured things had been said at Lesborough and at Nuncombe Putney about Mrs. Stanbury and the visitors at the clock-house, and that these ill-natured things had spread themselves to Exeter. Mrs. Ellison of Lesborough, who was not the most good-natured woman in the world, had told Mrs. Merton of Nuncombe that she had been told that the Colonel's visit to the lady had been made by express arrangement between the Colonel and Mrs. Stanbury. Mrs. Merton, who was very good-natured, but not the wisest woman in the world, had declared that any such conduct on the part of Mrs. Stanbury was quite impossible. "What does it matter which it is, Priscilla or her mother?" Mrs. Ellison had said. "These are the facts. Mrs. Trevelyan has been sent there to be out of the way of this Colonel, and the Colonel immediately comes down and sees her at the clock-house. But when people are very poor they do get driven to do almost anything." Mrs. Merton, not being very wise, had conceived it to be her duty to repeat this to Priscilla, and Mrs. Ellison, not being very good-natured, had conceived it to be hers to repeat it to Mrs. McHugh at Exeter, and then Bosel's coming had been known. "Yes, Mrs. McHugh, a policeman in mufti down at Nuncombe. I wonder what our friend in the close here will think about it. I have always said, you know, that if she wanted to keep things straight at Nuncombe she should have opened her purse-strings." From all which it may be understood that Priscilla Stanbury's desire to go back to their old way of living had not been without reason. It may be imagined that Miss Stanbury of the Close did not receive with equanimity the reports which reached her, and of course when she discussed the matter either with Martha or with Dorothy, she fell back upon her own early appreciation of the folly of the clock-house arrangement. Nevertheless, she had called Mrs. Ellison very bad names when she learned from her friend Mrs. McHugh what reports were being spread by the lady from Lesborough. Mrs. Ellison! Yes, we all know Mrs. Ellison, the bitterest tongue in Devonshire, and the falsest. There are some people at Lesborough who would be well pleased if she paid her way there as well as those poor women do at Nuncombe. I don't think much of what Mrs. Ellison says. "But it is bad about the policeman," said Mrs. McHugh. "Of course it's bad. It's all bad. I'm not saying that it's not bad. I'm glad I've got this other young woman out of it. It's all that young man's doing. If I had a son of my own, I'd sooner follow him to the grave than hear him call himself a radical." Then, on a sudden, there came to the Close news that Mrs. Trevelyan and her sister were gone. On the very Monday on which they went, Priscilla sent a note on to her sister, in which no special allusion was made to Aunt Stanbury, but which was no doubt written with the intention that the news should be communicated. "Gone, are they? As it is past wishing that they hadn't come, it's the best thing they could do now. And who is to pay the rent of the house now they have gone?" As this was a point on which Dorothy was not prepared to trouble herself at present, she made no answer to the question. Dorothy at this time was in a state of very great perturbation on her own account. The reader may perhaps remember that she had been much startled by a proposition that had been made to her in reference to her future life. Her aunt had suggested to her that she should become Mrs. Gibson. She had not as yet given any answer to that proposition, and had indeed found it to be quite impossible to speak about it at all. But there can be no doubt that the suggestion had opened out to her altogether new views of life. Up to a moment of her aunt's speech to her, the idea of her becoming a married woman had never presented itself to her. In her humility it had not occurred to her that she should be counted as one among the candidates for matrimony. Priscilla had taught her to regard herself, indeed they had both so regarded themselves, as born to eat and drink, as little as might be, and then to die. Now, when she was told that she could, if she pleased, become Mrs. Gibson, she was almost lost in a whirl of new and confused ideas. Since her aunt had spoken, Mr. Gibson himself had dropped a hint or two, which seemed to her to indicate that he also must be in the secret. There had been a party, with a supper, at Mrs. Crombie's, at which both the Miss Frenches had been present. But Mr. Gibson had taken her, Dorothy Stanbury, out to supper, leaving both Camilla and Arabella behind him in the drawing-room. During the quarter of an hour afterwards, in which the ladies were alone while the gentlemen were eating and drinking, both Camilla and Arabella continued to wreak their vengeance. They asked questions about Mrs. Trevelyan, and suggested that Mr. Gibson might be sent over to put things right. But Miss Stanbury had heard them, and had fallen upon them with a heavy hand. "There's a good deal expected of Mr. Gibson, my dears," she said, "which it seems to me Mr. Gibson is not inclined to perform." "It is quite indifferent to us what Mr. Gibson may be inclined to perform," said Arabella. "I'm sure we shan't interfere with Miss Dorothy." As this was said quite out loud before all the other ladies, Dorothy was overcome with shame, but her aunt comforted her when they were again at home. "Laws, my dear, what does it matter? When you're Mrs. Gibson you'll be proud of it all." Was it then really written in the book of the fates that she, Dorothy Stanbury, was to become Mrs. Gibson? Poor Dorothy began to feel that she was called upon to exercise an amount of thought and personal decision to which she had not been accustomed. Hitherto, in the things which she had done, or left undone, she had received instructions which she could obey. Had her mother and Priscilla told her positively not to go to her aunt's house, she would have remained at Nuncombe without complaint. Had her aunt, since her coming, given her orders as to her mode of life, enjoined, for instance, additional church attendances, or desired her to perform menial services in the house, she would have obeyed, from custom, without a word. But when she was told that she was to marry Mr. Gibson, it did seem to her to be necessary to do something more than obey. Did she love Mr. Gibson? She tried hard to teach herself to think that she might learn to love him. He was a nice-looking man enough, with sandy hair, and a head rather bald, with thin lips, and a narrow nose, who certainly did preach drawling sermons, but of whom everybody said that he was a very excellent clergyman. He had a house and an income, and all Exeter had long since decided that he was a man who would certainly marry. He was one of those men of whom it may be said that they have no possible claim to remain unmarried. He was fair game, and unless he surrendered himself to be bagged before long, would subject himself to just and loud complaint. The Miss Frenches had been aware of this, and had thought to make sure of him among them. It was a little hard upon them that the old maid of the Close, as they always called Miss Stanbury, should interfere with them when their booty was almost won, and they felt it to be the harder because Dorothy Stanbury was, as they thought, so poor a creature. That Dorothy herself should have any doubt as to accepting Mr. Gibson was an idea that never occurred to them. But Dorothy had her doubts. When she came to think of it, she remembered that she had never as yet spoken a word to Mr. Gibson, beyond such little trifling remarks as are made over a tea-table. She might learn to love him, but she did not think that she loved him as yet. "I don't suppose all this will make any difference to Mr. Gibson," said Miss Stanbury to her niece, on the morning after the receipt of Priscilla's note, stating that the Trevelyans had left Nuncombe. Dorothy always blushed when Mr. Gibson's name was mentioned, and she blushed now, but she did not at all understand her aunt's allusion. "I don't know what you mean, aunt," she said. "Well, you know, my dear, what they say about Mrs. Trevelyan and the clock-house is not very nice. If Mr. Gibson were to turn round and say that the connection wasn't pleasant, no one would have a right to complain." The faint customary blush on Dorothy's cheeks, which Mr. Gibson's name had produced, now covered her whole face, even up to the roots of her hair. "If he believes bad of mamma, I'm sure, Aunt Stanbury, I don't want to see him again." "That's all very fine, my dear, but a man has to think of himself, you know." "Of course he thinks of himself. Why shouldn't he? I dare say he thinks of himself more than I do." "Dorothy, don't be a fool. A good husband isn't to be caught every day." "Aunt Stanbury, I don't want to catch any man." "Dorothy, don't be a fool." "I must say it. I don't suppose Mr. Gibson thinks of me the least in the world." "Psha! I tell you he does." "But as for mamma and Priscilla, I could never like anybody for a moment who would be ashamed of them." She was most anxious to declare that as far as she knew herself and her own wishes at present, she entertained no partiality for Mr. Gibson, no feeling which could become partiality, even if Mr. Gibson was to declare himself willing to accept her mother and her sister with herself. But she did not dare to say so. There was an instinct within her which made it almost impossible to her to express an objection to a suitor before the suitor had declared himself to be one. She could speak out as touching her mother and her sister, but as to her own feelings she could express neither assent nor dissent. "I should like to have it settled soon," said Miss Stanbury, in a melancholy voice. Even to this Dorothy could make no reply. What did soon mean? Perhaps in the course of a year or two. "If it could be arranged by the end of this week, it would be a great comfort to me." Dorothy almost fell off her chair, and was stricken altogether dumb. "I told you, I think, that Brook Burgess is coming here?" "You said he was to come some day." "He is to be here on Monday. I haven't seen him for more than 12 years, and now he's to be here next week. Dear, dear! When I think sometimes of all the hard words that have been spoken, and the harder thoughts that have been in people's minds, I often regret that the money ever came to me at all. I could have done without it very well. Very well." "But all the unpleasantness is over now, aunt." "I don't know about that. Unpleasantness of that kind is apt to rankle long. But I wasn't going to give up my rights. Nobody but a coward does that. They talked of going to law and trying the will, but they wouldn't have got much by that, and then they abused me for 2 years. When they had done and got sick of it, I told them they should have it all back again as soon as I am dead. It won't be long now. This Burgess is the elder nephew, and he shall have it all." "Is not he grateful?" "No. Why should he be grateful? I don't do it for special love of him. I don't want his gratitude, nor anybody's gratitude. Look at Hugh. I did love him." "I am grateful, Aunt Stanbury." "Are you, my dear? Then show it by being a good wife to Mr. Gibson, and a happy wife. I want to get everything settled while Burgess is here. If he is to have it, why should I keep him out of it whilst I live? I wonder whether Mr. Gibson would mind coming and living here, Dolly?" The thing was coming so near to her that Dorothy began to feel that she must, in truth, make up her mind, and let her aunt know also how it had been made up. She was sensible enough to perceive that if she did not prepare herself for the occasion, she would find herself hampered by an engagement, simply because her aunt had presumed that it was out of the question that she should not acquiesce. She would drift into marriage with Mr. Gibson against her will. Her greatest difficulty was the fact that her aunt clearly had no doubt on the subject, and as for herself, hitherto her feelings did not, on either side, go beyond doubts. Assuredly it would be a very good thing for her to become Mrs. Gibson, if only she could create for herself some attachment for the man. At the present moment her aunt said nothing more about Mr. Gibson, having her mind much occupied with the coming of Mr. Brook Burgess. "I remember him 20 years ago and more, as nice a boy as you would wish to see. His father was the 4th of the brothers. Dear, dear! 3 of them are gone, and the only one remaining is old Barty, whom no one ever loved." The Burgesses had been great people in Exeter, having been both bankers and brewers there, but the light of the family had paled, and though Bartholomew Burgess, of whom Miss Stanbury declared that no one had ever loved him, still had a share in the bank, it was well understood in the city that the real wealth in the firm of Cropper and Burgess belonged to the Cropper family. Indeed, the most considerable portion of the fortune that had been realized by old Mr. Burgess had come into the possession of Miss Stanbury herself. Bartholomew Burgess had never forgiven his brother's will, and between him and Jemima Stanbury the feud was irreconcilable. The next brother, Tom Burgess, had been a solicitor at Liverpool, and had done well there. But Miss Stanbury knew nothing of the Tom Burgesses, as she called them. The fourth brother, Harry Burgess, had been a clergyman, and this Brook Burgess junior, who was now coming to the Close, had been left with a widowed mother, the eldest of a large family. It need not now be told at length how there had been ill blood also between this clergyman and the heiress. There had been attempts at friendship, and at one time Miss Stanbury had received the Reverend Harry Burgess and all his family at the Close. But the attempts had not been successful, and though our old friend had never wavered in her determination to leave the money all back to some one of the Burgess family, and with this view had made a pilgrimage to London some 12 years since, and had renewed her acquaintance with the widow and the children, still there had been no comfortable relations between her and any of the Burgess family. Old Barty Burgess, whom she met in the Close, or saw in the High Street every day of her life, was her great enemy. He had tried his best, so at least she was convinced, to drive her out of the pale of society, years upon years ago, by saying evil things of her. She had conquered in that combat. Her victory had been complete, and she had triumphed after a most signal fashion. But this triumph did not silence Barty's tongue, nor soften his heart. When she prayed to be forgiven, as she herself forgave others, she always exempted Barty Burgess from her prayers. There are things which flesh and blood cannot do. She had not liked Harry Burgess' widow, nor, for the matter of that, Harry Burgess himself. When she had last seen the children she had not liked any of them much, and had had her doubts even as to Brooke. But with that branch of the family she was willing to try again. Brooke was now coming to the Close, having received, however, an intimation that if, during his visit to Exeter, he chose to see his Uncle Barty, any such intercourse must be kept quite in the background. While he remained in Miss Stanbury's house, he was to remain there as though there were no such person as Mr. Bartholomew Burgess in Exeter. At this time Brook Burgess was a man just turned 30, and was a clerk in the Ecclesiastical Record Office in Somerset House. No doubt the peculiar nature and name of the public department to which he was attached had done something to recommend him to Miss Stanbury. Ecclesiastical records were things greatly to be reverenced in her eyes, and she felt that a gentleman who handled them and dealt with them would probably be sedate, gentlemanlike, and conservative. Brook Burgess, when she had last seen him, was just about to enter upon the duties of the office. Then there had come offence, and she had in truth known nothing of him from that day to this. The visitor was to be at Exeter on the following Monday, and very much was done in preparation of his coming. There was to be a dinner party on that very day, and dinner parties were not common with Miss Stanbury. She had, however, explained to Martha that she intended to put her best foot forward. Martha understood perfectly that Mr. Brook Burgess was to be received as the heir of property. Sir Peter Mancrudy, the great Devonshire chemist, was coming to dinner, and Mr. and Mrs. Powell from Halden, people of great distinction in that part of the county, Mrs. McHugh, of course, and equally of course Mr. Gibson. There was a deep discussion between Miss Stanbury and Martha as to asking 2 of the Cliffords, and Mr. and Mrs. Knoll from Doddescombe-Lee. Martha had been very much in favour of having 12. Miss Stanbury had declared that with 12 she must have 2 waiters from the greengrocer's, and that 2 waiters would overpower her own domesticities below stairs. Martha had declared that she didn't care about them any more than if they were puppy dogs, but Miss Stanbury had been quite firm against 12. She had consented to have 10, for the sake of artistic arrangement at the table. They should be pantaloons and petticoats alternate, you know, she had said to Martha, and had therefore asked the Cliffords. But the Cliffords could not come, and then she had declined to make any further attempt. Indeed, a new idea had struck her. Brook Burgess, her guest, should sit at one end of the table, and Mr. Gibson, the clergyman, at the other. In this way the proper alternation would be effected. When Martha heard this, Martha quite understood the extent of the good fortune that was in store for Dorothy. If Mr. Gibson was to be welcomed in that way, it could only be in preparation of his becoming one of the family. And Dorothy herself became aware that she must make up her mind. It was not so declared to her, but she came to understand that it was very probable that something would occur on the coming Monday which would require her to be ready with her answer on that day, and she was greatly tormented by feeling that if she could not bring herself to accept Mr. Gibson, should Mr. Gibson propose to her, as to which she continued to tell herself that the chance of such a thing must be very remote indeed, but that if he should propose to her, and if she could not accept him, her aunt ought to know that it would be so before the moment came. but yet she could not bring herself to speak to her aunt as though any such proposition were possible. It happened that during the week, on the Saturday, Priscilla came into Exeter. Dorothy met her sister at the railway station, and then the two walked together 2 miles and back along the Crediton road. Aunt Stanbury had consented to Priscilla coming to the Close, even though it was not the day appointed for such visits, but the walk had been preferred, and Dorothy felt that she would be able to ask for counsel from the only human being to whom she could have brought herself to confide the fact that a gentleman was expected to ask her to marry him. But it was not till they had turned upon their walk that she was able to open her mouth on the subject even to her sister. Priscilla had been very full of their own cares at Nuncombe, and had said much of her determination to leave the clock-house, and to return to the retirement of some small cottage. She had already written to Hugh to this effect, and during their walk had said much of her own folly in having consented to so great a change in their mode of life. At last Dorothy struck in with her story. "Aunt Stanbury wants me to make a change too." "What change?" asked Priscilla anxiously. "It is not my idea, Priscilla, and I don't think that there can be anything in it. Indeed, I'm sure there isn't. I don't see how it's possible that there should be." "But what is it, Dolly?" "I suppose there can't be any harm in my telling you." "If it's anything concerning yourself, I should say not. If it concerns Aunt Stanbury, I dare say she'd rather you held your tongue." "It concerns me most," said Dorothy. "She doesn't want you to leave her, does she?" "Well, yes, no. By what she said last, I shouldn't leave her at all in that way, only I'm sure it's not possible. I am the worst hand in the world, Dolly, at guessing a riddle. You've heard of that Mr. Gibson, the clergyman, haven't you?" "Of course I have." "Well, mind, you know, it's only what Aunt Stanbury says. He has never so much as opened his lips to me himself, except to say, 'How do you do?' and that kind of thing." "Aunt Stanbury wants you to marry him." "Yes." "Well?" "Of course it's out of the question," said Dorothy sadly. "I don't see why it should be out of the question," said Priscilla proudly. "Indeed, if Aunt Stanbury has said much about it, I should say that Mr. Gibson himself must have spoken to her." "Do you think he has?" "I do not believe that my aunt would raise false hopes," said Priscilla. "But I haven't any hopes. That is to say, I had never thought about such a thing." "But you think about it now, Dolly." "I should never have dreamed about it, only for Aunt Stanbury." "But, dearest, you are dreaming of it now, are you not?" "Only because she says that it is to be so. You don't know how generous she is. She says that if it should be so, she will give me ever so much money, £2,000. "Then I am quite sure that she and Mr. Gibson must understand each other." "Of course," said Dorothy sadly, "if he were to think of such a thing at all, it would only be because the money would be convenient." "Not at all," said Priscilla sternly, with a sternness that was very comfortable to her listener. "Not at all. Why should not Mr. Gibson love you as well as any man ever loved any woman? You are nice-looking." Dorothy blushed beneath her hat even at her sister's praise. "And good-tempered and lovable in every way. And I think you are just fitted to make a good wife. And you must not suppose, Dolly, that because Mr. Gibson wouldn't perhaps have asked you without the money, that therefore he is mercenary. It so often happens that a gentleman can't marry unless the lady has some money." "But he hasn't asked me at all." "I suppose he will, dear." "I only know what Aunt Stanbury says." "You may be sure that he will ask you." "And what must I say, Priscilla?" "What must you say? Nobody can tell you that, dear, but yourself. Do you like him?" "I don't dislike him." "Is that all?" "I know him so very little, Priscilla. Everybody says he is very good. And then it's a great thing, isn't it, that he should be a clergyman?" "I don't know about that." "I think it is. If it were possible that I should ever marry anyone, I should like a clergyman so much the best." "Then you do know what to say to him." "No, I don't, Priscilla. I don't know at all." "Look here, dearest. What my aunt offers to you is a very great step in life. If you can accept this gentleman, I think you would be happy. And I think also, which should be of more importance for your consideration, that you would make him happy. It is a brighter prospect, dear Dolly, than to live either with us at Nuncombe or even with Aunt Stanbury as her niece." "But if I don't love him, Priscilla?" "Then give it up, and be as you are, my own dearest sister." "So I will," said Dorothy, and at that time her mind was made up. End of chapter 30. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 31 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31. Mr. Brook Burgess. The hour at which Mr. Brook Burgess was to arrive had come round, and Miss Stanbury was in a twitter, partly of expectation, and partly, it must be confessed, of fear. Why there should be any fear she did not herself know, as she had much to give and nothing to expect. But she was afraid, and was conscious of it, and was out of temper because she was ashamed of herself. Although it would be necessary that she should again dress for dinner at 6, she had put on a clean cap at 4, and appeared at that early hour in one of her gowns which was not customarily in use for home purposes at that early hour. She felt that she was an old fool for her pains, and was consequently cross to poor Dorothy, and there were other reasons for some display of harshness to her niece. Mr. Gibson had been at the house that very morning, and Dorothy had given herself airs. At least, so Miss Stanbury thought. And during the last 3 or 4 days, whenever Mr. Gibson's name had been mentioned, Dorothy had become silent, glum, and almost obstructive. Miss Stanbury had been at the trouble of explaining that she was especially anxious to have that little matter of the engagement settled at once. She knew that she was going to behave with great generosity, that she was going to sacrifice, not her money only, of which she did not think much, but a considerable portion of her authority, of which she did think a great deal, and that she was about to behave in a manner which demanded much gratitude. But it seemed to her that Dorothy was not in the least grateful. Hugh had proved himself to be a mass of ingratitude, as she was in the habit of saying. None of the Burgesses had ever shown to her any gratitude for promises made to them, or indeed for any substantial favours conferred upon them. And now Dorothy, to whom a very 7th heaven of happiness had been opened, a 7th heaven as it must be computed in comparison with her low expectations, now Dorothy was already showing how thankless she could become. Mr. Gibson had not yet declared his passion, but he had freely admitted to Miss Stanbury that he was prepared to do so. Priscilla had been quite right in her suggestion that there was a clear understanding between the clergyman and her aunt. "I don't think he has come after all," said Miss Stanbury, looking at her watch. Had the train arrived at the moment that it was due, had the expectant visitor jumped out of the railway carriage into a fly, and had the driver galloped up to the close, it might have been possible that the wheels should have been at the door as Miss Stanbury spoke. "It's hardly time yet, aunt." "Nonsense! It is time. The train comes in at 4. I dare say he won't come at all." "He is sure to come, aunt." "I've no doubt you know all about it better than any one else. You usually do." Then 5 minutes were passed in silence. "Heaven and earth, what shall I do with these people that are coming? And I told them especially that it was to meet this young man. It's the way I am always treated by everybody that I have about me." "The train might be 10 minutes late, Aunt Stanbury." "Yes, and monkeys might chew tobacco. There's the omnibus at the Cock and Bottle. The omnibus up from the train. Now, of course, he won't come." "Perhaps he's walking, Aunt Stanbury." "Walking? With his luggage on his shoulders? Is that your idea of the way in which a London gentleman goes about? And there are 2 flies, coming up from the train, of course." Miss Stanbury was obliged to fix the side of her chair very close to the window, in order that she might see that part of the close in which the vehicles of which she had spoken were able to pass. "Perhaps they are not coming from the train, Aunt Stanbury." "Perhaps a fiddlestick! You have lived here so much longer than I have done that, of course, you must know all about it." Then there was an interval of another 10 minutes, and even Dorothy was beginning to think that Mr. Burgess was not coming. "I've given him up now," said Miss Stanbury. "I think I'll send and put them all off." Just at that moment there came a knock at the door, but there was no cab. Dorothy's conjecture had been right. The London gentleman had walked, and his portmanteau had been carried behind him by a boy. "How did he get here?" exclaimed Miss Stanbury, as she heard the strange voice speaking to Martha downstairs. But Dorothy knew better than to answer the question. "Miss Stanbury, I am very glad to see you," said Mr. Brook Burgess, as he entered the room. Miss Stanbury curtsied, and then took him by both hands. "You wouldn't have known me, I dare say," he continued. "A black beard and a bald head do make a difference." "You are not bald at all," said Miss Stanbury. "I am beginning to be thin enough at the top. I am so glad to come to you, and so much obliged to you for having me. How well I remember the old room." "This is my niece, Miss Dorothy Stanbury, from Nuncombe Putney." Dorothy was about to make some formal acknowledgment of the introduction, when Brook Burgess came up to her, and shook her hand heartily. "She lives with me," continued the aunt. "And what has become of Hugh?" said Brooke. "We never talk of him," said Miss Stanbury, gravely. "I hope there's nothing wrong. I hear of him very often in London." My aunt and he don't agree, that's all, said Dorothy. He has given up his profession as a barrister, in which he might have lived like a gentleman, said Miss Stanbury, and has taken to writing for a penny newspaper. Everybody does that now, Miss Stanbury. I hope you don't, Mr. Burgess. I? Nobody would print anything that I wrote. I don't write for anything, certainly. I'm very glad to hear it, said Miss Stanbury. Brook Burgess, or Mr. Brooke, as he came to be called very shortly by the servants in the house, was a good-looking man, with black whiskers and black hair, which, as he said, was beginning to be thin on the top of his head, and pleasant, small, bright eyes. Dorothy thought that next to her brother Hugh, he was the most good-natured-looking man she had ever seen. He was rather below the middle height, and somewhat inclined to be stout, but he would boast that he could still walk his 12 miles in 3 hours, and would add that as long as he could do that, he would never recognize the necessity of putting himself on short commons. He had a well-cut nose, not quite aquiline, but tending that way, a chin with a dimple on it, and as sweet a mouth as ever declared the excellence of a man's temper. Dorothy immediately began to compare him with her brother Hugh, who was to her, of all men, the most godlike. It never occurred to her to make any comparison between Mr. Gibson and Mr. Burgess. Her brother Hugh was the most godlike of men, but there was something godlike also about the newcomer. Mr. Gibson, to Dorothy's eyes, was by no means divine. "I used to call you Aunt Stanbury," said Brook Burgess to the old lady. "Am I to go on doing it now?" "You may call me what you like," said Miss Stanbury, "only, dear me, I never did see anybody so much altered." Before she went up to dress herself for dinner, Miss Stanbury was quite restored to her good humour, as Dorothy could perceive. The dinner passed off well enough. Mr. Gibson, at the head of the table, did indeed look very much out of his element, as though he conceived that his position revealed to the outer world those ideas of his in regard to Dorothy, which ought to have been secret for a while longer. There are few men who do not feel ashamed of being paraded before the world as acknowledged suitors, whereas ladies accept the position with something almost of triumph. The lady perhaps regards herself as the successful angler, whereas the gentleman is conscious of some similitude to the unsuccessful fish. Mr. Gibson, though he was not yet gasping in the basket, had some presentiment of this feeling, which made his present seat of honour unpleasant to him. Brook Burgess, at the other end of the table, was as gay as a lark. Mrs. McHugh sat on one side of him, and Miss Stanbury on the other, and he laughed at the two old ladies, reminding them of his former doings in Exeter, how he had hunted Mrs. McHugh's cat, and had stolen Aunt Stanbury's best apricot jam, till everybody began to perceive that he was quite a success. Even Sir Peter Mancrudy laughed at his jokes, and Mrs. Powell, from the other side of Sir Peter, stretched her head forward so that she might become one of the gay party. "There isn't a word of it true," said Miss Stanbury. "It's all pure invention, and a great scandal. I never did such a thing in my life." "Didn't you, though?" said Brook Burgess. "I remember it as well as if it was yesterday, and old Dr. Ball, the prebendary, with the carbuncles on his nose, saw it too." "Dr. Ball had no carbuncles on his nose," said Mrs. McHugh. "You'll say next that I have carbuncles on my nose." "He had 3. I remember each of them quite well, and so does Sir Peter." Then everybody laughed, and Martha, who was in the room, knew that Brook Burgess was a complete success. In the meantime Mr. Gibson was talking to Dorothy, but Dorothy was endeavouring to listen to the conversation at the other end of the table. "I found it very dirty on the roads to-day outside the city," said Mr. Gibson. "Very dirty," said Dorothy, looking round at Mr. Burgess as she spoke. "But the pavement in the High Street was dry enough." "Quite dry," said Dorothy. Then there came a peal of laughter from Mrs. McHugh and Sir Peter, and Dorothy wondered whether anybody before had ever made those two steady old people laugh after that fashion. "I should so like to get a drive with you up to the top of Haldon Hill," said Mr. Gibson. "When the weather gets fine, that is. Mrs. Powell was talking about it." "It would be very nice," said Dorothy. "You have never seen the view from Haldon Hill yet?" asked Mr. Gibson. But to this question Dorothy could make no answer. Miss Stanbury had lifted one of the tablespoons, as though she was going to strike Mr. Brook Burgess with the bowl of it. And this during a dinner party. From that moment Dorothy turned herself round, and became one of the listeners to the fun at the other end of the table. Poor Mr. Gibson soon found himself nowhere. "I never saw a man so much altered in my life," said Mrs. McHugh up in the drawing-room. "I don't remember that he used to be clever." "He was a bright boy," said Miss Stanbury. "But the Burgesses all used to be such serious, straight-laced people," said Mrs. McHugh. "Excellent people," she added, remembering the source of her friend's wealth, "but none of them like that." "I call him a very handsome man," said Mrs. Powell. "I suppose he's not married yet." "Oh dear no," said Miss Stanbury. "There's time enough for him yet." "He'll find plenty here to set their caps at him," said Mrs. McHugh. "He's a little old for my girls," said Mrs. Powell, laughing. Mrs. Powell was the happy mother of 4 daughters, of whom the eldest was only 12. "There are others who are more forward," said Mrs. McHugh. "What a chance it would be for dear Arabella French." "Heaven forbid!" said Miss Stanbury. "And then poor Mr. Gibson wouldn't be any longer like the donkey between 2 bundles of hay," said Mrs. Powell. Dorothy was quite determined that she would never marry a man who was like a donkey between 2 bundles of hay. When the gentlemen came up into the drawing-room, Dorothy was seated behind the urn and tea-things at a large table, in such a position as to be approached only at one side. There was one chair at her left hand, but at her right hand there was no room for a seat, only room for some civil gentleman to take away full cups and bring them back empty. Dorothy was not sufficiently ready-witted to see the danger of this position till Mr. Gibson had seated himself in the chair. Then it did seem cruel to her that she should be thus besieged for the rest of the evening, as she had been also at dinner. While the tea was being consumed, Mr. Gibson assisted at the service, asking ladies whether they would have cake or bread and butter. But when all that was over, Dorothy was still in her prison, and Mr. Gibson was still the jailer at the gate. She soon perceived that everybody else was chatting and laughing, and that Brook Burgess was the centre of a little circle which had formed itself quite at a distance from her seat. Once, twice, thrice she meditated an escape, but she had not the courage to make the attempt. She did not know how to manage it. She was conscious that her aunt's eye was upon her, and that her aunt would expect her to listen to Mr. Gibson. At last she gave up all hope of moving, and was anxious simply that Mr. Gibson should confine himself to the dirt of the paths and the noble prospect from Haldon Hill. "I think we shall have more rain before we are done with it," he said. Twice before during the evening he had been very eloquent about the rain. "I dare say we shall," said Dorothy. And then there came the sound of loud laughter from Sir Peter, and Dorothy could see that he was poking Brook Burgess in the ribs. There had never been anything so gay before since she had been in Exeter, and now she was hemmed up in that corner, away from it all, by Mr. Gibson. "This Mr. Burgess seems to be different from the other Burgesses," said Mr. Gibson. "I think he must be very clever," said Dorothy. "Well, yes, in a sort of a way. What people call a Merry Andrew." "I like people who make me laugh, and laugh themselves," said Dorothy. "I quite agree with you that laughter is a very good thing, in its place. I am not at all one of those who would make the world altogether grave. There are serious things, and there must be serious moments." "Of course," said Dorothy. "And I think that serious conversation upon the whole has more allurements than conversation which, when you come to examine it, is found to mean nothing. Don't you?" "I suppose everybody should mean something when he talks." "Just so. That is exactly my idea," said Mr. Gibson. "On all such subjects as that I should be so sorry if you and I did not agree. I really should." Then he paused, and Dorothy was so confounded by what she conceived to be the dangers of the coming moment that she was unable even to think what she ought to say. She heard Mrs. McHugh's clear, sharp, merry voice, and she heard her aunt's tone of pretended anger, and she heard Sir Peter's continued laughter, and Brook Burgess as he continued the telling of some story, but her own trouble was too great to allow of her attending to what was going on at the other end of the room. "There is nothing as to which I am so anxious as that you and I should agree about serious things," said Mr. Gibson. "I suppose we do agree about going to church," said Dorothy. She knew that she could have made no speech more stupid, more senseless, more inefficacious, but what was she to say in answer to such an assurance? "I hope so," said Mr. Gibson, "and I think so. Your aunt is a most excellent woman, and her opinion has very great weight with me on all subjects, even as to matters of church discipline and doctrine, in which, as a clergyman, I am of course presumed to be more at home, but your aunt is a woman among 1,000. "Of course I think she is very good." "And she is so right about this young man and her property. Don't you think so?" "Quite right, Mr. Gibson." "Because, you know, to you, of course, being her near relative, and the one she has singled out as the recipient of her kindness, it might have been cause for some discontent." Discontent to me, Mr. Gibson. I am quite sure your feelings are what they ought to be, and for myself, if I ever were, that is to say, supposing I could be in any way interested. But perhaps it is premature to make any suggestion on that head at present. I don't at all understand what you mean, Mr. Gibson. I thought that perhaps I might take this opportunity of expressing, but after all, the levity of the moment is hardly in accordance with the sentiments which I should wish to express. I think that I ought to go to my aunt now, Mr. Gibson, as perhaps she might want something. Then she did push back her chair and stand upon her legs, and Mr. Gibson, after pausing for a moment, allowed her to escape. Soon after that the visitors went, and Brook Burgess was left in the drawing-room with Miss Stanbury and Dorothy. "How well I recollect all the people," said Brooke. "Sir Peter, and old Mrs. McHugh, and Mrs. Powell, who then used to be called the beautiful Miss Noel, and I remember every bit of furniture in the room." "Nothing changed except the old woman, Brooke," said Miss Stanbury. "Upon my word, you are the least changed of all, except that you don't seem to be so terrible as you were then." "Was I very terrible, Brooke?" "My mother had told me, I fancy, that I was never to make a noise, and be sure not to break any of the china. You were always very good-natured, and when you gave me a silver watch I could hardly believe the extent of my own bliss." "You wouldn't care about a watch from an old woman now, Brooke." "You try me. But what rakes you are here! It's past 11 o'clock, and I must go and have a smoke." "Have a what?" said Miss Stanbury, with a startled air. "A smoke. You needn't be frightened. I don't mean in the house." "No, I hope you don't mean that." "But I may take a turn round the close with a pipe, mayn't I?" "I suppose all young men do smoke now," said Miss Stanbury sorrowfully. "Every one of them, and they tell me that the young women mean to take to it before long." "If I saw a young woman smoking I should blush for my sex, and though she were the nearest and dearest that I had, I would never speak to her, never. Dorothy, I don't think Mr. Gibson smokes." "I'm sure I don't know, aunt." "I hope he doesn't. I do hope that he does not. I cannot understand what pleasure it is that men take in making chimneys of themselves, and going about smelling so that no one can bear to come near them." Brooke merely laughed at this, and went his way, and smoked his pipe out in the close, while Martha sat up to let him in when he had finished it. Then Dorothy escaped at once to her room, fearful of being questioned by her aunt about Mr. Gibson. She had, she thought now, quite made up her mind. There was nothing in Mr. Gibson that she liked. She was by no means so sure as she had been when she was talking to her sister that she would prefer a clergyman to anyone else. She had formed no strong ideas on the subject of love-making, but she did think that any man who really cared for her would find some other way of expressing his love than that which Mr. Gibson had adopted. And then Mr. Gibson had spoken to her about her aunt's money in a way that was distasteful to her. She thought that she was quite sure that if he should ask her, she would not accept him. She was nearly undressed, nearly safe for the night, when there came a knock at the door, and her aunt entered the room. "He has come in," said Miss Stanbury. "I suppose he has had his pipe, then." "I wish he didn't smoke. I do wish he didn't smoke. But I suppose an old woman like me is only making herself a fool to care about such things. If they all do it, I can't prevent them. He seems to be a very nice young man, in other things. Does he not, Dolly?" "Very nice indeed, Aunt Stanbury. And he has done very well in his office, and as for his saying that he must smoke, I like that a great deal better than doing it on the sly." "I don't think Mr. Burgess would do anything on the sly, aunt." "No, no, I don't think he would. Dear me, he's not at all like what I fancied." "Everybody seemed to like him very much." "Didn't they? I never saw Sir Peter so much taken, and there was quite a flirtation between him and Mrs. McHugh. And now, my dear, tell me about Mr. Gibson." "There is nothing to tell, Aunt Stanbury." "Isn't there? From what I saw going on, I thought that there would be something to tell. He was talking to you the whole evening." "As it happened, he was sitting next to me, of course." "Indeed he was sitting next to you, so much so that I thought everything would be settled." "If I tell you something, Aunt Stanbury, you mustn't be angry with me." "Tell me what? What is it you have to tell me?" "I don't think I shall ever care for Mr. Gibson, not in that way." "Why not, Dorothy?" "I'm sure he doesn't care for me, and I don't think he means it." "I tell you he does mean it. Mean it? Why, I tell you it has all been settled between us. Since I first spoke to you I have explained to him exactly what I intend to do. He knows that he can give up his house and come and live here. I am sure he must have said something about it to you tonight." "Not a word, Aunt Stanbury." "Then he will. Dear aunt, I do so wish you would prevent it. I don't like him, I don't indeed. Not like him? No, I don't care for him a bit, and I never shall. I can't help it, Aunt Stanbury. I thought I would try, but I find it would be impossible. You can't want me to marry a man if I don't love him. I never heard of such a thing in my life. Not love him! And why shouldn't you love him? He's a gentleman. Everybody respects him. He'll have plenty to make you comfortable all your life. And then why didn't you tell me before? I didn't know, Aunt Stanbury. I thought that perhaps— Perhaps what? I could not say all at once that I didn't care for him, when I had never so much as thought about it for a moment before. You haven't told him this? No, I have not told him. I couldn't begin by telling him, you know. Then I must pray that you will think about it again. Have you imagined what a great thing for you it would be to be established for life, so that you should never have any more trouble again about a home or about money or anything? Don't answer me now, Dorothy, but think of it. It seemed to me that I was doing such an excellent thing for both of you. So saying, Miss Stanbury left the room, and Dorothy was enabled to obey her, at any rate, in one matter. She did think of it. She laid awake thinking of it almost all the night. But the more she thought of it, the less able was she to realize to herself any future comfort or happiness in the idea of becoming Mrs. Gibson. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 32 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. The Full Moon at St. Didulph's. The receipt of Mrs. Trevelyan's letter on that Monday morning was a great surprise both to Mr. and Mrs. Outhouse. There was no time for any consideration, no opportunity for delaying their arrival till they should have again referred the matter to Mr. Trevelyan. Their two nieces were to be with them on that evening, and even the telegraph wires, if employed with such purpose, would not be quick enough to stop their coming. The party, as they knew, would have left Nuncomeputney before the arrival of the letter at the parsonage of St. Didulph's. There would have been nothing in this to have caused vexation, had it not been decided between Trevelyan and Mr. Outhouse that Mrs. Trevelyan was not to find a home at the parsonage. Mr. Outhouse was greatly afraid of being so entangled in the matter as to be driven to take the part of the wife against the husband, and Mrs. Outhouse, though she was full of indignation against Trevelyan, was at the same time not free from anger in regard to her own niece. She more than once repeated that most unjust of all proverbs, which declares that there is never smoke without fire, and asserted broadly that she did not like to be with people who could not live at home, husbands with wives and wives with husbands, in a decent, respectable manner. Nevertheless, the preparations went on busily, and when the party arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening, 2 rooms had been prepared close to each other, one for the 2 sisters and the other for the child and nurse, although poor Mr. Outhouse himself was turned out of his own little chamber in order that the accommodation might be given. They were all very hot, very tired, and very dusty when the cab reached the parsonage. There had been the preliminary drive from Nuncomeputney to Lesborough, then the railway journey from thence to the Waterloo Bridge station had been long, and it had seemed to them that the distance from the station to St. Didulph's had been endless. When the cabman was told whither he was to go, he looked doubtingly at his poor old horse, and then at the luggage which he was required to pack on the top of his cab, and laid himself out for his work with a full understanding that it would not be accomplished without considerable difficulty. The cabman made it 12 miles from Waterloo Bridge to St. Didulph's, and suggested that extra passengers and parcels would make the fare up to 10 and 6. Had he named double as much, Mrs. Trevelyan would have assented. So great was the fatigue, and so wretched the occasion, that there was sobbing and crying in the cab, and when at last the parsonage was reached, even the nurse was hardly able to turn her hand to anything. The poor wanderers were made welcome on that evening without a word of discussion as to the cause of their coming. "I hope you are not angry with us, Uncle Oliphant," Emily Trevelyan had said, with tears in her eyes. "Angry with you, my dear, for coming to our house. How could I be angry with you?" Then the travellers were hurried upstairs by Mrs. Outhouse, and the master of the parsonage was left alone for a while. He certainly was not angry, but he was ill at ease, and unhappy. His guests would probably remain with him for 6 or 7 months. He had resolutely refused all payment from Mr. Trevelyan, but nevertheless he was a poor man. It is impossible to conceive that a clergyman in such a parish at St. Didulph's, without a private income, should not be a poor man. It was but a hand-to-mouth existence which he lived, paying his way as his money came to him, and sharing the proceeds of his parish with the poor. He was always more or less in debt. That was quite understood among the tradesmen. And the butcher who trusted him, though he was a bad churchman, did not look upon the parson's account as he did on other debts. He would often hint to Mr. Outhouse that a little money ought to be paid, and then a little money would be paid, but it was never expected that the parsonage bill should be settled. In such a household the arrival of 4 guests, who were expected to remain for an almost indefinite number of months, could not be regarded without dismay. On that first evening Emily and Nora did come down to tea, but they went up again to their rooms almost immediately afterwards, and Mr. Outhouse found that many hours of solitary meditation were allowed to him on the occasion. "I suppose your brother has been told all about it," he said to his wife, as soon as they were together on that evening. "Yes, he has been told. She did not write to her mother till after she had got to Nuneham Putney. She did not like to speak about her troubles while there was a hope that things might be made smooth." "You can't blame her for that, my dear." "But there was a month lost, or nearly. Letters go only once a month, and now they can't hear from Marmaduke or Bessie" (Lady Rowley's name was Bessie) "till the beginning of September." "That will be in a fortnight." "But what can my brother say to them? He will suppose that they are still down in Devonshire." "You don't think he will come at once?" "How can he, my dear? He can't come without leave, and the expense would be ruinous. They would stop his pay, and there would be all manner of evils. He is to come in the spring, and they must stay here till he comes." The parson of St. Didulph's sighed and groaned. Would it not have been almost better that he should have put his pride in his pocket, and have consented to take Mr. Trevelyan's money? On the second morning Hugh Stanbury called at the parsonage, and was closeted for a while with the parson. Nora had heard his voice in the passage, and every one in the house knew who it was that was talking to Mr. Outhouse, in the little back parlour that was called a study. Nora was full of anxiety. Would he ask to see them? To see her? And why was he there so long? "No doubt he has brought a message from Mr. Trevelyan," said her sister. "I dare say he will send word that I ought not to have come to my uncle's house." Then at last both Mr. Outhouse and Hugh Stanbury came into the room in which they were all sitting. The greetings were cold and unsatisfactory, and Nora barely allowed Hugh to touch the tip of her fingers. She was very angry with him, and yet she knew that her anger was altogether unreasonable. That he had caused her to refuse a marriage that had so much to attract her was not his sin, not that, but that, having thus overpowered her by his influence, he should then have stopped. And yet Nora had told herself 20 times that it was quite impossible that she should become Hugh Stanbury's wife, and that were Hugh Stanbury to ask her, it would become her to be indignant with him for daring to make a proposition so outrageous. And now she was sick at heart because he did not speak to her. He had of course come to St. Didulph's with a message from Trevelyan, and his secret was soon told to them all. Trevelyan himself was upstairs in the sanded parlour of the Full Moon public house round the corner. Mrs. Trevelyan, when she heard this, clasped her hands and bit her lips. What was he there for? If he wanted to see her, why did he not come boldly to the parsonage? But it soon appeared that he had no desire to see his wife. "I am to take Louis to him," said Hugh Stanbury, "if you will allow me." "What! To be taken away from me?" exclaimed the mother. But Hugh assured her that no such idea had been formed, that he would have concerned himself in no such stratagem, and that he would himself undertake to bring the boy back again within an hour. Emily was, of course, anxious to be informed what other message was to be conveyed to her, but there was no other message, no message either of love or of instruction. "Mr. Stanbury," said the parson, "has left something in my hands for you." This something was given over to her as soon as Stanbury had left the house, and consisted of cheques for various small sums, amounting in all to £200. "And he hasn't said what I am to do with it?" Emily asked of her uncle. Mr. Outhouse declared that the cheques had been given to him without any instructions on that head. Mr. Trevelyan had simply expressed his satisfaction that his wife should be with her uncle and aunt, had sent the money, and had desired to see the child. The boy was got ready, and Hugh walked with him in his arms round the corner to the Full Moon. He had to pass by the bar, and the barmaid and the potboy looked at him very hard. "There's a young woman has to do with that 'ere little game," said the potboy, "and it's 2 to 1 the young woman has the worst of it," said the barmaid. "They mostly does," said the potboy, not without some feeling of pride in the immunities of his sex. "Here he is," said Hugh, as he entered the parlour. "My boy, there's papa." The child at this time was more than a year old, and could crawl about and use his own legs with the assistance of a finger to his little hand, and could utter a sound which the fond mother interpreted to mean papa, for with all her hot anger against her husband, the mother was above all things anxious that her child should be taught to love his father's name. She would talk of her separation from her husband as though it must be permanent. She would declare to her sister how impossible it was that they should ever again live together. She would repeat to herself over and over the tale of the injustice that had been done to her, assuring herself that it was out of the question that she should ever pardon the man. But yet, at the bottom of her heart, there was a hope that the quarrel should be healed before her boy would be old enough to understand the nature of quarrelling. Trevelyan took the child on his knee and kissed him, but the poor little fellow, startled by his transference from one male set of arms to another, confused by the strangeness of the room and by the absence of things familiar to his sight, burst out into loud tears. He had stood the journey round the corner in Hugh's arms manfully, and though he had looked about him with very serious eyes as he passed through the bar, he had borne that, and his carriage up the stairs. But when he was transferred to his father, whose air, as he took the boy, was melancholy and lugubrious in the extreme, the poor little fellow could endure no longer a mode of treatment so unusual, and with a grimace which for a moment or two threatened the coming storm, burst out with an infantine howl. "That's how he has been taught," said Trevelyan. "Nonsense," said Stanbury. "He's not been taught at all. It's nature." "Nature! That he should be afraid of his own father! He did not cry when he was with you." "No, as it happened, he did not. I played with him when I was at Nuncombe, but of course one can't tell when a child will cry and when it won't." "My darling, my dearest, my own son!" said Trevelyan, caressing the child, and trying to comfort him, but the poor little fellow only cried the louder. It was now nearly 2 months since he had seen his father, and when age is counted by months only, almost everything may be forgotten in 6 weeks. "I suppose you must take him back again," said Trevelyan sadly. "Of course I must take him back again. Come along, Louis, my boy." "It is cruel, very cruel," said Trevelyan. "No man living could love his child better than I love mine, or for the matter of that, his wife. It is very cruel." "The remedy is in your own hands, Trevelyan," said Stanbury, as he marched off with the boy in his arms. Trevelyan had now become so accustomed to being told by everybody that he was wrong, and was at the same time so convinced that he was right, that he regarded the perversity of his friends as a part of the persecution to which he was subjected. Even Lady Milborough, who objected to Colonel Osborne quite as strongly as did Trevelyan himself, even she blamed him now, telling him that he had done wrong to separate himself from his wife. Mr. Bidewile, the old family lawyer, was of the same opinion. Trevelyan had spoken to Mr. Bidewile as to the expediency of making some lasting arrangement for a permanent maintenance for his wife, but the attorney had told him that nothing of the kind could be held to be lasting. It was clearly the husband's duty to look forward to a reconciliation, and Mr. Bidewile became quite severe in the tone of rebuke which he assumed. Stanbury treated him almost as though he were a madman, and as for his wife herself, when she wrote to him she would not even pretend to express any feeling of affection. And yet, as he thought, no man had ever done more for a wife. When Stanbury had gone with the child, he sat waiting for him in the parlour of the public house, as miserable a man as one could find. He had promised himself something that should be akin to pleasure in seeing his boy, but it had been all disappointment and pain. What was it that they expected him to do? What was it that they desired? His wife had behaved with such indiscretion as almost to have compromised his honour, and in return for that he was to beg her pardon, confess himself to have done wrong, and allow her to return in triumph. That was the light in which he regarded his own position, but he promised to himself that let his own misery be what it might, he would never so degrade him. The only person who had been true to him was Bosel. Let them all look to it. If there were any further intercourse between his wife and Colonel Osborne, he would take the matter into open court, and put her away publicly, let Mr. Bidewile say what he might. Bosel should see to that, and as to himself, he would take himself out of England and hide himself abroad. Bosel should know his address, but he would give it to no one else. Nothing on earth should make him yield to a woman who had ill-treated him. Nothing but confession and promise of amendment on her part. If she would acknowledge and promise, then he would forgive all, and the events of the last 4 months should never again be mentioned by him. So resolving, he sat and waited till Stanbury should return to him. When Stanbury got back to the parsonage with the boy, he had nothing to do but to take his leave. He would fain have asked permission to come again, could he have invented any reason for doing so, but the child was taken from him at once by its mother, and he was left alone with Mr. Outhouse. Nora Rowley did not even show herself, and he hardly knew how to express sympathy and friendship for the guests at the parsonage, without seeming to be untrue to his friend Trevelyan. "I hope all this may come to an end soon," he said. "I hope it may, Mr. Stanbury," said the clergyman, But to tell you the truth, it seems to me that Mr. Trevelyan is so unreasonable a man, so much like a madman indeed, that I hardly know how to look forward to any future happiness for my niece." This was spoken with the utmost severity that Mr. Outhouse could assume. "And yet no man loves his wife more tenderly." "Tender love should show itself by tender conduct, Mr. Stanbury. What has he done to his wife? He has blackened her name among all his friends and hers. He has turned her out of her house. He has reviled her, and then thinks to prove how good he is by sending her money. The only possible excuse is that he must be mad." Stanbury went back to the Full Moon, and retraced his steps with his friend towards Lincoln's Inn. 2 minutes took him from the parsonage to the public-house, but during these 2 minutes he resolved that he would speak his mind roundly to Trevelyan as they returned home. Trevelyan should either take his wife back again at once, or else he, Stanbury, would have no more to do with him. He said nothing till they had threaded together the maze of streets which led them from the neighbourhood of the church of St. Didolf's into the straight way of the commercial road. Then he began. "Trevelyan," said he, "you are wrong in all this from beginning to end." "What do you mean?" "Just what I say. If there was anything in what your wife did to offend you, a soft word from you would have put it all right." "A soft word! How do you know what soft words I used?" "A soft word now would do it. You have only to bid her come back to you, and let bygones be bygones, and all would be right. Can't you be man enough to remember that you are a man?" "Stanbury, I believe you want to quarrel with me." "I tell you fairly that I think that you are wrong." "They have talked you over to their side." "I know nothing about sides. I only know that you are wrong." "And what would you have me do?" "Go and travel together for 6 months." Here was Lady Milborough's receipt again. "Travel together for a year, if you will. Then come back and live where you please. People will have forgotten it, or if they remember it, what matters? No sane person can advise you to go on as you are doing now." But it was of no avail. Before they had reached the bank the two friends had quarrelled and had parted. Then Trevelyan felt that there was indeed no one left to him but Bosel. On the following morning he saw Bosel, and on the evening of the next day he was in Paris. End of chapter 32. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 33 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Hugh Stanbury Smokes Another Pipe. Trevelyan was gone, and Bosel alone knew his address. During the first fortnight of her residence at St. Didolf's, Mrs. Trevelyan received 2 letters from Lady Milborough, in both of which she was recommended, indeed tenderly implored, to be submissive to her husband. "Anything," said Lady Milborough, "is better than separation." In answer to the second letter, Mrs. Trevelyan told the old lady that she had no means by which she could show any submission to her husband, even if she were so minded. Her husband had gone away, she did not know whither, and she had no means by which she could communicate with him. And then came a packet to her from her father and mother, dispatched from the islands after the receipt by Lady Rowley of the melancholy tidings of the journey to Nuncomputney. Both Sir Marmaduke and Lady Rowley were full of anger against Trevelyan, and wrote as though the husband could certainly be brought back to a sense of his duty, if they only were present. This packet had been at Nuncomputney, and contained a sealed note from Sir Marmaduke addressed to Mr. Trevelyan. Lady Rowley explained that it was impossible that they should get to England earlier than in the spring. "I would come myself at once, and leave papa to follow," said Lady Rowley, "only for the children. If I were to bring them, I must take a house for them, and the expense would ruin us. Papa has written to Mr. Trevelyan in a way that he thinks will bring him to reason." But how was this letter by which the husband was to be brought to reason to be put into the husband's hands? Mrs. Trevelyan applied to Mr. Bideawhile and to Lady Milborough and to Stanbury for Trevelyan's address, but was told by each of them that nothing was known of his whereabouts. She did not apply to Mr. Bosel, although Mr. Bosel was more than once in her neighbourhood, but as yet she knew nothing of Mr. Bosel. The replies from Mr. Bideawhile and from Lady Milborough came by the post, but Hugh Stanbury thought that duty required him to make another journey to St. Didolf's and carry his own answer with him. And on this occasion fortune was either very kind to him or very unkind. Whichever it was, he found himself alone for a few seconds in the parsonage parlour with Nora Rowley. Mr. Outhouse was away at the time. Emily had gone upstairs for the boy, and Mrs. Outhouse, suspecting nothing, had followed her. "Miss Rowley," said he, getting up from his seat, "if you think it will do any good, I will follow Trevelyan till I find him." "How can you find him? Besides, why should you give up your own business?" "I would do anything To serve your sister. This he said with hesitation in his voice, as though he did not dare to speak all that he desired to have spoken. I am sure that Emily is very grateful, said Nora, but she would not wish to give you such trouble as that. I would do anything for your sister, he repeated. For your sake, Miss Rowley. This was the first time that he had ever spoken a word to her in such a strain, and it would be hardly too much to say that her heart was sick for some such expression. But now that it had come, though there was a sweetness about it that was delicious to her, she was absolutely silenced by it. And she was at once not only silent, but stern, rigid, and apparently cold. Stanbury could not but feel as he looked at her that he had offended her. Perhaps I ought not to say as much, said he, but it is so. Mr. Stanbury, said she, that is nonsense. It is of my sister, not of me, that we are speaking. Then the door was opened, and Emily came in with her child, followed by her aunt. There was no other opportunity, and perhaps it was well for Nora and for Hugh that there should have been no other. Enough had been said to give her comfort, and more might have led to his discomposure. As to that matter on which he was presumed to have come to St. Didolf's, he could do nothing. He did not know Trevelyan's address, but did know that Trevelyan had abandoned the chambers in Lincoln's Inn. And then he found himself compelled to confess that he had quarrelled with Trevelyan, and that they had parted in anger on the day of their joint visit to the East. Everybody who knows him must quarrel with him, said Mrs. Outhouse. Hugh, when he took his leave, was treated by them all as a friend who had been gained. Mrs. Outhouse was gracious to him. Mrs. Trevelyan whispered a word to him of her own trouble. If I can hear anything of him, you may be sure that I will let you know, he said. Then it was Nora's turn to bid him adieu. There was nothing to be said. No word could be spoken before others that should be of any avail. But as he took her hand in his, he remembered the reticence of her fingers on that former day, and thought that he was sure there was a difference. On this occasion he made his journey back to the end of Chancery Lane on the top of an omnibus, and as he lit his little pipe, disregarding altogether the scrutiny of the public, thoughts passed through his mind similar to those in which he had indulged as he sat smoking on the corner of the churchyard wall at Nuncomputney. He declared to himself that he did love this girl, and as it was so, would it not be better, at any rate more manly, that he should tell her so honestly, than go on groping about with half-expressed words when he saw her, thinking of her and yet hardly daring to go near her, bidding himself to forget her, although he knew that such forgetting was impossible, hankering after the sound of her voice and the touch of her hand, and something of the tenderness of returned affection, and yet regarding her as a prize altogether out of his reach. Why should she be out of his reach? She had no money, and he had not a couple of £100 in the world. But he was earning an income which would give them both shelter, and clothes, and bread and cheese. What reader is there, male or female, of such stories as is this, who has not often discussed in his or her own mind the different sides of this question of love and marriage? On either side enough may be said by any arguer to convince at any rate himself. It must be wrong for a man, whose income is both insufficient and precarious also, not only to double his own cares and burdens, but to place the weight of that doubled burden on other shoulders besides his own, on shoulders that are tender and soft, and ill adapted to the carriage of any crushing weight. And then that doubled burden, that burden of 2 mouths to be fed, of 2 backs to be covered, of 2 minds to be satisfied, is so apt to double itself again and again, the 2 so speedily become 4 and 6, and then there is the feeling that that kind of semi-poverty, which has in itself something of the pleasantness of independence, when it is borne by a man alone, entails the miseries of a draggle-tailed and querulous existence when it is imposed on a woman who has in her own home enjoyed the comforts of affluence. As a man thinks of all this, if he chooses to argue with himself on that side, there is enough in the argument to make him feel that not only as a wise man, but as an honest man, he had better let the young lady alone. She is well as she is, and he sees around him so many who have tried the chances of marriage and who are not well. Look at Jones, with his wan, worn wife and his 5 children. Jones, who is not yet 30, of whom he happens to know that the wretched man cannot look his doctor in the face, and that the doctor is as necessary to the man's house as is the butcher. What heart can Jones have for his work with such a burden as this upon his shoulders? And so the thinker, who argues on that side, resolves that the young lady shall go her own way for him. But the arguments on the other side are equally cogent, and so much more alluring, and they are used by the same man with reference to the same passion, and are intended by him to put himself right in his conduct in reference to the same dear girl. Only the former line of thoughts occurred to him on a Saturday, when he was ending his week rather gloomily, and this other way of thinking on the same subject has come upon him on a Monday, as he is beginning his week with renewed hope. Does this young girl of his heart love him? And if so, their affection for each other being thus reciprocal, is she not entitled to an expression of her opinion and her wishes on this difficult subject? And if she be willing to run the risk and to encounter the dangers, to do so on his behalf because she is willing to share everything with him, is it becoming in him, a man, to fear what she does not fear? If she be not willing, let her say so. If there be any speaking, he must speak first. But she is entitled, as much as he is, to her own ideas respecting their great outlook into the affairs of the world. And then, is it not manifestly God's ordinance that a man should live together with a woman? How poor a creature does the man become who has shirked his duty in this respect, who has done nothing to keep the world going, who has been willing to ignore all affection so that he might avoid all burdens, and who has put into his own belly every good thing that has come to him, either by the earning of his own hands or from the bounty and industry of others. Of course there is a risk, but what excitement is there in anything in which there is none? So on the Tuesday he speaks his mind to the young lady, and tells her candidly that there will be potatoes for the two of them, sufficient, as he hopes, of potatoes, but no more. As a matter of course, the young lady replies that she, for her part, will be quite content to take the parings for her own eating. Then they rush deliciously into each other's arms, and the matter is settled. For though the convictions arising from the former line of argument may be set aside as often as need be, those reached from the latter are generally conclusive. That such a settlement will always be better for the young gentleman and the young lady concerned than one founded on a sterner prudence is more than one may dare to say, but we do feel sure that the country will be most prosperous in which such leaps in the dark are made with the greatest freedom. Our friend Hugh, as he sat smoking on the knife-board of the omnibus, determined that he would risk everything. If it were ordained that prudence should prevail, the prudence should be hers. Why should he take upon himself to have prudence enough for two, seeing that she was so very discreet in all her bearings? Then he remembered the touch of her hand, which he still felt upon his palm as he sat handling his pipe, and he told himself that after that he was bound to say a word more. And moreover he confessed to himself that he was compelled by a feeling that mastered him altogether. He could not get through an hour's work without throwing down his pen and thinking of Nora Rowley. It was his destiny to love her, and there was, to his mind, a mean, pettifogging secrecy, amounting almost to daily lying, in his thus loving her and not telling her that he loved her. It might well be that she should rebuke him, but he thought that he could bear that. It might well be that he had altogether mistaken that touch of her hand. After all, it had been the slightest possible motion of no more than one finger, but he would at any rate know the truth. If she would tell him at once that she did not care for him, he thought that he could get over it, but life was not worth having while he lived in this shifty, dubious, and uncomfortable state, so he made up his mind that he would go to St. Didulph's with his heart in his hand. In the meantime Mr. Bosel had been twice to St. Didulph's, and now he made a third journey there, 2 days after Stanbury's visit. Trevelyan, who, in truth, hated the sight of the man, and who suffered agonies in his presence, had nevertheless taught himself to believe that he could not live without his assistance. That it should be so was a part of the cruelty of his lot. Who else was there that he could trust? His wife had renewed her intimacy with Colonel Osborne the moment that she had left him. Mrs. Stanbury, who had been represented to him as the most correct of matrons, had at once been false to him and to her trust in allowing Colonel Osborne to enter her house. Mr. and Mrs. Outhouse, with whom his wife had now located herself, not by his orders, were of course his enemies. His old friend Hugh Stanbury had gone over to the other side, and had quarrelled with him purposely, with malice prepense, because he would not submit himself to the caprices of the wife who had injured him. His own lawyer had refused to act for him, and his fast and oldest ally, the very person who had sounded in his ear the earliest warning note against that odious villain, whose daily work it was to destroy the peace of families, even Lady Milborough had turned against him, because he would not follow the stupid prescription which she, with pig-headed obstinacy, persisted in giving, because he would not carry his wife off to Naples. She was ill-judging and inconsistent enough to tell him that he was wrong. Who was then left to him but Bosel? Bosel was very disagreeable. Bosel said things and made suggestions to him which were as bad as pins stuck into his flesh, but Bosel was true to his employer and could find out facts. Had it not been for Bosel, he would have known nothing of the Colonel's journey to Devonshire. Had it not been for Bosel, he would never have heard of the correspondence, and therefore when he left London he gave Bosel a roving commission, and when he went to Paris, and from Paris onwards over the Alps into Italy, he furnished Bosel with his address. At this time, in the midst of all his misery, it never occurred to him to inquire of himself whether it might be possible that his old friends were right, and that he himself was wrong. From morning to night he sang to himself melancholy silent songs of inward wailing as to the cruelty of his own lot in life, and in the meantime he employed Bosel to find out for him how far that cruelty was carried. Mr. Bosel was, of course, convinced that the lady whom he was employed to watch was no better than she ought to be. That is the usual Boselian language for broken vows, secrecy, intrigue, dirt, and adultery. It was his business to obtain evidence of her guilt. There was no question to be solved as to her innocency. The Bosleyan mind would have regarded any such suggestion as the product of a green softness, the possession of which would have made him quite unfit for his profession. He was aware that ladies who are no better than they should be are often very clever, so clever as to make it necessary that the Bosels who shall at last confound them should be first-rate Bosels, Bosels quite at the top of their profession, and therefore he went about his work with great industry and much caution. Colonel Osborne was at the present moment in Scotland. Bosel was sure of that. He was quite in the north of Scotland. Bosel had examined his map, and had found that Wick, which was the colonel's post-town, was very far north indeed. He had half a mind to run down to Wick, as he was possessed by a certain honest zeal, which made him long to do something hard and laborious, but his experience told him that it was very easy for the colonel to come up to the neighbourhood of St. Didulph's, whereas the lady could not go down to Wick, unless she were to decide upon throwing herself into her lover's arms, whereby Bosel's work would be brought to an end. He therefore confined his immediate operations to St. Didulph's. He made acquaintance with one or two important persons in and about Mr. Outhouse's parsonage. He became very familiar with the postman. He arranged terms of intimacy, I am sorry to say, with the housemaid, and on the third journey he made an alliance with the pot-boy at the full moon. The pot-boy remembered well the fact of the child being brought to "our 'ouse," as he called the full moon, and he was enabled to say that the same gent as has brought the boy backwards and forwards had since that been at the parsonage, but Bosel was quite quick enough to perceive that all this had nothing to do with the colonel. He was led indeed to fear that his governor, as he was in the habit of calling Trevelyan in his half-spoken soliloquies, that his governor was not as true to him as he was to his governor. What business had that meddling fellow Stanbury at St. Didulph's? For Trevelyan had not thought it necessary to tell his satellite that he had quarrelled with his friend. Bosel was grieved in his mind when he learned that Stanbury's interference was still to be dreaded, and wrote to his governor, rather severely, to that effect. But when so writing he was able to give no further information. Facts, in such cases, will not unravel themselves without much patience on the part of the investigators. End of Chapter 33. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 34 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Priscilla's Wisdom. On the night after the dinner party in the Close, Dorothy was not the only person in the house who laid awake thinking of what had taken place. Miss Stanbury also was full of anxiety, and for hour after hour could not sleep as she remembered the fruitlessness of her efforts on behalf of her nephew and niece. It had never occurred to her, when she had first proposed to herself that Dorothy should become Mrs. Gibson, that Dorothy herself would have any objection to such a step in life. Her fear had been that Dorothy would have become over-radiant with triumph at the idea of having a husband, and going to that husband with a fortune of her own. That Mr. Gibson might hesitate she had thought very likely. It is thus in general that women regard the feelings, desires, and aspirations of other women. You will hardly ever meet an elderly lady who will not speak of her juniors as living in a state of breathless anxiety to catch husbands. And the elder lady will speak of the younger as though any kind of choice in such catching was quite disregarded. The man must be a gentleman, or at least gentleman-like, and there must be bread. Let these things be given, and what girl won't jump into what man's arms? Female reader, is it not thus that the elders of your sex speak of the younger? When old Mrs. Stanbury heard that Nora Rowley had refused Mr. Glasscock, the thing was to her unintelligible, and it was now quite unintelligible to Miss Stanbury that Dorothy should prefer a single life to matrimony with Mr. Gibson. It must be acknowledged, on Aunt Stanbury's behalf, that Dorothy was one of those yielding, hesitating, submissive young women, trusting others but doubting ever of themselves, as to whom it is natural that their stronger friends should find it expedient to decide for them. Miss Stanbury was almost justified in thinking that unless she were to find a husband for her niece would never find one for herself. Dorothy would drift into being an old maid like Priscilla, simply because she would never assert herself, never put her best foot foremost. Aunt Stanbury had therefore taken upon herself to put out a foot, and having carefully found that Mr. Gibson was willing, had conceived that all difficulties were over. She would be enabled to do her duty by her niece, and establish comfortably in life, at any rate, one of her brother's children. And now Dorothy was taking upon herself to say that she did not like the gentleman. Such conduct was almost equal to writing for a penny newspaper. On the following morning after breakfast, when Brook Burgess was gone out to call upon his uncle, which he insisted upon doing openly, and not under the rose, in spite of Miss Stanbury's great gravity on the occasion, there was a very serious conversation, and poor Dorothy had found herself to be almost silenced. She did argue for a time, but her arguments seemed, even to herself, to amount to so little. Why shouldn't she love Mr. Gibson? That was a question which she found it impossible to answer. And though she did not actually yield, though she did not say that she would accept the man, still, when she was told that 3 days were to be allowed to her for consideration, and that then the offer would be made to her in form, she felt that, as regarded the anti-Gibson interest, she had not a leg to stand upon. Why should not such an insignificant creature as was she love Mr. Gibson, or any other man who had bread to give her, and was in some degree like a gentleman? On that night she wrote the following letter to her sister. The Close, Tuesday. Dearest Priscilla, I do so wish that you could be with me, so that I could talk to you again. Aunt Stanbury is the most affectionate and kindest friend in the world, but she has always been so able to have her own way, because she is both clever and good, that I find myself almost like a baby with her. She has been talking to me again about Mr. Gibson, and it seems that Mr. Gibson really does mean it. It is certainly very strange, but I do think now that it is true. He is to come on Friday. It seems very odd that it should all be settled for him in that way, but then Aunt Stanbury is so clever at settling things. He sat next to me almost all the evening yesterday, but he didn't say anything about it, except that he hoped I agreed with him about going to church and all that. I suppose I do, and I am quite sure that if I were to be a clergyman's wife, I should endeavour to do whatever my husband thought right about religion. One ought to try to do so, even if the clergyman is not one's husband. Mr. Burgess has come, and he was so very amusing all the evening that perhaps that was the reason Mr. Gibson said so little. Mr. Burgess is a very nice man, and I think Aunt Stanbury is more fond of him than of anybody. He is not at all the sort of person that I expected. But if Mr. Gibson does come on Friday, and does really mean it, what am I to say to him? Aunt Stanbury will be very angry if I do not take her advice. I am quite sure that she intends it all for my happiness. And then, of course, she knows so much more about the world than I do. She asks me what it is that I expect. Of course I do not expect anything. It is a great compliment from Mr. Gibson, who is a clergyman, and thought well of by everybody, and nothing could be more respectable. Aunt Stanbury says that with the money she would give us we should be quite comfortable, and she wants us to live in this house. She says that there are 30 girls round Exeter who would give their eyes for such a chance, and looking at it in that light, of course, it is a very great thing for me. Only think how poor we have been. And then, dear Priscilla, perhaps he would let me be good to you and dear mamma. But of course he will ask me whether I love him, and what am I to say? Aunt Stanbury says that I am to love him. Begin to love him at once, she said this morning. I would if I could, partly for her sake, and because I do feel that it would be so respectable. When I think of it, it does seem such a pity that poor I should throw away such a chance. And I must say that Mr. Gibson is very good and most obliging, and everybody says that he has an excellent temper, and that he is a most prudent, well-dispositioned man. I declare, dear Priscilla, when I think of it, I cannot bring myself to believe that such a man should want me to be his wife. But what ought I to do? I suppose when a girl is in love, she is very unhappy if the gentleman does not propose to her. I am sure it would not make me at all unhappy if I were told that Mr. Gibson had changed his mind. Dearest Priscilla, you must write at once, because he is to be here on Friday. Oh dear, Friday does seem to be so near, and I shall never know what to say to him, either one way or the other. Your most affectionate sister, Dorothy Stanbury. P.S. Give my kindest love to mamma, but you need not tell her unless you think it best. Priscilla received this letter on the Wednesday morning, and felt herself bound to answer it on that same afternoon. Had she postponed her reply for a day, it would still have been in Dorothy's hands before Mr. Gibson could have come to her on the dreaded Friday morning. But still that would hardly give her time enough to consider the matter with any degree of deliberation, after she should have been armed with what wisdom Priscilla might be able to send her. The post left Nuncomputney at 3, and therefore the letter had to be written before their early dinner. So Priscilla went into the garden and sat herself down under an old cedar, that she might discuss the matter with herself in all its bearings. She felt that no woman could be called upon to write a letter that should be of more importance. The whole welfare in life of the person who was dearest to her would probably depend upon it. The weight upon her was so great that she thought for a while she would take counsel with her mother, but she felt sure that her mother would recommend the marriage, and that if she afterwards should find herself bound to oppose it, then her mother would be a miserable woman. There could be no use to her in taking counsel with her mother, because her mother's mind was known to her beforehand. The responsibility was thrown upon her, and she alone must bear it. She tried hard to persuade herself to write at once and tell her sister to marry the man. She knew her sister's heart so well as to be sure that Dorothy would learn to love the man who was her husband. It was almost impossible that Dorothy should not love those with whom she lived. And then her sister was so well adapted to be a wife and a mother. Her temper was so sweet, she was so pure, so unselfish, so devoted, and so healthy withal. She was so happy when she was acting for others, and so excellent in action when she had another one to think for her. She was so trusting and trustworthy that any husband would adore her. Then Priscilla walked slowly into the house, got her prayer book, and returning to her seat under the tree, read the marriage service. It was 1 o'clock when she went upstairs to write her letter, and it had not yet struck 11 when she first seated herself beneath the tree. Her letter, when written, was as follows: Nuneham Putney, August 25th, 1860 . Dearest Dorothy, I got your letter this morning, and I think it is better to answer it at once, as the time is very short. I have been thinking about it with all my mind, and I feel almost awe-stricken lest I should advise you wrongly. After all, I believe that your own dear sweet truth and honesty would guide you better than anybody else can guide you. You may be sure of this, that whichever way it is, I shall think that you have done right. Dearest sister, I suppose there can be no doubt that for most women a married life is happier than a single one. It is always thought so, as we may see by the anxiety of others to get married. And when an opinion becomes general, I think that the world is most often right. And then, my own one, I feel sure that you are adapted both for the cares and for the joys of married life. You would do your duty as a married woman happily, and would be a comfort to your husband, not a thorn in his side, as are so many women. But, my pet, do not let that reasoning of Aunt Stanbury's about the 30 young girls who would give their eyes for Mr. Gibson have any weight with you. You should not take him because 30 other young girls would be glad to have him. And do not think too much of that respectability of which you speak. I would never advise my Dolly to marry any man unless she could be respectable in her new position, but that alone should go for nothing. Nor should our poverty. We shall not starve, and even if we did, that would be but a poor excuse. I can find no escape from this, that you should love him before you say that you will take him. But honest, loyal love need not, I take it, be of that romantic kind which people write about in novels and poetry. You need not think him to be perfect, or the best or grandest of men. Your heart will tell you whether he is dear to you. And remember, Dolly, that I shall remember that love itself must begin at some precise time. Though you had not learned to love him when you wrote on Tuesday, you may have begun to do so when you get this on Thursday. If you find that you love him, then say that you will be his wife. If your heart revolts from such a declaration as being false, if you cannot bring yourself to feel that you prefer him to others as the partner of your life, then tell him, with thanks for his courtesy, that it cannot be as he would have it. Yours always and ever most affectionately, Priscilla. End of Chapter 34. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 35 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Mr. Gibson's Good Fortune. I'll bet you half a crown, my lad, you're thrown over at last like the rest of them. There's nothing she likes so much as taking someone up in order that she may throw him over afterwards. It was thus that Mr. Bartholomew Burgess cautioned his nephew Brooke. I'll take care that she shan't break my heart, Uncle Barty. I will go my way, and she may go hers, and she may give her money to the hospital if she pleases. On the morning after his arrival, Brook Burgess had declared aloud in Miss Stanbury's parlour that he was going over to the bank to see his uncle. Now there was in this almost a breach of contract. Miss Stanbury, when she invited the young man to Exeter, had stipulated that there should be no intercourse between her house and the bank. "Of course I shall not need to know where you go or where you don't go," she had written, "but after all that has passed there must not be any positive intercourse between my house and the bank." And now he had spoken of going over to C&B, as he called them, with the utmost indifference. Miss Stanbury had looked very grave, but had said nothing. She had determined to be on her guard, so that she should not be driven to quarrel with Brooke if she could avoid it. Bartholomew Burgess was a tall, thin, ill-tempered old man, as well known in Exeter as the cathedral, and respected after a fashion. No one liked him. He said ill-natured things of all his neighbours, and had never earned any reputation for doing good-natured acts. But he had lived in Exeter for nearly 70 years, and had achieved that sort of esteem which comes from long tenure. And he had committed no great iniquities in the course of his 50 years of business. The bank had never stopped payment, and he had robbed no one. He had not swallowed up widows and orphans, and had done his work in the firm of Cropper and Burgess after the old-fashioned, safe manner, which leads neither to riches nor to ruin. Therefore he was respected. But he was a discontented, sour old man, who believed himself to have been injured by all his own friends, who disliked his own partners because they had bought that which had, at any rate, never belonged to him, and whose strongest passion it was to hate Miss Stanbury of the Close. "She's got a parson by the hand now," said the uncle, as he continued his caution to the nephew. "There was a clergyman there last night." "No doubt, and she'll play him off against you, and you against him, and then she'll throw you both over. I know her." "She has got a right to do what she likes with her own, Uncle Barty." "And how did she get it? Never mind, I'm not going to set you against her if you're her favourite for the moment. She has a niece with her there, hasn't she?" "One of her brother's daughters." "They say she's going to make that clergyman marry her." "What, Mr. Gibson?" "Yes, they tell me he was as good as engaged to another girl, one of the Frenches of Heavitree, and therefore dear Jemima could do nothing better than interfere. When she has succeeded in breaking the girl's heart—" "Which girl's heart, Uncle Barty?" "The girl the man was to have married. When that's done she'll throw Gibson over, you'll see. She'll refuse to give the girl a shilling. She took the girl's brother by the hand ever so long, and then she threw him over, and she'll throw the girl over too, and send her back to the place she came from, and then she'll throw you over." "According to you, she must be the most malicious old woman that ever was allowed to live." "I don't think there are many to beat her, as far as malice goes, but you'll find out for yourself. I shouldn't be surprised if she were to tell you before long that you were to marry the niece." "I shouldn't think that such very hard lines either," said Brook Burgess. "I've no doubt you may have her if you like," said Barty, in spite of Mr. Gibson, "only I should recommend you to take care and get the money first." When Brooke went back to the house in the Close, Miss Stanbury was quite fussy in her silence. She would have given much to have been told something about Barty, and above all to have learned what Barty had said about herself. But she was far too proud even to mention the old man's name of her own accord. She was quite sure that she had been abused. She guessed, probably with tolerable accuracy, the kind of things that had been said of her, and suggested to herself what answer Brooke would make to such accusations. But she had resolved to cloak it all in silence, and pretended for a while not to remember the young man's declared intention when he left the house. "It seems odd to me," said Brooke, "that Uncle Barty should always live alone as he does. He must have a dreary time of it." "I don't know anything about your Uncle Barty's manner of living." "No, I suppose not. You and he are not friends." "By no means, Brooke." "He lives there all alone in that poky bank house, and nobody ever goes near him. I wonder whether he has any friends in the city." "I really cannot tell you anything about his friends, and to tell you the truth, Brooke, I don't want to talk about your uncle. Of course you can go to see him when you please, but I'd rather you didn't tell me of your visits afterwards." "There is nothing in the world I hate so much as a secret," said he. He had no intention in this of animadverting upon Miss Stanbury's secret enmity, nor had he purposed to ask any question as to her relations with the old man. He had alluded to his dislike of having secrets of his own, but she misunderstood him. "If you are anxious to know," she said, becoming very red in the face. "I am not at all curious to know. You quite mistake me." "He has chosen to believe, or to say that he believed, that I wronged him in regard to his brother's will. I nursed his brother when he was dying, as I considered it to be my duty to do. I cannot tell you all that story. It is too long and too sad. Romance is very pretty in novels, but the romance of a life is always a melancholy matter. They are most happy who have no story to tell." "I quite believe that." "But your Uncle Barty chose to think, indeed I hardly know what he thought. He said that the will was a will of my making. When it was made, I and his brother were apart. We were not even on speaking terms. There had been a quarrel, and all manner of folly. I am not very proud when I look back upon it. It is not that I think myself better than others, but your Uncle Brooke's will was made before we had come together again. When he was ill, it was natural that I should go to him, after all that had passed between us. Eh, Brooke? It was womanly. But it made no difference about the will. Mr. Bartholomew Burgess might have known that at once, and must have known it afterwards, but he has never acknowledged that he was wrong, never even yet. He could not bring himself to do that, I should say. The will was no great triumph to me. I could have done without it. As God is my judge, I would not have lifted up my little finger to get either a part or the whole of poor Brooke's money. If I had known that a word would have done it, I would have bitten my tongue out before it should have been spoken. She had risen from her seat, and was speaking with a solemnity that almost filled her listener with awe. She was a woman short of stature, but now, as she stood over him, she seemed to be tall and majestic. But when the man was dead, she continued, and the will was there, the property was mine, and I was bound in duty to exercise the privileges and bear the responsibilities which the dead man had conferred upon me. It was Barty, then, who sent a low attorney to me, offering me a compromise. What had I to compromise? Compromise? No. If it was not mine by all the right the law could give, I would sooner have starved than have had a crust of bread out of the money. She had now clenched both her fists, and was shaking them rapidly as she stood over him, looking down upon him. Of course it was your own. Yes, though they asked me to compromise, and sent messages to me to frighten me, both Barty and your Uncle Tom. I and your father too, Brooke. They did not dare to go to law. To law, indeed! If ever there was a good will in the world, the will of your Uncle Brooke was good. They could talk and malign me, and tell lies as to dates, and strive to make my name odious in the county, but they knew that the will was good. They did not succeed very well in what they did attempt. I would try to forget it all now, Aunt Stanbury. Forget it? How is that to be done? How can the mind forget the history of its own life? No, I cannot forget it. I can forgive it. Then why not forgive it? I do. I have. Why else are you here? But forgive old Uncle Barty also. Has he forgiven me? Come now. If I wished to forgive him, how should I begin? Would he be gracious if I went to him? Does he love me, do you think, or hate me? Uncle Barty is a good hater. It is the best point about him. No, Brooke, we won't try the farce of a reconciliation after a long life of enmity. Nobody would believe us, and we should not believe each other. Then I certainly would not try. I do not mean to do so. The truth is, Brooke, you shall have it all when I'm gone, if you don't turn against me. You won't take to writing for penny newspapers, will you, Brooke? As she asked the question, she put one of her hands softly on his shoulder. I certainly shan't offend in that way. And you won't be a radical? No, not a radical. I mean, a man to follow Beales and Bright, a Republican, a putter-down of the Church, a hater of the throne. You won't take up that line, will you, Brooke? It isn't my way at present, Aunt Stanbury, but a man shouldn't promise. Ah me, it makes me sad when I think what the country is coming to. I'm told there are scores of members of Parliament who don't pronounce their H's. When I was young, a member of Parliament used to be a gentleman, and they've taken to ordaining all manner of people. It used to be the case that when you met a clergyman you met a gentleman. By the by, Brooke, what do you think of Mr. Gibson? Mr. Gibson? To tell the truth, I haven't thought much about him. But you must think about him. Perhaps you haven't thought about my niece, Dolly Stanbury. I think that she's an uncommonly nice girl. She's not to be nice for you, young man. She is to be married to Mr. Gibson. Are they engaged? Well, no, but I intend that they shall be. You won't begrudge that I should give my little savings to one of my own name. You don't know me, Aunt Stanbury, if you think that I should begrudge anything that you might do with your money. Dolly has been here a month or two. I think it's 3 months since she came, and I do like her. She's soft and womanly, and hasn't taken up those vile, filthy habits which almost all the girls have adopted. Have you seen those Frenches with the things they have on their heads? I was speaking to them yesterday. Nasty sluts! You can see the grease on their foreheads when they try to make their hair go back in the dirty French fashion. Dolly is not like that, is she? She is not in the least like either of the Miss Frenches. And now I want her to become Mrs. Gibson. He is quite taken. Is he? Oh dear, yes. Didn't you see him the other night at dinner and afterwards? Of course he knows that I can give her a little bit of money, which always goes for something, Brooke. And I do think it would be such a nice thing for Dolly. And what does Dolly think about it? There's the difficulty. She likes him well enough, I'm sure of that, and she has no stuck-up ideas about herself. She isn't one of those who think that almost nothing is good enough for them. But she has an objection. I don't know what it is. I sometimes think she is so bashful and modest she doesn't like to talk of being married, even to an old woman like me. Dear me, that's not the way of the age, is it, Aunt Stanbury? It's coming to that, Brooke, that the girls will ask the men soon. Yes, and that they won't take a refusal either. I do believe that Camilla French did ask Mr. Gibson. And what did Mr. Gibson say? Ah, I can't tell you that. He knows too well what he's about to take her. He's to come here on Friday at 11, and you must be out of the way. I shall be out of the way too, but if Dolly says a word to you before that, mind you make her understand that she ought to accept Gibson. She's too good for him, according to my thinking. Don't you be a fool. How can any young woman be too good for a gentleman and a clergyman? Mr. Gibson is a gentleman. Do you know, only you must not mention this, that I have a kind of idea that we could get Nuncombe Putney for him. My father had the living, and my brother, and I should like it to go on in the family. No opportunity came in the way of Brook Burgess to say anything in favour of Mr. Gibson to Dorothy Stanbury. There did come to be very quickly a sort of intimacy between her and her aunt's favourite, but she was not one prone to talk about her own affairs. And to such an affair as this, a question as to whether she should or should not give herself in marriage to her suitor, she who could not speak of it even to her own sister without a blush, who felt confused and almost confounded when receiving her aunt's admonitions and instigations on the subject, would not have endured to hear Brook Burgess speak on the matter. Dorothy did feel that a person easier to know than Brooke had never come in her way. She had already said as much to him as she had spoken to Mr. Gibson in the 3 months that she had made his acquaintance. They had talked about Exeter, and about Mrs. McHugh, and the cathedral, and Tennyson's poems, and the London theatres, and Uncle Barty, and the family quarrel. They had become quite confidential with each other on some matters, but on this heavy subject of Mr. Gibson and his proposal of marriage not a word had been said. When Brooke once mentioned Mr. Gibson on the Thursday morning, Dorothy within a minute had taken an opportunity of escaping from the room. But circumstances did give him an opportunity of speaking to Mr. Gibson. On the Wednesday afternoon both he and Mr. Gibson were invited to drink tea at Mrs. French's house on that evening. Such invitations at Exeter were wont to be given at short dates, and both the gentlemen had said that they would go. Then Arabella French had called in the Close, and had asked Miss Stanbury and Dorothy. It was well understood by Arabella that Miss Stanbury herself would not drink tea at Heavitree, and it may be that Dorothy's company was not in truth desired. The ladies had both declined. "Don't you stay at home for me, my dear," Miss Stanbury said to her niece. But Dorothy had not been out without her aunt since she had been at Exeter, and understood perfectly that it would not be wise to commence the practice at the house of the Frenches. "Mr. Brooke is coming, Miss Stanbury, and Mr. Gibson," Miss French said, and Miss Stanbury had thought that there was some triumph in her tone. "Mr. Brooke can go where he pleases, my dear," Miss Stanbury replied, "and as for Mr. Gibson, I am not his keeper." The tone in which Miss Stanbury spoke would have implied great imprudence, had not the two ladies understood each other so thoroughly, and had not each known that it was so. There was the accustomed set of people in Mrs. French's drawing-room, the Crumbys, and the Wrights, and the Apjohns, and Mrs. McHugh came also, knowing that there would be a rubber. "Their naked shoulders don't hurt me," Mrs. McHugh said, when her friend almost scolded her for going to the house. "I'm not a young man. I don't care what they do to themselves." "You might say as much if they went naked altogether," Miss Stanbury had replied in anger. "If nobody else complained, I shouldn't," said Mrs. McHugh. Mrs. McHugh got her rubber, and as she had gone for her rubber, on a distinct promise that there should be a rubber, and as there was a rubber, she felt that she had no right to say ill-natured things. "What does it matter to me," said Mrs. McHugh, "how nasty she is? She's not going to be my wife." "Ugh!" exclaimed Miss Stanbury, shaking her head both in anger and disgust. Camilla French was by no means so bad as she was painted by Miss Stanbury, and Brook Burgess rather liked her than otherwise, and it seemed to him that Mr. Gibson did not at all dislike Arabella, and felt no repugnance at either the lady's noddle or shoulders, now that he was removed from Miss Stanbury's influence. It was clear enough, also, that Arabella had not given up the attempt, although she must have admitted to herself that the claims of Dorothy Stanbury were very strong. On this evening it seemed to have been specially permitted to Arabella, who was the elder sister, to take into her own hands the management of the case. Beholders of the game had hitherto declared that Mr. Gibson's safety was secured by the constant coupling of the sisters. Neither would allow the other to hunt alone. But a common sense of the common danger had made some special strategy necessary, and Camilla hardly spoke a word to Mr. Gibson during the evening. Let us hope that she found some temporary consolation in the presence of the stranger. "I hope you are going to stay with us ever so long, Mr. Burgess," said Camilla. "A month? That is ever so long, isn't it? Why, I mean to see all Devonshire within that time. I feel already that I know Exeter thoroughly, and everybody in it." "I'm sure we are very much flattered." "As for you, Miss French, I've heard so much about you all my life that I felt that I knew you before I came here." "Who can have spoken to you about me?" "You forget how many relatives I have in the city. Do you think my Uncle Barty never writes to me?" "Not about me." "Does he not? And do you suppose I don't hear from Miss Stanbury?" "But she hates me. I know that." "And do you hate her?" "No, indeed, I've the greatest respect for her. But she is a little odd, isn't she now, Mr. Burgess? We all like her ever so much, and we've known her ever so long, 6 or 7 years, since we were quite young things, but she has such queer notions about girls." "What sort of notions?" "She'd like them all to dress just like herself, and she thinks that they should never talk to young men. If she was here she'd say I was flirting with you because we're sitting together." "But you are not, are you?" "Of course I am not." "I wish you would," said Brooke. "I shouldn't know how to begin. I shouldn't, indeed. I don't know what flirting means, and I don't know who does know. When young ladies and gentlemen go out, I suppose they are intended to talk to each other." "But very often they don't, you know." "I call that stupid," said Camilla. "And yet when they do, all the old maids say that the girls are flirting. I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Burgess. I don't care what any old maid says about me. I always talk to people that I like. And if they choose to call me a flirt, they may. It's my opinion that still waters run the deepest." "No doubt the noisy streams are very shallow," said Brooke. "You may call me a shallow stream if you like, Mr. Burgess." "I meant nothing of the kind." "But what do you call Dorothy Stanbury? That's what I call still water. She runs deep enough." "The quietest young lady I ever saw in my life." "Exactly. So quiet, but so clever. What do you think of Mr. Gibson?" "Everybody is asking me what I think of Mr. Gibson." "You know what they say. They say he is to marry Dorothy Stanbury. Poor man! I don't think his own consent has ever been asked yet, but nevertheless it's settled." "Just at present he seems to me to be, what shall I say? I oughtn't to say flirting with your sister, ought I?" "Miss Stanbury would say so if she were here, no doubt. But the fact is, Mr. Burgess, we've known him almost since we were infants, and of course we take an interest in his welfare. There has never been anything more than that. Arabella is nothing more to him than I am. Once indeed, but however, that does not signify. It would be nothing to us if he really liked Dorothy Stanbury. But as far as we can see, and we do see a good deal of him, there is no such feeling on his part. Of course we haven't asked. We should not think of such a thing. Mr. Gibson may do just as he likes for us. But I am not quite sure that Dorothy Stanbury is just the girl that would make him a good wife. Of course, when you've known a person 7 or 8 years, you do get anxious about his happiness. Do you know, we think her, perhaps, a little sly." In the meantime, Mr. Gibson was completely subject to the individual charms of Arabella. Camilla had been quite correct in a part of her description of their intimacy. She and her sister had known Mr. Gibson for 7 or 8 years, but nevertheless the intimacy could not with truth be said to have commenced during the infancy of the young ladies, even if the word were used in its legal sense. 7 or 8 years, however, is a long acquaintance, and there was perhaps something of a real grievance in this Stanbury intervention. If it be a recognized fact in society that young ladies are in want of husbands, and that an effort on their part towards matrimony is not altogether impossible, it must be recognized also that failure will be disagreeable, and interference regarded with animosity. Miss Stanbury the elder was undoubtedly interfering between Mr. Gibson and the Frenches, and it is neither manly nor womanly to submit to interference with one's dearest prospects. It may perhaps be admitted that the Miss Frenches had shown too much open ardour in their pursuit of Mr. Gibson. Perhaps there should have been no ardour and no pursuit. It may be that the theory of womanhood is right which forbids to women any such attempts, which teaches them that they must ever be pursued, never the pursuers. As to that, there shall be no discourse at present. But it must be granted that whenever the pursuit has been attempted, it is not in human nature to abandon it without an effort. that the French girls should be very angry with Miss Stanbury, that they should put their heads together with the intention of thwarting her, that they should think evil things of poor Dorothy, that they should half despise Mr. Gibson, and yet resolve to keep their hold upon him as a chattel and a thing of value that was almost their own, was not, perhaps, much to their discredit. "You are a good deal at the house in the Close now," said Arabella in her lowest voice, in a voice so low that it was almost melancholy. "Well, yes. Miss Stanbury, you know, has always been a staunch friend of mine, and she takes an interest in my little church. People say that girls are sly, but men can be sly too sometimes." "It seems that she has taken you so much away from us, Mr. Gibson." "I don't know why you should say that, Miss French." "Perhaps I am wrong. One is apt to be sensitive about one's friends. We seem to have known you so well. There is nobody else in Exeter that mamma regards as she does you. But of course, if you are happy with Miss Stanbury, that is everything." "I am speaking of the old lady," said Mr. Gibson, who, in spite of his slyness, was here thrown a little off his guard. "And I am speaking of the old lady too," said Arabella. "Of whom else should I be speaking?" "No, of course not." "Of course," continued Arabella. "I hear what people say about the niece. One cannot help what one hears, you know, Mr. Gibson, but I don't believe that, I can assure you." As she said this, she looked into his face, as though waiting for an answer, but Mr. Gibson had no answer ready. Then Arabella told herself that if anything was to be done, it must be done at once. What use was there in beating round the bush, when the only chance of getting the game was to be had by dashing at once into the thicket? "I own I should be glad," she said, turning her eyes away from him, "if I could hear from your own mouth that it is not true." Mr. Gibson's position was one not to be envied. Were he willing to tell the very secrets of his soul to Miss French with the utmost candour, he could not answer her question either one way or the other, and he was not willing to tell her any of his secrets. It was certainly the fact, too, that there had been tender passages between him and Arabella. Now, when there have been such passages, and the gentleman is cross-examined by the lady, as Mr. Gibson was being cross-examined at the present moment, the gentleman usually teaches himself to think that a little falsehood is permissible. A gentleman can hardly tell a lady that he has become tired of her and has changed his mind. He feels the matter, perhaps, more keenly even than she does, and though at all other times he may be a very paladin in the cause of truth, in such strait as this he does allow himself some latitude. "You are only joking, of course," he said. "Indeed, I am not joking. I can assure you, Mr. Gibson, that the welfare of the friends whom I really love can never be a matter of joke to me. Mrs. Crumby says that you positively are engaged to marry Dorothy Stanbury." "What does Mrs. Crumby know about it?" "I dare say nothing. It is not so, is it?" "Certainly not." "And there is nothing in it, is there?" "I wonder why people make these reports," said Mr. Gibson, prevaricating. "It is a fabrication from beginning to end, then," said Arabella, pressing the matter quite home. At this time she was very close to him, and though her words were severe, the glance from her eyes was soft, and the scent from her hair was not objectionable to him, as it would have been to Miss Stanbury, and the mode of her head-dress was not displeasing to him, and the folds of her dress, as they fell across his knee, were welcome to his feelings. He knew that he was as one under temptation, but he was not strong enough to bid the tempter avaunt. "Say that it is so, Mr. Gibson." "Of course it is not so," said Mr. Gibson, lying. "I am so glad, for of course, Mr. Gibson, when we heard it we thought a great deal about it. A man's happiness depends so much on whom he marries, doesn't it? And a clergyman's more than anybody else's, and we didn't think she was quite the sort of woman that you would like. You see she has had no advantages, poor thing. She has been shut up in a little country cottage all her life, just a labourer's hovel, no more, and though it wasn't her fault, of course, and we all pitied her, and were so glad when Miss Stanbury brought her to the Close, still, you know, though one was very glad of her as an acquaintance, yet, you know, as a wife, and for such a dear, dear friend." She went on, and said many other things with equal enthusiasm, and then wiped her eyes, and then smiled and laughed. After that she declared that she was quite happy, so happy, and so she left him. The poor man, after the falsehood had been extracted from him, said nothing more, but sat in patience, listening to the raptures and enthusiasm of his friend. He knew that he had disgraced himself, and he knew also that his disgrace would be known if Dorothy Stanbury should accept his offer on the morrow. And yet how hardly he had been used! What answer could he have given compatible both with the truth and with his own personal dignity? About half an hour afterwards he was walking back to Exeter with Brook Burgess, and then Brooke did ask him a question or two. "Nice girls, those Frenches, I think," said Brooke. "Very nice," said Mr. Gibson. "How Miss Stanbury does hate them," says Brooke. "Not hate them, I hope," said Mr. Gibson. "She doesn't love them, does she?" "Well, as for love, yes, in one sense, I hope she does. Miss Stanbury, you know, is a woman who expresses herself strongly." "What would she say if she were told that you and I were going to marry those two girls? We are both favourites, you know." "Dear me, what a very odd supposition," said Mr. Gibson. "For my part, I don't think I shall," said Brooke. "I don't suppose I shall either," said Mr. Gibson, with a gravity which was intended to convey some smattering of rebuke. "A fellow might do worse, you know," said Brooke. "For my part, I rather like girls with chignons and all that sort of get-up. But the worst of it is, one can't marry two at a time." "That would be bigamy," said Mr. Gibson. "Just so," said Brooke. End of chapter 35. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 36 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Miss Stanbury's Wrath. Punctually at 11 o'clock on the Friday morning, Mr. Gibson knocked at the door of the house in the Close. The reader must not imagine that he had ever wavered in his intention with regard to Dorothy Stanbury, because he had been driven into a corner by the pertinacious ingenuity of Miss French. He never for a moment thought of being false to Miss Stanbury the elder. Falseness of that nature would have been ruinous to him, would have made him a marked man in the city all his days, and would probably have reached even to the bishop's ears. He was neither bad enough, nor audacious enough, nor foolish enough for such perjury as that. And moreover, though the wiles of Arabella had been potent with him, he very much preferred Dorothy Stanbury. 7 years of flirtation with a young lady is more trying to the affection than any duration of matrimony. Arabella had managed to awaken something of the old glow, but Mr. Gibson, as soon as he was alone, turned from her mentally in disgust. No, whatever little trouble there might be in his way, it was clearly his duty to marry Dorothy Stanbury. She had the sweetest temper in the world, and blushed with the prettiest blush. She would have, moreover, £2,000 on the day she married, and there was no saying what other and greater pecuniary advantages might follow. His mind was quite made up, and during the whole morning he had been endeavouring to drive all disagreeable reminiscences of Miss French from his memory, and to arrange the words with which he would make his offer to Dorothy. He was aware that he need not be very particular about his words, as Dorothy, from the bashfulness of her nature, would be no judge of eloquence at such a time. But still, for his own sake, there should be some form of expression, some propriety of diction. Before 11 o'clock he had it all by heart, and had nearly freed himself from the uneasiness of his falsehood to Arabella. He had given much serious thought to the matter, and had quite resolved that he was right in his purpose, and that he could marry Dorothy with a pure conscience and with a true promise of a husband's love. "Dear Dolly," he said to himself, with something of enthusiasm as he walked across the Close, and he looked up to the house as he came to it. There was to be his future home. There was not one of the prebends who had a better house, and there was a dove-like softness about Dorothy's eyes, and a winning obedience in her manner that were charming. His lines had fallen to him in very pleasant places. Yes, he would go up to her, and take her at once by the hand, and ask her whether she would be his, now and for ever. He would not let go her hand till he had brought her so close to him that she could hide her blushes on his shoulder. The whole thing had been so well conceived, had become so clear to his mind, that he felt no hesitation or embarrassment as he knocked at the door. Arabella French would, no doubt, hear of it soon. Well, she must hear of it. After all, she could do him no injury. He was shown up at once into the drawing-room, and there he found Miss Stanbury, the elder. "Oh, Mr. Gibson," she said at once, "is anything the matter with dear Dorothy? She is the most obstinate, pig-headed young woman I ever came across since the world began." "You don't say so! But what is it, Miss Stanbury?" "What is it? Why, just this. Nothing on earth that I can say to her will induce her to come down and speak to you." "Have I offended her?" Offended a fiddlestick! Offence indeed! An offer from an honest man, with her friend's approval, and a fortune at her back, as though she had been born with a gold spoon in her mouth, and she tells me that she can't, and won't, and wouldn't, and shouldn't, as though I were asking her to walk the streets. I declare I don't know what has come to the young women, or what it is they want. One would have thought that butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. But what is the reason, Miss Stanbury? Oh, reason! You don't suppose people give reasons in these days? What reason have they when they dress themselves up with bandboxes on their sconces? Just simply the old reason. I do not like thee, Dr. Fell. Why, I cannot tell. May I not see her myself, Miss Stanbury? I can't make her come downstairs to you. I've been at her the whole morning, Mr. Gibson. Ever since daylight, pretty nearly. She came into my room before I was up, and told me she had made up her mind. I've coaxed, and scolded, and threatened, and cried, but if she'd been a milestone it couldn't have been of less use. I told her she might go back to Nuncombe, and she just went off to pack up. But she's not to go. How can I say what such a young woman will do? I'm never allowed a way of my own for a moment. There's Brook Burgess been scolding me at that rate I didn't know whether I stood on my head or my heels, and I don't know now. Then there was a pause, while Mr. Gibson was endeavouring to decide what would now be his best course of action. Don't you think she'll ever come round, Miss Stanbury? I don't think she'll ever come any way that anybody wants her to come, Mr. Gibson. I didn't think she was at all like that, said Mr. Gibson, almost in tears. No, nor anybody else. I've been seeing it come all the same. It's just the Stanbury perversity. If I'd wanted to keep her by herself, to take care of me, and had set my back up at her if she spoke to a man, and made her understand that she wasn't to think of getting married, she'd have been making eyes at every man that came into the house. It's just what one gets for going out of one's way. I did think she'd be so happy, Mr. Gibson, living here as your wife. She and I between us could have managed for you so nicely. Mr. Gibson was silent for a minute or two, during which he walked up and down the room, contemplating, no doubt, the picture of married life which Miss Stanbury had painted for him, a picture which, as it seemed, was not to be realized. "And what had I better do, Miss Stanbury?" he asked at last. "Do? I don't know what you're to do. I'm groom enough to bring a mare to water, but I can't make her drink." "Will waiting be any good?" "How can I say? I'll tell you one thing not to do. Don't go and philander with those girls at Heavitree. It's my belief that Dorothy has been thinking of them. People talk to her, of course." "I wish people would hold their tongues. People are so indiscreet. People don't know how much harm they may do." "You've given them some excuse, you know, Mr. Gibson." This was very ill-natured, and was felt by Mr. Gibson to be so rude that he almost turned upon his patroness in anger. He had known Dolly for not more than 3 months, and had devoted himself to her to the great anger of his older friends. He had come this morning true to his appointment, expecting that others would keep their promises to him, as he was ready to keep those which he had made, and now he was told that it was his fault. "I do think that's rather hard, Miss Stanbury," he said. "So you have," said she. "Nasty, slatternly girls, without an idea inside their noddles. But it's no use your scolding me." "I didn't mean to scold, Miss Stanbury. I've done all that I could." "And you think she won't see me for a minute?" "She says she won't. I can't bid Martha carry her down." "Then perhaps I had better leave you for the present," said Mr. Gibson, after another pause. So he went, a melancholy, blighted man. Leaving the Close, he passed through into Southernhay, and walked across by new streets towards the Heavitree road. He had no design in taking this route, but he went on till he came in sight of the house in which Mrs. French lived. As he walked slowly by it, he looked up at the windows, and something of a feeling of romance came across his heart. Were his young affections buried there, or were they not? And if so, with which of those fair girls were they buried? For the last 2 years, up to last night, Camilla had certainly been in the ascendant, but Arabella was a sweet young woman, and there had been a time, when those tender passages were going on, in which he had thought that no young woman ever was so sweet. A period of romance, an era of enthusiasm, a short-lived, delicious holiday of hot-tongued insanity had been permitted to him in his youth, but all that was now over. And yet here he was, with 3 strings to his bow, so he told himself, and he had not as yet settled for himself the great business of matrimony. He was inclined to think, as he walked on, that he would walk his life alone, an active, useful, but a melancholy man. After such experiences as his, how should he ever again speak of his heart to a woman? During this walk, his mind recurred frequently to Dorothy Stanbury, and doubtless he thought that he had often spoken of his heart to her. He was back at his lodgings before 3, at which hour he ate an early dinner, and then took the afternoon cathedral service at 4. The evening he spent at home, thinking of the romance of his early days. What would Miss Stanbury have said had she seen him in his easy-chair behind the Exeter Argus, with a pipe in his mouth? In the meantime, there was an uncomfortable scene in progress between Dorothy and her aunt. Brook Burgess, as desired, had left the house before 11, having taken upon himself, when consulted, to say in the mildest terms that he thought that, in general, young women should not be asked to marry if they did not like to, which opinion had been so galling to Miss Stanbury that she had declared that he had so scolded her that she did not know whether she was standing on her head or her heels. As soon as Mr. Gibson left her, she sat herself down and fairly cried. She had ardently desired this thing, had allowed herself to think of her desire as of one that would certainly be accomplished. Dorothy would have been so happy as the wife of a clergyman. Miss Stanbury's standard for men and women was not high. She did not expect others to be as self-sacrificing, as charitable, and as good as herself. It was not that she gave to herself credit for such virtues, but she thought of herself as one who, from the peculiar circumstances of life, was bound to do much for others. There was no end to her doing good for others, if only the others would allow themselves to be governed by her. She did not think that Mr. Gibson was a great divine, but she perceived that he was a clergyman, living decently. Of that secret pipe Miss Stanbury knew nothing. Doing his duty punctually, and, as she thought, very much in want of a wife. Then there was her niece, Dolly, soft, pretty, feminine, without a shilling, and much in want of someone to comfort and take care of her. What could be better than such a marriage? And the overthrow to the girls with the big chignons would be so complete. She had set her mind upon it, and now Dorothy said that it couldn't, and it wouldn't, and it shouldn't be accomplished. She was to be thrown over by this chit of a girl, as she had been thrown over by the girl's brother, and when she complained, the girl simply offered to go away. At about 12, Dorothy came creeping down into the room in which her aunt was sitting, and pretended to occupy herself on some piece of work. For a considerable time, for 3 minutes perhaps, Miss Stanbury did not speak. She had resolved that she would not speak to her niece again, at least not for that day. She would let the ungrateful girl know how miserable she had been made. But at the close of the 3 minutes her patience was exhausted. "What are you doing there?" she said. "I am quilting your cap, Aunt Stanbury." "Put it down. You shan't do anything for me. I won't have you touch my things any more. I don't like pretended service." "It is not pretended, Aunt Stanbury." "I say it is pretended. Why did you pretend to me that you would have him when you had made up your mind against it all the time?" "But I hadn't made up my mind." "If you had so much doubt about it, you might have done what I wanted you." "I couldn't, Aunt Stanbury." "You mean you wouldn't. I wonder what it is you do expect." "I don't expect anything, Aunt Stanbury." "No, and I don't expect anything. What an old fool I am ever to look for any comfort. Why should I think that anybody would care for me? Indeed, I do care for you." "In what sort of way do you show it? You're just like your brother Hugh. I've disgraced myself to that man, promising what I could not perform. I declare it makes me sick when I think of it. Why did you not tell me at once?" Dorothy said nothing further, but sat with the cap on her lap. She did not dare to resume her needle, and she did not like to put the cap aside, as by doing so it would seem as though she had accepted her aunt's prohibition against her work. For half an hour she sat thus, during which time Miss Stanbury dropped asleep. She woke with a start, and began to scold again. "What's the good of sitting there all the day, with your hands before you doing nothing?" But Dorothy had been very busy. She had been making up her mind, and had determined to communicate her resolution to her aunt. "Dear aunt," she said, "I have been thinking of something." "It's too late now," said Miss Stanbury. "I see I've made you very unhappy." "Of course you have." "And you think that I'm ungrateful. I'm not ungrateful, and I don't think that Hugh is." "Never mind Hugh. Only because it seems so hard that you should take so much trouble about us, and that then there should be so much vexation." "I find it very hard." "So I think that I'd better go back to Nuncombe." "That's what you call gratitude." "I don't like to stay here and make you unhappy. I can't think that I ought to have done what you asked me, because I did not feel at all in that way about Mr. Gibson. But as I have only disappointed you, it will be better that I should go home. I have been very happy here, very." "Bother!" exclaimed Miss Stanbury. "I have, and I do love you, though you won't believe it. But I am sure I oughtn't to remain to make you unhappy. I shall never forget all that you have done for me, and though you call me ungrateful, I am not. but I know that I ought not to stay, as I cannot do what you wish. So, if you please, I will go back to Nuncombe." "You'll not do anything of the kind," said Miss Stanbury. "But it will be better." "Yes, of course, no doubt. I suppose you're tired of us all." "It is not that I'm tired, Aunt Stanbury. It isn't that at all." Dorothy had now become red up to the roots of her hair, and her eyes were full of tears. "But I cannot stay where people think that I am ungrateful. If you please, Aunt Stanbury, I will go." Then, of course, there was a compromise. Dorothy did at last consent to remain in the Close, but only on condition that she should be forgiven for her sin in reference to Mr. Gibson, and be permitted to go on with her aunt's cap. End of chapter 36. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 37 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. Mont-Cenis. The night had been fine and warm, and it was now noon on a fine September day when the train from Paris reached St. Michael, on the route to Italy by Mont-Cenis. As all the world knows, St. Michael is, or was a year or two back, the end of railway travelling in that direction. At the time, Mr. Fell's grand project of carrying a line of rails over the top of the mountain was only in preparation, and the journey from St. Michael to Susa was still made by the diligences, those dear old continental coaches which are now nearly as extinct as our own, but which did not deserve death so fully as did our abominable vehicles. The coupé of a diligence, or better still, the banquette, was a luxurious mode of travelling as compared with anything that our coaches offered. There used indeed to be a certain halo of glory round the occupant of the box of a mail coach. The man who had secured that seat was supposed to know something about the world, and to be such a one that the passengers sitting behind him would be proud to be allowed to talk to him. But the prestige of the position was greater than the comfort. A night on the box of a mail coach was but a bad time, and a night inside a mail coach was a night in purgatory. Whereas a seat up above, on the banquette of a diligence passing over the Alps, with room for the feet and support for the back, with plenty of rugs and plenty of tobacco, used to be on the Mont-Cenis, and still is on some other mountain passes, a very comfortable mode of seeing a mountain route. For those desirous of occupying the coupé, or the three front seats of the body of the vehicle, it must be admitted that difficulties frequently arose, and that such difficulties were very common at St. Michael. There would be 2 or 3 of those enormous vehicles preparing to start for the mountain, whereas it would appear that 12 or 15 passengers had come down from Paris, armed with tickets assuring them that this preferable mode of travelling should be theirs. And then assertions would be made, somewhat recklessly, by the officials, to the effect that all the diligence was coupé. It would generally be the case that some middle-aged Englishman who could not speak French would go to the wall, together with his wife. Middle-aged Englishmen with their wives, who can't speak French, can nevertheless be very angry and threaten loudly when they suppose themselves to be ill-treated. A middle-aged Englishman, though he can't speak a word of French, won't believe a French official who tells him that the diligence is all coupé, when he finds himself with his unfortunate partner in a roundabout place behind with 2 priests, a dirty man who looks like a brigand, a sick maid-servant, and 3 agricultural labourers. The attempt, however, was frequently made, and thus there used to be occasionally a little noise round the bureau at St. Michael. On the morning of which we are speaking, 2 Englishmen had just made good their claim, each independently of the other, each without having heard or seen the other, when 2 American ladies, coming up very tardily, endeavoured to prove their rights. The ladies were without other companions, and were not fluent with their French, but were clearly entitled to their seats. They were told that the conveyance was all coupé, but perversely would not believe the statement. The official shrugged his shoulders and signified that his ultimatum had been pronounced. What can an official do in such circumstances, when more coupé passengers are sent to him than the coupés at his command will hold? "But we have paid for the coupé," said the elder American lady, with considerable indignation, though her French was imperfect, for American ladies understand their rights. "Bah, yes, you have paid and you shall go. What would you have?" "We would have what we have paid for," said the American lady. Then the official rose from his stool and shrugged his shoulders again, and made a motion with both his hands, intended to show that the thing was finished. "It is a robbery," said the elder American lady to the younger. "I should not mind, only you are so unwell." "It will not kill me, I dare say," said the younger. Then one of the English gentlemen declared that his place was very much at the service of the invalid, and the other Englishman declared that his also was at the service of the invalid's companion. Then, and not till then, the two men recognized each other. One was Mr. Glasscock on his way to Naples, and the other was Mr. Trevelyan on his way, he knew not whither. Upon this, of course, they spoke to each other. In London they had been well acquainted, each having been an intimate guest at the house of old Lady Milborough, and each knew something of the other's recent history. Mr. Glasscock was aware, as was all the world, that Trevelyan had quarrelled with his wife, and Trevelyan was aware that Mr. Glasscock had been spoken of as a suitor to his own sister-in-law. Of that visit which Mr. Glasscock had made to Nuneham Putney, and of the manner in which Nora had behaved to her lover, Trevelyan knew nothing. Their greetings spoken, their first topic of conversation was, of course, the injury proposed to be done to the American ladies, and which would now fall upon them. They went into the waiting-room together, and during such toilet as they could make there, grumbled furiously. They would take post-horses over the mountain, not from any love of solitary grandeur, but in order that they might make the company pay for its iniquity. But it was soon apparent to them that they themselves had no ground of complaint, and as everybody was very civil, and as a seat in the banquette over the heads of the American ladies was provided for them, and as the man from the bureau came and apologized, they consented to be pacified, and ended, of course, by tipping half a dozen of the servants about the yard. Mr. Glasscock had a man of his own with him, who was very nearly being put on to the same seat with his master as an extra civility, but this inconvenience was at last avoided. Having settled these little difficulties, they went into breakfast in the buffet. There could be no better breakfast than used to be given in the buffet at the railway terminus at St. Michael. The company might occasionally be led into errors about that question of coupe seats, but in reference to their provisions they set an example which might be of great use to us here in England. It is probably the case that breakfasts for travellers are not so frequently needed here as they are on the Continent, but still there is often to be found a crowd of people ready to eat if only the wherewithal were there. We are often told in our newspapers that England is disgraced by this and by that, by the unreadiness of our army, by the unfitness of our navy, by the irrationality of our laws, by the immobility of our prejudices, and what not, but the real disgrace of England is the railway sandwich, that whited sepulchre, fair enough outside, but so meagre, poor, and spiritless within, such a thing of shreds and parings, such a dab of food, telling us that the poor bone whence it was scraped had been made utterly bare before it was sent into the kitchen for the soup-pot. In France one does get food at the railway stations, and at St. Michael the breakfast was unexceptional. Our two friends seated themselves near to the American ladies, and were of course thanked for their politeness. American women are taught by the habits of their country to think that men should give way to them more absolutely than is in accordance with the practices of life in Europe. A seat in a public conveyance in the States, when merely occupied by a man, used to be regarded by any woman as being at her service as completely as though it were vacant. One woman indicating a place to another would point with equal freedom to a man or a space. It is said that this is a little altered now, and that European views on this subject are spreading themselves. Our two ladies, however, who were pretty, clever-looking, and attractive even after the night's journey, were manifestly more impressed with the villainy of the French officials than they were with the kindness of their English neighbours. "And nothing can be done to punish them," said the younger of them to Mr. Glasscock. "Nothing, I should think," said he. "Nothing will, at any rate." "And you will not get back your money," said the elder, who, though the elder, was probably not much above 20. "Well, no. Time is money, they say. It would take thrice the value of the time in money, and then one would probably fail. They have done very well for us, and I suppose there are difficulties." "It couldn't have taken place in our country," said the younger lady. "All the same, we are very much obliged to you. It would not have been nice for us to have to go up into the banquette." "They would have put you into the interior." "And that would have been worse. I hate being put anywhere, as if I were a sheep. It seems so odd to us that you here should be also tame." "Do you mean the English or the French, or the world in general on this side of the Atlantic?" "We mean Europeans," said the younger lady, who was better after her breakfast. "But then we think that the French have something of compensation, in their manners and their ways of life, their climate, the beauty of their cities, and their general management of things." "They are very great in many ways, no doubt," said Mr. Glasscock. "They do understand living better than you do," said the elder. "Everything is so much brighter with them," said the younger. "They contrive to give a grace to everyday existence," said the elder. "There is such a welcome among them for strangers," said the younger. "Particularly in reference to places taken in the coupe," said Trevelyan, who had hardly spoken before. "Ah, that is an affair of honesty," said the elder. "If we want honesty, I believe we must go back to the Stars and Stripes." Mr. Glasscock looked up from his plate almost aghast. He said nothing, however, but called for the waiter and paid for his breakfast. Nevertheless, there was a considerable amount of travelling friendship engendered between the ladies and our two friends before the diligence had left the railway yard. They were two Miss Spaldings, going on to Florence, at which place they had an uncle, who was minister from the States to the kingdom of Italy, and they were not at all unwilling to receive such little civilities as gentlemen can give to ladies when travelling. The whole party intended to sleep at Turin that night, and they were altogether on good terms with each other when they started on the journey from St. Michael. "Clever women, those," said Mr. Glasscock, as soon as they had arranged their legs and arms in the banquette. "Yes, indeed. American women always are clever, and are almost always pretty." "I do not like them," said Trevelyan, who in these days was in a mood to like nothing. "They are exigeant, and then they are so hard, they want the weakness that a woman ought to have." "That comes from what they would call your insular prejudice. We are accustomed to less self-assertion on the part of women than is customary with them. We prefer women to rule us by seeming to yield. In the States, as I take it, the women never yield, and the men have to fight their own battles with other tactics." "I don't know what their tactics are." "They keep their distance. The men live much by themselves, as though they knew they would not have a chance in the presence of their wives and daughters. Nevertheless, they don't manage these things badly. You very rarely hear of an American being separated from his wife." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than Mr. Glasscock knew and remembered and felt what he had said. There are occasions in which a man sins so deeply against fitness and the circumstances of the hour that it becomes impossible for him to slur over his sin as though it had not been committed. There are certain little peccadilloes in society which one can manage to throw behind one, perhaps with some difficulty and awkwardness, but still they are put aside, and conversation goes on, though with a hitch. But there are graver offences, the gravity of which strikes the offender so seriously that it becomes impossible for him to seem even to ignore his own iniquity. Ashes must be eaten publicly, and sackcloth worn before the eyes of men. It was so now with poor Mr. Glasscock. He thought about it for a moment, whether or no it was possible that he should continue his remarks about the American ladies without betraying his own consciousness of the thing that he had done, and he found that it was quite impossible. He knew that he was red up to his hairs, and hot, and that his blood tingled. His blushes, indeed, would not be seen in the seclusion of the banquette, but he could not overcome the heat and the tingling. There was silence for about 3 minutes, and then he felt that it would be best for him to confess his own fault. "Trevelyan," he said, "I am very sorry for the allusion that I made. I ought to have been less awkward, and I beg your pardon." "It does not matter," said Trevelyan. "Of course I know that everybody is talking of it behind my back. I am not to expect that people will be silent because I am unhappy." "Nevertheless, I beg your pardon," said the other. There was but little further conversation between them till they reached Lons-le-Bourg, at the foot of the mountain, at which place they occupied themselves with getting coffee for the two American ladies. The Miss Spaldings took their coffee almost with as much grace as though it had been handed to them by Frenchmen. And indeed they were very gracious, as is the nature of American ladies in spite of that hardness of which Trevelyan had complained. They assume an intimacy readily, with no appearance of impropriety, and are at their ease easily. When, therefore, they were handed out of their carriage by Mr. Glasscock, the bystanders at Lons-le-Bourg might have thought that the whole party had been travelling together from New York. "What should we have done if you hadn't taken pity on us?" said the elder lady. "I don't think we could have climbed up into that high place, and look at the crowd that have come out of the interior. A man has some advantages after all." "I am quite in the dark as to what they are," said Mr. Glasscock. "He can give up his place to a lady, and can climb up into a banquette." "And he can be a member of Congress," said the younger. "I'd sooner be senator from Massachusetts than be the Queen of England." "So would I," said Mr. Glasscock. "I'm glad we can agree about one thing." The two gentlemen agreed to walk up the mountain together, and with some trouble induced the conductor to permit them to do so. Why conductors of diligences should object to such relief to their horses the ordinary Englishman can hardly understand. But in truth they feel so deeply the responsibility which attaches itself to their shepherding of their sheep, that they are always fearing lest some poor lamb should go astray on the mountain-side, and though the road be broad and very plainly marked, the conductor never feels secure that his passenger will find his way safely to the summit. He likes to know that each of his flock is in his right place, and disapproves altogether of an erratic spirit. But Mr. Glasscock at last prevailed, and the two men started together up the mountain. When the permission has been once obtained, the walker may be sure that his guide and shepherd will not desert him. "Of course I know," said Trevelyan, when the third twist up the mountain had been overcome, "that people talk about me and my wife. It is a part of the punishment for the mistake that one makes." "It is a sad affair altogether." "The saddest in the world. Lady Milborough has no doubt spoken to you about it." "Well, yes, she has." "How could she help it? I am not such a fool as to suppose that people are to hold their tongues about me more than they do about others. Intimate as she is with you, of course she has spoken to you." "I was in hopes that something might have been done by this time." "Nothing has been done. Sometimes I think I shall put an end to myself, it makes me so wretched." "Then why don't you agree to forget and forgive and have done with it?" "That is so easily said, so easily said." After this they walked on in silence for a considerable distance. Mr. Glasscock was not anxious to talk about Trevelyan's wife, but he did wish to ask a question or two about Mrs. Trevelyan's sister, if only this could be done without telling too much of his own secret. "There's nothing I think so grand as walking up a mountain," he said after a while. "It's all very well," said Trevelyan, in a tone which seemed to imply that to him in his present miserable condition all recreations, exercises, and occupations were mere leather and prunella. "I don't mean, you know, in the Alpine Club way," said Glasscock. "I'm too old and too stiff for that. But when the path is good, and the air not too cold, and when it is neither snowing nor thawing nor raining, and when the sun isn't hot, and you've got plenty of time, and know that you can stop any moment you like and be pushed up by a carriage, I do think walking up a mountain is very fine, if you've got proper shoes, and a good stick, and it isn't too soon after dinner. There's nothing like the air of Alps." And Mr. Glasscock renewed his pace, and stretched himself against the hill at the rate of 3 miles an hour. "I used to be very fond of Switzerland," said Trevelyan, "but I don't care about it now. My eye has lost all its taste." "It isn't the eye," said Glasscock. "Well, no. The truth is that when one is absolutely unhappy one cannot revel in the imagination. I don't believe in the miseries of poets." "I think myself," said Glasscock, "that a poet should have a good digestion. By the by, Mrs. Trevelyan and her sister went down to Nuncomputney, in Devonshire." "They did go there." "Have they moved since? A very pretty place is Nuncomputney." "You have been there, then?" Mr. Glasscock blushed again. He was certainly an awkward man, saying things that he ought not to say, and telling secrets which ought not to have been told. "Well, yes, I have been there, as it happens." "Just lately, do you mean?" Mr. Glasscock paused, hoping to find his way out of the scrape, but soon perceived that there was no way out. He could not lie, even in an affair of love, and was altogether destitute of those honest subterfuges honest in such position, of which a dozen would have been at once at the command of any woman, and with one of which, sufficient for the moment, most men would have been able to arm themselves. "Indeed, yes," he said, almost stammering as he spoke. "It was lately, since your wife went there." Trevelyan, though he had been told of the possibility of Mr. Glasscock's courtship, felt himself almost aggrieved by this man's intrusion on his wife's retreat. Had he not sent her there that she might be private, and what right had anyone to invade such privacy? "I suppose I had better tell the truth at once," said Mr. Glasscock. "I went to see Miss Rowley." "Oh, indeed. My secret will be safe with you, I know." "I did not know that there was a secret," said Trevelyan. "I should have thought that they would have told me." "I don't see that. However, it doesn't matter much. I got nothing by my journey. Are the ladies still at Nuncomputney?" "No, they have moved from there to London." "Not back to Curzon Street?" "Oh dear, no. There is no house in Curzon Street for them now." This was said in a tone so sad that it almost made Mr. Glasscock weep. "They are staying with an aunt of theirs, out to the east of the city." "At St. Didulph's?" "Yes, with Mr. Outhouse, the clergyman there. You can't conceive what it is not to be able to see your own child, and yet how can I take the boy from her?" "Of course not. He's only a baby." "And yet all this is brought on me solely by her obstinacy. God knows, however, I don't want to say a word against her. People choose to say that I am to blame, and they may say so for me. Nothing that anyone may say can add anything to the weight that I have to bear." Then they walked to the top of the mountain in silence, and in due time were picked up by their proper shepherd, and carried down to Susa at a pace that would give an English coachman a concussion of the brain. Why passengers for Turin, who reach Susa dusty, tired, and sleepy, should be detained at that place for an hour and a half instead of being forwarded to their beds in the great city, is never made very apparent. All travelling officials on the continent of Europe are very slow in their manipulation of luggage, but as they are equally correct, we will find the excuse for their tardiness in the latter quality. The hour and a half, however, is a necessity, and it is very grievous. On this occasion the two Miss Spauldings ate their supper, and the two gentlemen waited on them. The ladies had learned to regard at any rate Mr. Glasscock as their own property, and received his services, graciously indeed, but quite as a matter of course. When he was sent from their peculiar corner of the big dirty refreshment room to the supper table to fetch an apple, and then desired to change it because the one which he had brought was spotted, he rather liked it. And when he sat down with his knees near to theirs, actually trying to eat a large Italian apple himself, simply because they had eaten one, and discussed with them the passage over the Mont Cenis, he began to think that Susa was, after all, a place in which an hour and a half might be whiled away without much cause for complaint. "We only stay one night at Turin," said Caroline Spaulding, the elder. "And we shall have to start at 10 to get through to Florence tomorrow," said Olivia, the younger. "Isn't it cruel wasting all this time when we might be in bed?" "It is not for me to complain of the cruelty," said Mr. Glasscock. "We should have fared infinitely worse if we hadn't met you," said Caroline Spaulding. "But our republican simplicity won't allow us to assert that even your society is better than going to bed after a journey of 30 hours," said Olivia. In the meantime Trevelyan was roaming about the station moodily by himself, and the place is one not apt to restore cheerfulness to a moody man by any resources of its own. When the time for departure came, Mr. Glasscock sought him and found him, but Trevelyan had chosen a corner for himself in a carriage, and declared that he would rather avoid the ladies for the present. "Don't think me uncivil to leave you," he said, "but the truth is, I don't like American ladies." "I do, rather," said Mr. Glasscock. "You can say that I've got a headache," said Trevelyan. So Mr. Glasscock returned to his friends, and did say that Mr. Trevelyan had a headache. It was the first time that a name had been mentioned between them. "Mr. Trevelyan! What a pretty name! It sounds like a novel," said Olivia. "A very clever man," said Mr. Glasscock, "and much liked by his own circle, but he has had trouble, and is unhappy." "He looks unhappy," said Caroline. "The most miserable-looking man I ever saw in my life," said Olivia. Then it was agreed between them, as they went up to Trompetta's hotel, that they would go on together by the 10 o'clock train to Florence. End of Chapter 37. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 38 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 38. Verdict of the Jury. Mad, my lord. Trevelyan was left alone at Turin when Mr. Glasscock went on to Florence with his fair American friends. It was imperatively necessary that he should remain at Turin, though he had no business there of any kind whatever, and did not know a single person in the city. And of all towns in Italy, Turin has perhaps less of attraction to offer the solitary visitor than any other. It is new and parallelogrammatic as an American town, is very cold in cold weather, very hot in hot weather, and now that it has been robbed of its life as a capital, is as dull and uninteresting as though it were German or English. There is the Armory and the River Po, and a good hotel. But what are these things to a man who is forced to live alone in a place for 4 days or perhaps a week? Trevelyan was bound to remain at Turin till he should hear from Bosel. No one but Bosel knew his address, and he could do nothing till Bosel should have communicated to him tidings of what was being done at St. Didulph's. There is perhaps no great social question so imperfectly understood among us at the present day as that which refers to the line which divides sanity from insanity. That this man is sane and that other unfortunately mad we do know well enough, and we know also that one man may be subject to various hallucinations, may fancy himself to be a teapot or what not, and yet be in such a condition of mind as to call for no intervention, either on behalf of his friends or of the law, while another may be in possession of intellectual faculties capable of lucid exertion for the highest purposes, and yet be so mad that bodily restraint upon him is indispensable. We know that the sane man is responsible for what he does, and that the insane man is irresponsible, But we do not know, we only guess wildly, at the state of mind of those who now and again act like madmen, though no court or council of experts has declared them to be mad. The bias of the public mind is to press heavily on such men till the law attempts to touch them, as though they were thoroughly responsible, and then, when the law interferes, to screen them as though they were altogether irresponsible. The same juryman who would find a man mad who has murdered a young woman would in private life express a desire that the same young man should be hung, crucified, or skinned alive, if he had moodily and without reason broken his faith to the young woman in lieu of killing her. Now Trevelyan was, in truth, mad on the subject of his wife's alleged infidelity. He had abandoned everything that he valued in the world, and had made himself wretched in every affair of life, because he could not submit to acknowledge to himself the possibility of error on his own part. For that, in truth, was the condition of his mind. He had never hitherto believed that she had been false to her vow, and had sinned against him irredeemably, but he had thought that in her regard for another man she had slighted him, and, so thinking, he had subjected her to a severity of rebuke which no high-spirited woman could have borne. His wife had not tried to bear it, in her indignation had not striven to cure the evil. Then had come his resolution that she should submit or part from him, and having so resolved, nothing could shake him. Though every friend he possessed was now against him, including even Lady Milborough, he was certain that he was right. Had not his wife sworn to obey him, and was not her whole conduct one tissue of disobedience? Would not the man who submitted to this find himself driven to submit to things worse? Let her own her fault, let her submit, and then she should come back to him. He had not considered, when his resolutions to this effect were first forming themselves, that a separation between a man and his wife once effected cannot be annulled, and as it were cured so as to leave no cicatrice behind. Gradually, as he spent day after day in thinking on this one subject, he came to feel that even were his wife to submit, to own her fault humbly, and to come back to him, this very coming back would in itself be a new wound. Could he go out again with his wife on his arm, to the houses of those who knew that he had repudiated her because of her friendship with another man? Could he open again that house in Curzon Street, and let things go on quietly as they had gone before? He told himself that it was impossible, that he and she were ineffably disgraced, that, if reunited, they must live buried out of sight in some remote distance. And he told himself also that he could never be with her again, night or day, without thinking of the separation. His happiness had been shipwrecked. Then he had put himself into the hands of Mr. Bosel, and Mr. Bosel had taught him that women very often do go astray. Mr. Bosel's idea of female virtue was not high, and he had opportunities of implanting his idea on his client's mind. Trevelyan hated the man. He was filled with disgust by Bosel's words, and was made miserable by Bosel's presence. Yet he came gradually to believe in Bosel. Bosel alone believed in him. There were none but Bosel who did not bid him to submit himself to his disobedient wife. And then, as he came to believe in Bosel, he grew to be more and more assured that no one but Bosel could tell him facts. His chivalry, and love, and sense of woman's honor, with something of manly pride on his own part, so he told himself, had taught him to believe it to be impossible that his wife should have sinned. Bosel, who knew the world, thought otherwise. Bosel, who had no interest in the matter one way or the other, would find out facts. What if his chivalry, and love, and manly pride had deceived him? There were women who sinned. Then he prayed that his wife might not be such a woman, and got up from his prayers almost convinced that she was a sinner. His mind was at work upon it always. Could it be that she was so base as this, so vile a thing, so abject, such dirt, pollution, filth? But there were such cases. Nay, were they not almost numberless? He found himself reading in the papers records of such things from day to day, and thought that in doing so he was simply acquiring experience necessary for himself. If it were so, he had indeed done well to separate himself from a thing so infamous. And if it were not so, how could it be that that man had gone to her in Devonshire? He had received from his wife's hands a short note addressed to the man, in which the man was desired by her not to go to her, or to write to her again because of her husband's commands. He had shown this to Bosel, and Bosel had smiled. "It's just the sort of thing they does," Bosel had said. "Then they writes another by post." He had consulted Bosel as to the sending on of that letter, and Bosel had been strongly of opinion that it should be forwarded, a copy having been duly taken and attested by himself. It might be very pretty evidence by and by. If the letter were not forwarded, Bosel thought that the omission to do so might be given in evidence against his employer. Bosel was very careful and full of evidence. The letter, therefore, was sent on to Colonel Osborne. "If there's billy-doos going between 'em, we shall nobble 'em," said Bosel. Trevelyan tore his hair in despair, but believed that there would be billy-doos. He came to believe everything, and though he prayed fervently that his wife might not be led astray, that she might be saved at any rate from utter vice, yet he almost came to hope that it might be otherwise. Not, indeed, with the hope of the sane man, who desires that which he tells himself to be for his advantage, but with the hope of the insane man, who loves to feed his grievance, even though the grief should be his death. They who do not understand that a man may be brought to hope that which of all things is the most grievous to him, have not observed with sufficient closeness the perversity of the human mind. Trevelyan would have given all that he had to save his wife, would even now have cut his tongue out before he would have expressed to any one, save to Bosel, a suspicion that she could in truth have been guilty, was continually telling himself that further life would be impossible to him, if he, and she, and that child of theirs should be thus disgraced. And yet he expected it, believed it, and after a fashion he almost hoped it. He was to wait at Turin till tidings should come from Bosel, and after that he would go on to Venice, but he would not move from Turin till he should have received his first communication from England. When he had been 3 days at Turin they came to him, and among other letters in Bosel's packet there was a letter addressed in his wife's handwriting. The letter was simply directed to Bosel's house. In what possible way could his wife have found out aught of his dealings with Bosel, where Bosel lived, or could have learned that letters intended for him should be sent to the man's own residence? Before, however, we inspect the contents of Mr. Bosel's dispatch, we will go back and see how Mrs. Trevelyan had discovered the manner of forwarding a letter to her husband. The matter of the address was indeed very simple. All letters for Trevelyan were to be redirected from the house in Curzon Street, and from the chambers in Lincoln's Inn, to the Acrobats' Club. To the porter of the Acrobats' Club had been confided the secret, not of Bosel's name, but of Bosel's private address, No. 55, Stony Walk, Union Street, Borough. Thus all letters reaching the Acrobats were duly sent to Mr. Bosel's house. It may be remembered that Hugh Stanbury, on the occasion of his last visit to the parsonage of St. Didulph's, was informed that Mrs. Trevelyan had a letter from her father for her husband, and that she knew not whither to send it. It may well be that had the matter assumed no other interest in Stanbury's eyes than that given to it by Mrs. Trevelyan's very moderate anxiety to have the letter forwarded, he would have thought nothing about it. But having resolved, as he sat upon the knife-board of the omnibus, the reader will at any rate remember those resolutions made on the top of the omnibus while Hugh was smoking his pipe, having resolved that a deed should be done at St. Didulph's, he resolved also that it should be done at once. He would not allow the heat of his purpose to be cooled by delay. He would go to St. Didulph's at once, with his heart in his hand. But it might, he thought, be as well that he should have an excuse for his visit. So he called upon the porter at the Acrobats, and was successful in learning Mr. Trevelyan's address. Stony Walk, Union Street, Borough, he said to himself, wondering. Then it occurred to him that Bosel, and Bosel only among Trevelyan's friends, could live at Stony Walk in the Borough. Thus armed, he set out for St. Didulph's, and as one of the effects of his visit to the East, Sir Marmaduke's note was forwarded to Louis Trevelyan at Turin. End of chapter 38. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 39 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. Miss Nora Rowley is Maltreated. Hugh Stanbury, when he reached the parsonage, found no difficulty in making his way into the joint presence of Mrs. Outhouse, Mrs. Trevelyan, and Nora. He was recognized by the St. Didulph's party as one who had come over to their side, as a friend of Trevelyan who had found himself constrained to condemn his friend in spite of his friendship, and was consequently very welcome. And there was no difficulty about giving the address. The ladies wondered how it came to pass that Mr. Trevelyan's letter should be sent to such a locality, and Hugh expressed his surprise also. He thought it discreet to withhold his suspicions about Mr. Bosel, and simply expressed his conviction that letters sent in accordance with the directions given by the club porter would reach their destination. Then the boy was brought down, and they were all very confidential and very unhappy together. Mrs. Trevelyan could see no end to the cruelty of her position, and declared that her father's anger against her husband was so great that she anticipated his coming with almost more of fear than of hope. Mrs. Outhouse expressed an opinion that Mr. Trevelyan must surely be mad, and Nora suggested that the possibility of such perversity on the part of a man made it almost unwise in any woman to trust herself to the power of a husband. "But there are not many like him, thank God," said Mrs. Outhouse, bridling in her wrath. Thus they were very friendly together, and Hugh was allowed to feel that he stood upon comfortable terms in the parsonage, but he did not as yet see how he was to carry out his project for the present day. At last Mrs. Trevelyan went away with the child. Hugh felt that he ought to go, but stayed courageously. He thought he could perceive that Nora suspected the cause of his assiduity, but it was quite evident that Mrs. Outhouse did not do so. Mrs. Outhouse, having reconciled herself to the young man, was by no means averse to his presence. She went on talking about the wickedness of Trevelyan and her brother's anger and the fate of the little boy, till at last the little boy's mother came back into the room. Then Mrs. Outhouse went. They must excuse her for a few minutes, she said. If only she would have gone a few minutes sooner, how well her absence might have been excused. Nora understood it all now, and though she became almost breathless, she was not surprised when Hugh got up from his chair and asked her sister to go away. "Mrs. Trevelyan," he said, "I want to speak a few words to your sister. I hope you will give me the opportunity." "Nora!" exclaimed Mrs. Trevelyan. "She knows nothing about it," said Hugh. "Am I to go?" said Mrs. Trevelyan to her sister. But Nora never said a word. She sat perfectly fixed, not turning her eyes from the object on which she was gazing. "Pray do," said Hugh. "I cannot think that it will be for any good," said Mrs. Trevelyan, "but I know that she may be trusted, and I suppose it ought to be so if you wish it." "I do wish it of all things," said Hugh, still standing up and almost turning the elder sister out of the room by the force of his look and voice. Then, with another pause of a moment, Mrs. Trevelyan rose from her chair and left the room, closing the door after her. Hugh, when he found that the coast was clear for him, immediately began his task with a conviction that not a moment was to be lost. He had told himself a dozen times that the matter was hopeless, that Nora had shown him by every means in her power that she was indifferent to him, that she with all her friends would know that such a marriage was out of the question, and he had in truth come to believe that the mission which he had in hand was one in which success was not possible. But he thought that it was his duty to go on with it. If a man love a woman, even though it be the king and the beggar-woman reversed, though it be a beggar and a queen, he should tell her of it. If it be so, she has a right to know it and to take her choice, and he has a right to tell her and to say what he can for himself. Such was Hugh's doctrine in the matter, and acting upon it, he found himself alone with his mistress. "Nora," he said, speaking perhaps with more energy than the words required, "I have come here to tell you that I love you, and to ask you to be my wife." Nora, for the last 10 minutes, had been thinking that this would come, that it would come at once, and yet she was not at all prepared with an answer. It was now weeks since she had confessed to herself frankly that nothing else but this one thing which was now happening, this one thing which had now happened, that nothing else could make her happy or could touch her happiness. She had refused a man whom she otherwise would have taken, because her heart had been given to Hugh Stanbury. She had been bold enough to tell that other suitor that it was so, though she had not mentioned the rival's name. She had longed for some expression of love from this man when they had been at Nuncombe together, and had been fiercely angry with him because no such expression had come from him. Day after day, since she had been with her aunt, she had told herself that she was a broken-hearted woman because she had given away all that she had to give and had received nothing in return. Had he said a word that might have given her hope, how happy could she have been in hoping? Now he had come to her with a plain-spoken offer, telling her that he loved her, and asking her to be his wife, and she was altogether unable to answer. How could she consent to be his wife, knowing as she did that there was no certainty of an income on which they could live? How could she tell her father and mother that she had engaged herself to marry a man who might or might not make £400 a year, and who already had a mother and sister depending on him? In truth, had he come more gently to her, his chance of a happy answer, of an answer which might be found to have in it something of happiness, would have been greater. He might have said a word which she could not but have answered softly, and then from that constrained softness other gentleness would have followed, and so he would have won her in spite of her discretion. She would have surrendered gradually, accepting on the score of her great love all the penalties of a long and precarious engagement. But when she was asked to come and be his wife, now and at once, she felt that in spite of her love it was impossible that she could accede to a request so sudden, so violent, so monstrous. He stood over her as though expecting an instant answer, and then, when she had sat dumb before him for a minute, he repeated his demand. "Tell me, Nora, can you love me? If you knew how thoroughly I have loved you, you would at least feel something for me." To tell him that she did not love him was impossible to her, but how was she to refuse him without telling him either a lie or the truth? Some answer she must give him, and as to that matter of marrying him, the answer must be a negative. Her education had been of that nature which teaches girls to believe that it is a crime to marry a man without an assured income. Assured morality in a husband is a great thing, assured good temper is very excellent, assured talent, religion, amiability, truth, honesty, are all desirable, but an assured income is indispensable. Whereas in truth the income may come hereafter, but the other things, unless they be there already, will hardly be forthcoming. "Mr. Stanbury," she said, "your suddenness has quite astounded me." "Ah, yes, but how should I not be sudden? I have come here on purpose to say this to you. If I do not say it now— You heard what Emily said." "No, what did she say?" "She said that it would not be for good that you should speak to me thus." "Why not for good? But she is unhappy and looks gloomily at things." "Yes, indeed." "But all the world need not be sad for ever because she has been unfortunate." "Not all the world, Mr. Stanbury, but you must not be surprised if it affects me." "But would that prevent your loving me, if you did love me? But, Nora, I do not expect you to love me, not yet. I do not say that I expect it ever. But if you would— Nora, I can do no more than tell you the simple truth. Just listen to me for a minute. You know how I came to be intimate with you all in Curzon Street. The first day I saw you, I loved you, and there has come no change yet. It is months now since I first knew that I loved you. Well, I told myself more than once, when I was down at Nuncombe, for instance, that I had no right to speak to you. What right can a poor devil like me have, who lives from hand to mouth, to ask such a girl as you to be his wife? And so I said nothing, though it was on my lips every moment that I was there. Nora remembered at the moment how she had looked to his lips, and had not seen the words there. But I think there is something unmanly in this. If you cannot give me a grain of hope, if you tell me that there never can be hope, it is my misfortune. It will be very grievous, but I will bear it. But that will be better than puling and moping about without daring to tell my tale. I am not ashamed of it. I have fallen in love with you, Nora, and I think it best to come for an answer." He held out his arms as though he thought that she might perhaps come to him. Indeed, he had no idea of any such coming on her part, but she, as she looked at him, almost thought that it was her duty to go. Had she a right to withhold herself from him, she who loved him so dearly? Had he stepped forward and taken her in his arms, it might be that all power of refusal would soon have been beyond her power. "Mr. Stanbury," she said, "you have confessed yourself that it is impossible." "But do you love me? Do you think that it is possible that you should ever love me?" "You know, Mr. Stanbury, that you should not say anything further. You know that it cannot be." "But do you love me?" "You are ungenerous not to take an answer without driving me to be uncourteous." "I do not care for courtesy. Tell me the truth. Can you ever love me? With one word of hope I will wait and work and feel myself to be a hero. I will not go till you tell me that you cannot love me." "Then I must tell you so." "What is it you will tell me, Nora? Speak it. Say it. If I knew that a girl disliked me, nothing should make me press myself upon her. Am I odious to you, Nora?" "No, not odious, but very, very unfair." "I will have the truth if I be ever so unfair," he said, and by this time probably some inkling of the truth had reached his intelligence. There was already a tear in Nora's eye, but he did not pity her. She owed it to him to tell him the truth, and he would have it from her if it was to be reached. "Nora," he said, "listen to me again. All my heart and soul are in this. It is everything to me. If you can love me, you are bound to say so. By Jove, I will believe you do, unless you swear to me that it is not so. He was now holding her by the hand and looking closely into her face. "Mr. Stanbury," she said, "let me go. Pray, pray let me go." "Not till you say that you love me. Oh, Nora, I believe that you love me. You do. Yes, you do love me. Dearest, dearest Nora, would you not say a word to make me the happiest man in the world?" And now he had his arm round her waist. "Let me go," she said, struggling through her tears and covering her face with her hands. "You are very, very wicked. I will never speak to you again. Nay, but you shall let me go." And then she was out of his arms and had escaped from the room before he had managed to touch her face with his lips. As he was thinking how he also might escape now, might escape and comfort himself with his triumph, Mrs. Outhouse returned to the chamber. She was very demure, and her manner towards him was considerably changed since she had left the chamber. "Mr. Stanbury," she said, "this kind of thing mustn't go any further indeed, at least not in my house." "What kind of thing, Mrs. Outhouse?" "Well, what my elder niece has told me. I have not seen Miss Rowley since she left you. I am quite sure she has behaved with discretion." "Indeed she has, Mrs. Outhouse." "The fact is, my nieces are in grief and trouble, and this is no time or place for love-making. I am sorry to be uncivil, but I must ask you not to come here any more." "I will stay away from this house, certainly, if you bid me." "I am very sorry, but I must bid you. Sir Marmaduke will be home in the spring, and if you have anything to say to him, of course you can see him." Then Hugh Stanbury took his leave of Mrs. Outhouse, but as he went home, again on the knife-board of an omnibus, he smoked the pipe of triumph rather than the pipe of contemplation. End of chapter 39. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 40 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. C.G. The Miss Spauldings were met at the station at Florence by their uncle, the American minister, by their cousin, the American secretary of legation, and by 3 or 4 other dear friends and relations, who were there to welcome the newcomers to sunny Italy. Mr. Glasscock, therefore, who 10 minutes since had been, and had felt himself to be, quite indispensable to their comfort, suddenly became as though he were nothing and nobody. Who is there that has not felt these sudden disruptions to the intimacies and friendships of a long journey? He bowed to them, and they to him, and then they were whirled away in their grandeur. He put himself into a small, open hackney carriage, and had himself driven to the York Hotel, feeling himself to be deserted and desolate. The 2 Miss Spauldings were the daughters of a very respectable lawyer at Boston, whereas Mr. Glasscock was heir to a peerage, to an enormous fortune, and to one of the finest places in England. But he thought nothing of this at the time. As he went he was meditating which young woman was the most attractive, Nora Rowley or Caroline Spaulding. He had no doubt but that Nora was the prettier, the pleasanter in manner, the better dressed, the more engaging in all that concerned the outer woman, but he thought that he had never met any lady who talked better than Caroline Spaulding. And what was Nora Rowley's beauty to him? Had she not told him that she was the property of someone else? Or for the matter of that, what was Miss Spaulding to him? They had parted, and he was going on to Naples in 2 days. He had said some half-defined word as to calling at the American Embassy, but it had not been taken up by either of the ladies. He had not pressed it, and so they had parted without an understanding as to a future meeting. The double journey from Turin to Bologna and from Bologna to Florence is very long, and forms ample time for a considerable intimacy. There had, too, been a long day's journeying together before that, and with no women is a speedy intimacy so possible, or indeed so profitable, as with Americans. They fear nothing, neither you nor themselves, and talk with as much freedom as though they were men. It may perhaps be assumed to be true as a rule that women's society is always more agreeable to men than that of other men, except for the lack of ease. It undoubtedly is so when the women be young and pretty. There is a feeling, however, among pretty women in Europe that such freedom is dangerous, and it is withheld. There is such danger, and more or less of such withholding is expedient, but the American woman does not recognize the danger, and if she withhold the grace of her countenance and the pearls of her speech, it is because she is not desirous of the society which is proffered to her. These 2 American sisters had not withholden their pearls from Mr. Glasscock. He was much their senior in age, he was gentle in his manners, and they probably recognized him to be a safe companion. They had no idea who he was, and had not heard his name when they parted from him. But it was not probable that they should have been with him so long, and that they should leave him without further thought of him, without curiosity or a desire to know more of him. They had seen C.G. in large letters on his dressing-bag, and that was all they had learned as to his identity. He had known their names well, and had once called Olivia by hers, in the hurry of speaking to her sister. He had apologized, and there had been a little laugh, and a discussion about the use of Christian names, such as is very conducive to intimacy between gentlemen and ladies. When you can talk to a young lady about her own Christian name, you are almost entitled for the nonce to use it. Mr. Glasscock went to his hotel, and was very moody and desolate. His name was very soon known there, and he received the honours due to his rank and station. "I should like to travel in America," he said to himself, "if I could be sure that no one would find out who I was." He had received letters at Turin, stating that his father was better, and therefore he intended to remain 2 days at Florence. The weather was still very hot, and Florence in the middle of September is much preferable to Naples. That night, when the two Miss Spauldings were alone together, they discussed their fellow-traveller thoroughly. Something, of course, had been said about him to their uncle the minister, to their aunt the minister's wife, and to their cousin the secretary of legation. But travellers will always observe that the dear new friends they have made on their journey are not interesting to the dear old friends whom they meet afterwards. There may be some touch of jealousy in this, and then, though you the traveller are fully aware that there has been something special in the case, which has made this new friendship more peculiar than others that have sprung up in similar circumstances, fathers and brothers and wives and sisters do not see it in that light. They suspect, perhaps, that the new friend was a bagman, or an opera dancer, and think that the affair need not be made of importance. The American minister had cast his eye on Mr. Glasscock during that momentary parting, and had not thought much of Mr. Glasscock. "He was certainly a gentleman," Caroline had said. "There are a great many English gentlemen," the minister had replied. "I thought you would have asked him to call," Olivia said to her sister. "He did offer." "I know he did. I heard it." "Why didn't you tell him he might come?" "Because we are not in Boston, Livy. It might be the most horrible thing in the world to do here in Florence, and it may make a difference, because Uncle Jonas is minister." "Why should that make a difference? Do you mean that one isn't to see one's own friends? That must be nonsense." "But he isn't a friend, Livy. It seems to me as if I'd known him forever. That soft, monotonous voice, which never became excited and never disagreeable, is as familiar to me as though I had lived with it all my life." "I thought him very pleasant." "Indeed you did, Carrie, and he thought you pleasant too. Doesn't it seem odd? You were mending his glove for him this very afternoon, just as if he were your brother." "Why shouldn't I mend his glove?" "Why not, indeed? He was entitled to have everything mended after getting us such a good dinner at Bologna. By the by, you never paid him." "Yes, I did, when you were not by." "I wonder who he is. C.G. That fine man in the brown coat was his servant, you know. I thought at first that C.G. must have been cracked, and that the tall man was his keeper." "I never knew anyone less like a madman." "No, but the man was so queer. He did nothing, you know. We hardly saw him, if you remember, at Turin. All he did was to tie the shawls at Bologna. What can any man want with another man about with him like that, unless he is cracked either in body or mind?" "You'd better ask C.G. yourself." "I shall never see C.G. again, I suppose. I should like to see him again. I guess you would too, Carrie, eh?" "Of course I should. Why not?" "I never knew a man so imperturbable, and who had yet so much to say for himself. I wonder what he is. Perhaps he's on business, and that man was a kind of a clerk." "He had livery buttons on," said Carrie. "And does that make a difference?" "I don't think they put clerks into livery, even in England." "Nor yet mad doctors," said Olivia. "Well, I like him very much, and the only thing against him is that he should have a man 6 feet high going about with him doing nothing." "You'll make me angry, Livy, if you talk in that way. It's uncharitable." "In what way?" "About a mad doctor." "It's my belief," said Olivia, "that he's an English swell, a lord or a duke, and it's my belief, too, that he's in love with you." "It's my belief, Livy, that you're a regular ass." And so the conversation was ended on that occasion. On the next day, about noon, the American minister, as part of the duty which he owed to his country, read in a publication of that day, issued for the purpose, the names of the new arrivals at Florence. First and foremost was that of the Honourable Charles Glasscock, with his suite, at the York Hotel, en route to join his father, Lord Peterborough, at Naples. Having read the news first to himself, the minister read it out loud in the presence of his nieces. "That's our friend C.G.," said Livy. "I should think not," said the minister, who had his own ideas about an English lord. "I'm sure it is, because of the tall man with the buttons," said Olivia. "It's very unlikely," said the Secretary of Legation. "Lord Peterborough is a man of immense wealth, very old indeed. They say he is dying at Naples. This man is his eldest son." "Is that any reason why he shouldn't have been civil to us?" asked Olivia. "I don't think he is the sort of man likely to sit up in the banquette, and he would have posted over the Alps. Moreover, he had his suite with him." "His suite was buttons," said Olivia. "Only fancy, Carrie, we've been waited on for 2 days by a lord as is to be, and didn't know it, and you have mended the tips of his lordship's glove." But Carrie said nothing at all. Late on that same evening they met Mr. Glasscock close to the Duomo, under the shade of the Campanile. He had come out, as they had done, to see by moonlight that loveliest of all works made by man's hands. They were with the minister, but Mr. Glasscock came up and shook hands with them. "I would introduce you to my uncle, Mr. Spalding," said Olivia, "only, as it happens, we have never yet heard your name." "My name is Mr. Glasscock," said he, smiling. Then the introduction was made, and the American minister took off his hat and was very affable. "Only think, Carrie," said Olivia, when they were alone that evening, "if you were to become the wife of an English lord." End of chapter 40. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 41 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Showing what took place at St. Didulph's. Nora Rowley, when she escaped from the violence of her lover, at once rushed up to her own room, and managed to fasten herself in before she had been seen by any one. Her elder sister had at once gone to her aunt when, at Hugh's request, she had left the room, thinking it right that Mrs. Outhouse should know what was being done in her own house. Mrs. Outhouse had considered the matter patiently for a while, giving the lovers the benefit of her hesitation, and had then spoken her mind to Stanbury, as we have already heard. He had, upon the whole, been so well pleased with what had occurred, that he was not in the least angry with the parson's wife when he left the parsonage. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Outhouse was at once joined by her elder niece, but Nora remained for a while alone in her room. Had she committed herself? And if so, did she regret it? He had behaved very badly to her, certainly, taking her by the hand and putting his arm round her waist. And then had he not even attempted to kiss her? He had done all this, although she had been resolute in refusing to speak to him one word of kindness, though she had told him with all the energy and certainty of which she was mistress that she would never be his wife. If a girl were to be subjected to such treatment as this when she herself had been so firm, so discreet, so decided, then indeed it would be unfit that a girl should trust herself with a man. She had never thought that he had been such a one as that, to ill-use her, to lay a hand on her in violence, to refuse to take an answer. She threw herself on the bed and sobbed, and then hid her face, and was conscious that in spite of this acting before herself she was the happiest girl alive. He had behaved very badly, of course he had behaved most wickedly, and she would tell him so, some day. But was he not the dearest fellow living? Did ever man speak with more absolute conviction of love in every tone of his voice? Was it not the finest, noblest heart that ever throbbed beneath a waistcoat? Had not his very wickedness come from the overpowering truth of his affection for her? She would never quite forgive him because it had been so very wrong, but she would be true to him for ever and ever. Of course they could not marry. What! Would she go to him and be a clog round his neck and a weight upon him forever, bringing him down to the gutter by the burden of her own useless and unworthy self? No, she would never so injure him. She would not even hamper him by an engagement. But yet she would be true to him. She had an idea that in spite of all her protestations, which, as she looked back upon them, appeared to her to have been louder than they had been, that through the teeth of her denials something of the truth had escaped from her. Well, let it be so. It was the truth, and why should he not know it? Then she pictured to herself a long romance, in which the heroine lived happily on the simple knowledge that she had been beloved, and the reader may be sure that in this romance Mr. Glasscock, with his splendid prospects, filled one of the characters. She had been so wretched at Nuncombe Putney when she had felt herself constrained to admit to herself that this man, for whom she had sacrificed herself, did not care for her, that she could not now but enjoy her triumph. After she had sobbed upon the bed, she got up and walked about the room smiling, and she would now press her hands to her forehead, and then shake her tresses, and then clasp her own left hand with her right as though he were still holding it. Wicked man! Why had he been so wicked and so violent? And why had she not once felt his lips upon her brow? And she was pleased with herself. Her sister had rebuked her because she had refused to make her fortune by marrying Mr. Glasscock, and to own the truth, she had rebuked herself on the same score, when she found that Hugh Stanbury had not had a word of love to say to her. It was not that she regretted the grandeur which she had lost, but that she should, even within her own thoughts, with the consciousness of her own bosom, have declared herself unable to receive another man's devotion, because of her love for this man who neglected her. Now she was proud of herself. Whether it might be accounted as good or ill fortune that she had ever seen Hugh Stanbury, it must at any rate be right that she should be true to him, now that she had seen him and had loved him. To know that she loved and that she was not loved again had nearly killed her, but such was not her lot. She too had been successful with her quarry, and had struck her game and brought down her deer. He had been very violent with her, but his violence had at least made the matter clear. He did love her. She would be satisfied with that, and would endeavour so to live that that alone should make life happy for her. How should she get his photograph, and a lock of his hair? And when again might she have the pleasure of placing her own hand within his great, rough, violent grasp? Then she kissed the hand which he had held, and opened the door of her room, at which her sister was now knocking. "Nora, dear, will you not come down?" "Not yet, Emily. Very soon I will." "And what has happened, dearest?" "There is nothing to tell, Emily." "There must be something to tell. What did he say to you?" "Of course you know what he said." "And what answer did you make?" "I told him that it could not be." "And did he take that as final, Nora?" "Of course not. What man ever takes a no as final?" "When you said no to Mr. Glasscock, he took it." "That was different, Emily." "But how different? I don't see the difference, except that if you could have brought yourself to like Mr. Glasscock, it would have been the greatest thing in the world for you, and for all of them." "Would you have me take a man, Emily, that I didn't care one straw for, merely because he was a lord? You can't mean that." "I'm not talking about Mr. Glasscock now, Nora." "Yes, you are. And what's the use? He is gone, and there's an end of it." "And is Mr. Stanbury gone?" "Of course." "In the same way?" asked Mrs. Trevelyan. "How can I tell about his ways? No, it is not in the same way. There, he went in a very different way." "How was it different, Nora?" "Oh, so different! I can't tell you how. Mr. Glasscock will never come back again." "And Mr. Stanbury will?" said the elder sister. Nora made no reply, but after a while nodded her head. "And you want him to come back?" She paused again, and again nodded her head. "Then you have accepted him?" "I have not accepted him. I have refused him. I have told him that it was impossible." "And yet you wish him back again?" Nora again nodded her head. "That is a state of things I cannot at all understand," said Mrs. Trevelyan, "and would not believe unless you told me so yourself." "And you think me very wrong, of course. I will endeavour to do nothing wrong, but it is so. I have not said a word of encouragement to Mr. Stanbury, but I love him with all my heart. Ought I to tell you a lie when you question me? Or is it natural that I should never wish to see again a person whom I love better than all the world? It seems to me that a girl can hardly be right if she have any choice of her own. Here are two men, one rich and the other poor. I shall fall to the ground between them. I know that. I have fallen to the ground already. I like the one I can't marry. I don't care a straw for the one who could give me a grand house. That is falling to the ground. But I don't see that it is hard to understand, or that I have disgraced myself." "I said nothing of disgrace, Nora." "But you looked it." "I did not intend to look it, dearest. And remember this, Emily, I have told you everything because you asked me. I do not mean to tell anybody else at all. Mamma would not understand me. I have not told him, and I shall not." "You mean Mr. Stanbury?" "Yes, I mean Mr. Stanbury. As to Mr. Glasscock, of course I shall tell mamma that. I have no secret there." That is his secret, and I suppose mamma should know it. But I will have nothing told about the other. Had I accepted him, or even hinted to him that I cared for him, I would tell mamma at once." After that there came something of a lecture, or something rather of admonition, from Mrs. Outhouse. That lady did not attempt to upbraid, or to find any fault, but observed that as she understood that Mr. Stanbury had no means whatever, and as Nora herself had none, there had better be no further intercourse between them, till at any rate Sir Marmaduke and Lady Rowley should be in London. "So I told him that he must not come here any more, my dear," said Mrs. Outhouse. "You are quite right, aunt. He ought not to come here." "I am so glad that you agree with me." "I agree with you altogether. I think I was bound to see him when he asked to see me, but the thing is altogether out of the question. I don't think he'll come any more, aunt." Then Mrs. Outhouse was quite satisfied that no harm had been done. A month had now passed since anything had been heard at St. Didolph's from Mr. Trevelyan, and it seemed that many months might go on in the same dull way. When Mrs. Trevelyan first found herself in her uncle's house, a sum of £200 had been sent to her, and since that she had received a letter from her husband's lawyer, saying that a similar amount would be sent to her every 3 months, as long as she was separated from her husband. A portion of this she had given over to Mr. Outhouse, but this pecuniary assistance by no means comforted that unfortunate gentleman in his trouble. "I don't want to get into debt," he said, "by keeping a lot of people whom I haven't the means to feed. And I don't want to board and lodge my nieces and their family at so much a head. It's very hard upon me either way." And so it was. All the comfort of his home was destroyed, and he was driven to sacrifice his independence by paying his tradesmen with a portion of Mrs. Trevelyan's money. The more he thought of it all, and the more he discussed the matter with his wife, the more indignant they became with the truant husband. "I can't believe," he said, "but what Mr. Bideawhile could make him come back, if he chose to do his duty." "But they say that Mr. Trevelyan is in Italy, my dear." "And if I went to Italy, might I leave you to starve and take my income with me?" "He doesn't leave her quite to starve, my dear." "But isn't a man bound to stay with his wife? I never heard of such a thing, never, and I'm sure that there must be something wrong. A man can't go away and leave his wife to live with her uncle and aunt. It isn't right." "But what can we do?" Mr. Outhouse was forced to acknowledge that nothing could be done. He was a man to whom the quiescence of his own childless house was the one pleasure of his existence, and of that he was robbed because this wicked madman chose to neglect all his duties and leave his wife without a house to shelter her. "Supposing that she couldn't have come here, what then?" said Mr. Outhouse. "I did tell him as plain as words could speak that we couldn't receive them." "But here they are," said Mrs. Outhouse, "and here they must remain till my brother comes to England." "It's the most monstrous thing that I ever heard of in all my life," said Mr. Outhouse. "He ought to be locked up, that's what he ought." It was hard, and it became harder, when a gentleman whom Mr. Outhouse certainly did not wish to see, called upon him about the latter end of September. Mr. Outhouse was sitting alone, in the gloomy parlour of his parsonage, for his own study had been given up to other things, since this great inroad had been made upon his family. He was sitting alone on one Saturday morning, preparing for the duties of the next day, with various manuscript sermons lying on the table around him, when he was told that a gentleman had called to see him. Had Mr. Outhouse been an incumbent at the West End of London, or had his maid been a West End servant, in all probability the gentleman's name would have been demanded. But Mr. Outhouse was a man who was not very ready in foreseeing and preventing misfortunes, and the girl who opened the door was not trained to discreet usages in such matters. As she announced the fact that there was a gentleman, she pointed to the door, to show that the gentleman was there, and before Mr. Outhouse had been able to think whether it would be prudent for him to make some preliminary inquiry, Colonel Osborne was in the room. Now, as it happened, these two men had never hitherto met each other, though one was the brother-in-law of Sir Marmaduke Rowley, and the other had been his very old friend. "My name, Mr. Outhouse, is Colonel Osborne," said the visitor, coming forward with his hand out. The clergyman, of course, took his hand and asked him to be seated. "We have known each other's names very long," continued the Colonel, "though I do not think we have ever yet had an opportunity of becoming acquainted." "No," said Mr. Outhouse, "we have never been acquainted, I believe." He might have added that he had no desire whatever to make such acquaintance, and his manner, over which he himself had no control, did almost say as much. Indeed, this coming to his house of the suspected lover of his niece appeared to him to be a heavy addition to his troubles, for although he was disposed to take his niece's part against her husband to any possible length, even to the locking up of the husband as a madman, if it were possible, Nevertheless, he had almost as great a horror of the Colonel as though the husband's allegation as to the lover had been true as gospel. Because Trevelyan had been wrong altogether, Colonel Osborne was not the less wrong. Because Trevelyan's suspicions were to Mr. Outhouse wicked and groundless, he did not the less regard the presumed lover to be an iniquitous roaring lion going about seeking whom he might devour. Elderly unmarried men of fashion generally, and especially colonels, and majors, and members of Parliament, and such like, were to him as black sheep or roaring lions. They were frugus consumere nati, men who stood on club doorsteps talking naughtily and doing nothing, wearing sleek clothing, for which they very often did not pay, and never going to church. It seemed to him, in his ignorance, that such men had none of the burdens of this world upon their shoulders, and that therefore they stood in great peril of the burdens of the next. It was doubtless his special duty to deal with men in such peril, but those wicked ones with whom he was concerned were those whom he could reach. Now, the Colonel Osbornes of the earth were not to be got at by any clergyman, or as far as Mr. Outhouse could see, by any means of grace. That story of the rich man and the camel seemed to him to be specially applicable to such people. How was such a one as Colonel Osborne to be shown the way through the eye of a needle? To Mr. Outhouse, his own brother-in-law, Sir Marmaduke was almost of the same class, for he frequented clubs when in London, and played whist, and talked of the things of the world, such as the Derby, and the levées, and West End dinner parties, as though they were all in all to him. He, to be sure, was weighted with so large a family that there might be hope for him. The eye of the needle could not be closed against him as a rich man, but he savoured of the West End, and was worldly, and consorted with such men as this Colonel Osborne. When Colonel Osborne introduced himself to Mr. Outhouse, it was almost as though Apollyon had made his way into the parsonage of St. Didulph's. "Mr. Outhouse," said the Colonel, "I have thought it best to come to you the very moment that I got back to town from Scotland." Mr. Outhouse bowed, and was bethinking himself slowly what manner of speech he would adopt. "I leave town again to-morrow for Dorsetshire. I am going down to my friends, the Brambers, for partridge shooting." Mr. Outhouse knitted his thick brows in further inward condemnation. Partridge shooting! Yes, this was September, and partridge shooting would be the probable care and occupation of such a man at such a time. A man without a duty in the world! Perhaps, added to this, there was a feeling that, whereas Colonel Osborne could shoot Scotch grouse in August, and Dorsetshire partridges in September, and go about throughout the whole year like a roaring lion, he, Mr. Outhouse, was forced to remain at St. Didulph's in the East, from January to December, with the exception of one small parson's week spent at Margate for the benefit of his wife's health. If there was such a thought, or rather such a feeling, who will say that it was not natural? "But I could not go through London without seeing you," continued the Colonel. "This is a most frightful infatuation of Trevelyan." "Very frightful indeed," said Mr. Outhouse, "and on my honour as a gentleman, not the slightest cause in the world." "You are old enough to be the lady's father," said Mr. Outhouse, managing in that to get one blow at the gallant Colonel. "Just so. God bless my soul!" Mr. Outhouse shrunk visibly at this profane allusion to the Colonel's soul. "Why, I've known her father ever so many years. As you say, I might almost be her father myself." As far as age went, such certainly might have been the case, for the Colonel was older than Sir Marmaduke. "Look here, Mr. Outhouse, here is a letter I got from Emily." "From Mrs. Trevelyan?" "Yes, from Mrs. Trevelyan, and as well as I can understand, it must have been sent to me by Trevelyan himself. Did you ever hear of such a thing? And now I'm told he has gone away, nobody knows where, and has left her here." "He has gone away, nobody knows where. Of course I don't ask to see her. It would be imprudent, Colonel Osborne, and could not be permitted in this house. I don't ask for it. I have known Emily Trevelyan since she was an infant, and have always loved her. I'm her godfather for aught I know, though one forgets things of that sort." Mr. Outhouse again knit his eyebrows, and shuddered visibly. "She and I have been fast friends, and why not? But of course I can't interfere." "If you ask me, Colonel Osborne, I should say that you can do nothing in the matter, except to remain away from her. When Sir Marmaduke is in England, you can see him if you please." "See him? Of course I shall see him. And by George, Louis Trevelyan will have to see him too. I shouldn't like to have to stand up before Rowley if I had treated a daughter of his in such a fashion. You know Rowley, of course." "Oh, yes, I know him." "He's not the sort of man to bear this sort of thing. He'll about tear Trevelyan in pieces if he gets hold of him. God bless my soul!" The eyebrows went to work again. "I never heard of such a thing in all my life. Does he pay anything for them, Mr. Outhouse?" This was dreadful to the poor clergyman. "That is a subject which we surely need not discuss," said he. Then he remembered that such speech on his part was like to a subterfuge, and he found it necessary to put himself right. "I am repaid for the maintenance here of my nieces, and the little boy, and their attendance. I do not know why the question should be asked, but such is the fact." "Then they are here by agreement between you and him." "No, sir, they are not. There is no such agreement. But I do not like these interrogatives from a stranger as to matters which should be private." "You cannot wonder at my interest, Mr. Outhouse." "You had better restrain it, sir, till Sir Marmaduke arrives. I shall then wash my hands of the affair." "And she is pretty well, Emily, I mean." "Mrs. Trevelyan's health is good." "Pray tell her, though I might not ask to see her. I came to inquire after her the first moment that I was in London. Pray tell her how much I feel for her, but she will know that. When Sir Marmaduke is here, of course we shall meet. When she is once more under her father's wing, she need not be restrained by any absurd commands from a husband who has deserted her. At present, of course, I do not ask to see her." "Of course you do not, Colonel Osborne." "And give my love to Nora, dear little Nora. There can be no reason why she and I should not shake hands." "I should prefer that it should not be so in this house," said the clergyman, who was now standing, in expectation that his unwelcome guest would go. "Very well, so be it. But you will understand I could not be in London without coming and asking after them." Then the Colonel at last took his leave, and Mr. Outhouse was left to his solitude and his sermons. Mrs. Outhouse was very angry when she heard of the visit. "Men of that sort," she said, "think it a fine thing and talk about it. I believe the poor girl is as innocent as I am, but he isn't innocent. He likes it." "It is easier," said Mr. Outhouse solemnly, "for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." "I don't know that he is a rich man," said Mrs. Outhouse, "but he wouldn't have come here if he had been honest." Mrs. Trevelyan was told of the visit, and simply said that of course it was out of the question that she should have seen Colonel Osborne. Nevertheless, she seemed to think it quite natural that she should have called, and defended him with some energy when her aunt declared that he had been much to blame. "He is not bound to obey Mr. Trevelyan because I am," said Emily. "He is bound to abstain from evil doing," said Mrs. Outhouse, "and he oughtn't to have come. There, let that be enough, my dear. Your uncle doesn't wish to have it talked about." Nevertheless, it was talked about between the two sisters. Nora was of opinion that Colonel Osborne had been wrong, whereas Emily defended him. "It seems to me to have been the most natural thing in life," said she. Had Colonel Osborne made the visit as Sir Marmaduke's friend, feeling himself to be an old man, it might have been natural. When a man has come to regard himself as being, on the score of age, about as fit to be a young lady's lover as though he were an old woman instead of an old man, which some men will do when they are younger even than was Colonel Osborne, he is justified in throwing behind him as utterly absurd the suspicions of other people. But Colonel Osborne cannot be defended altogether on that plea. End of Chapter 41. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 42 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Miss Stanbury and Mr. Gibson Become Two. There came to be a very gloomy fortnight at Miss Stanbury's house in the Close. For 2 or 3 days after Mr. Gibson's dismissal at the hands of Miss Stanbury herself, Brook Burgess was still in the house, and his presence saved Dorothy from the full weight of her aunt's displeasure. There was the necessity of looking after Brooke, and scolding him, and of praising him to Martha, and of dispraising him, and of seeing that he had enough to eat, and of watching whether he smoked in the house, and of quarrelling with him about everything under the sun, which together so employed Miss Stanbury that she satisfied herself with glances at Dorothy which were felt to be full of charges of ingratitude. Dorothy was thankful that it should be so, and bore the glances with abject submission. And then there was a great comfort to her in Brooke's friendship. On the second day after Mr. Gibson had gone, she found herself talking to Brooke quite openly upon the subject. "The fact was, Mr. Burgess, that I didn't really care for him. I know he's very good and all that, and of course Aunt Stanbury meant it all for the best, and I would have done it if I could, but I couldn't." Brooke patted her on the back, not in the flesh but in the spirit, and told her that she was quite right, and he expressed an opinion too that it was not expedient to yield too much to Aunt Stanbury. "I would yield to her in anything that was possible to me," said Dorothy. "I won't," said he, "and I don't think I should do any good if I did. I like her, and I like her money, but I don't like either well enough to sell myself for a price." A great part, too, of the quarrelling which went on from day to day between Brooke and Miss Stanbury was due to the difference of their opinions respecting Dorothy and her suitor. "I believe you put her up to it," said Aunt Stanbury. "I neither put her up nor down, but I think that she was quite right. You've robbed her of a husband, and she'll never have another chance. After what you've done, you ought to take her yourself." "I shall be ready tomorrow," said Brooke. "How can you tell such a lie?" said Aunt Stanbury. But after 2 or 3 days Brooke was gone to make a journey through the distant part of the county, and see the beauties of Devonshire. He was to be away for a fortnight, and then come back for a day or two before he returned to London. During that fortnight things did not go well with poor Dorothy at Exeter. "I suppose you know your own business best," her aunt said to her one morning. Dorothy uttered no word of reply. She felt it to be equally impossible to suggest either that she did or that she did not know her own business best. "There may be reasons which I don't understand," exclaimed Aunt Stanbury, "but I should like to know what it is you expect." "Why should I expect anything, Aunt Stanbury?" "That's nonsense. Everybody expects something. You expect to have your dinner by and by, don't you?" "I suppose I shall," said Dorothy, to whom it occurred at the moment that such expectation was justified by the fact that on every day of her life hitherto some sort of a dinner had come in her way. "Yes, and you think it comes from heaven, I suppose?" "It comes by God's goodness and your bounty, Aunt Stanbury." "And how will it come when I'm dead? Or how will it come if things should go in such a way that I can't stay here any longer? You don't ever think of that." "I should go back to mamma and Priscilla." "Pshaw! As if 2 mouths were not enough to eat all the meal there is in that tub. If there was a word to say against the man I wouldn't ask you to have him. If he drank, or smoked, or wasn't a gentleman, or was too poor, or anything you like. But there's nothing. It's all very well to tell me you don't love him, but why don't you love him? I don't like a girl to go and throw herself at a man's head, as those Frenches have done. But when everything has been prepared for you and made proper, it seems to me to be like turning away from good victuals." Dorothy could only offer to go home if she had offended her aunt, and then Miss Stanbury scolded her for making the offer. As this kind of thing went on at the house in the Close for a fortnight, during which there was no going out, and no society at home, Dorothy began to be rather tired of it. At the end of the fortnight, on the morning of the day on which Brook Burgess was expected back, Dorothy, slowly moving into the sitting-room with her usual melancholy air, found Mr. Gibson talking to her aunt. "There she is herself," said Miss Stanbury, jumping up briskly, "and now you can speak to her. Of course I have no authority, none in the least, but she knows what my wishes are." And having so spoken, Miss Stanbury left the room. It will be remembered that hitherto no word of affection had been whispered by Mr. Gibson into Dorothy's ears. When he came before to press his suit, she had been made aware of his coming, and had fled, leaving her answer with her aunt. Mr. Gibson had then expressed himself as somewhat injured, in that no opportunity of pouring forth his own eloquence had been permitted to him. On that occasion Miss Stanbury, being in a snubbing humour, had snubbed him. She had in truth scolded him almost as much as she had scolded Dorothy, telling him that he went about the business in hand as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. "You're stiff as a chair-back," she had said to him, with a few other compliments, and these amenities had for a while made him regard the establishment at Heavitree as being, at any rate, pleasanter than that in the Close. But since that, cool reflection had come. The proposal was not that he should marry Miss Stanbury senior, who certainly could be severe on occasions, but Miss Stanbury junior, whose temper was as sweet as primroses in March. That which he would have to take from Miss Stanbury senior was a certain sum of money, as to which her promise was as good as any bond in the world. Things had come to such a pass with him in Exeter, from the hints of his friend the prebend, from a word or two which had come to him from the dean, from certain family arrangements proposed to him by his mother and sisters, things had come to such a pass that he was of a mind that he had better marry someone. He had, as it were, 3 strings to his bow. There were the 2 French strings, and there was Dorothy. He had not breadth of genius enough to suggest to himself that yet another woman might be found. There was a difficulty on the French score even about Miss Stanbury. but it was clear to him that, failing her, he was due to one of the two Miss Frenches. Now it was not only that the Miss Frenches were empty-handed, but he was beginning to think himself that they were not as nice as they might have been in reference to the arrangement of their headgear. Therefore, having given much thought to the matter, and remembering that he had never yet had play for his own eloquence with Dorothy, he had come to Miss Stanbury, asking that he might have another chance. It had been borne in upon him that he had perhaps hitherto regarded Dorothy as too certainly his own, since she had been offered to him by her aunt, as being a prize that required no eloquence in the winning, and he thought that if he could have an opportunity of amending that fault, it might even yet be well with his suit. So he prepared himself, and asked permission, and now found himself alone with the young lady. "When last I was in this house, Miss Stanbury," he began, "I was not fortunate enough to be allowed an opportunity of pleading my cause to yourself." Then he paused, and Dorothy was left to consider how best she might answer him. All that her aunt had said to her had not been thrown away upon her. The calls upon that slender meal-tub at home she knew were quite sufficient, and Mr. Gibson was, she believed, a good man, and how better could she dispose of herself in life? And what was she that she should scorn the love of an honest gentleman? She would take him, she thought, if she could. But then there came upon her, unconsciously, without work of thought, by instinct rather than by intelligence, a feeling of the closeness of a wife to her husband. Looking at it in general, she could not deny that it would be very proper that she should become Mrs. Gibson. But when there came upon her a remembrance that she would be called upon for demonstration of her love, that he would embrace her, and hold her to his heart, and kiss her, she revolted and shuddered. She believed that she did not want to marry any man, and that such a state of things would not be good for her. "Dear young lady," continued Mr. Gibson, "you will let me now make up for the loss which I then experienced?" "I thought it was better not to give you trouble," said Dorothy. "Trouble, Miss Stanbury? How could it be trouble? The labour we delight in physics pain. But to go back to the subject matter, I hope you do not doubt that my affection for you is true and honest and genuine." "I don't want to doubt anything, Mr. Gibson, but—" "You needn't, dearest Miss Stanbury, indeed you needn't. If you could read my heart, you would see written there true love very plainly, very plainly. And do you not think it a duty that people should marry?" It may be surmised that he had here forgotten some connecting link which should have joined without abruptness the declaration of his own love and his social view as to the general expediency of matrimony, but Dorothy did not discover the hiatus. "Certainly, when they like each other, and if their friends think it proper—" "Our friends think it proper, Miss Stanbury. May I say Dorothy? All of them. I can assure you that on my side you will be welcomed by a mother and sisters only too anxious to receive you with open arms. And as regards your own relations, I need hardly allude to your revered aunt. As to your own mother and sister, and your brother, who I believe gives his mind chiefly to other things, I am assured by Miss Stanbury that no opposition need be feared from them. Is that true, dearest Dorothy?" "It is true. Does not all that plead in my behalf? Tell me, Dorothy." "Of course it does." "And you will be mine?" As far as eloquence could be of service, Mr. Gibson was sufficiently eloquent. To Dorothy his words appeared good, and true, and affecting. All their friends did wish it. There were many reasons why it should be done. If talking could have done it, his talking was good enough. Though his words were in truth cold, and affected, and learned by rote, they did not offend her, but his face offended her, and the feeling was strong within her that if she yielded, it would soon be close to her own. She couldn't do it. She didn't love him, and she wouldn't do it. Priscilla would not grudge her her share out of that meagre meal-tub. Had not Priscilla told her not to marry the man if she did not love him? She found that she was further than ever from loving him. She would not do it. "Say that you will be mine," pleaded Mr. Gibson, coming to her with both his hands outstretched. "Mr. Gibson, I can't," she said. She was sobbing now, and was half choked by tears. "And why not, Dorothy?" "I don't know, but I can't. I don't feel that I want to be married at all." "But it is honourable." "It's no use, Mr. Gibson. I can't, and you oughtn't to ask me any more." "Must this be your very last answer?" "What's the good of going over it all again and again? I can't do it." "Never, Miss Stanbury?" "No, never." "That is cruel." very cruel. I fear that you doubt my love." "It isn't cruel, Mr. Gibson. I have a right to have my own feelings, and I can't. If you please, I'll go away now." Then she went, and he was left standing alone in the room. His first feeling was one of anger. Then there came to be mixed with that a good deal of wonder, and then a certain amount of doubt. He had, during the last fortnight, discussed the matter at great length with a friend, a gentleman who knew the world, and who took upon himself to say that he specially understood female nature. It was by advice from this friend that he had been instigated to plead his own cause. "Of course she means to accept you," the friend had said. "Why the mischief shouldn't she? But she has some flimsy, old-fashioned country idea that it isn't maidenly to give in at first. You tell her roundly that she must marry you." Mr. Gibson was just reaching that roundness which his friend had recommended, when the lady left him, and he was alone. Mr. Gibson was no doubt very much in love with Dorothy Stanbury. So much we may take for granted. He at least believed that he was in love with her. He would have thought it wicked to propose to her had he not been in love with her. But with his love was mingled a certain amount of contempt, which had induced him to look upon her as an easy conquest. He had been perhaps a little ashamed of himself for being in love with Dorothy, and had almost believed the Frenches when they had spoken of her as a poor creature, a dependent, one born to be snubbed, as a young woman almost without an identity of her own. When, therefore, she so pertinaciously refused him, he could not but be angry, and it was natural that he should be surprised. Though he was to have received a fortune with Dorothy, the money was not hers. It was to be hers, or rather theirs, only if she would accept him. Mr. Gibson thoroughly understood this point. He knew that Dorothy had nothing of her own. The proposal made to her was as rich as though he had sought her down at Nuncomeputney, with his preferment, plus the £2,000 in his own pocket. And his other advantages were not hidden from his own eyes. He was a clergyman, well thought of, not bad-looking, certainly, considerably under 40, a man, indeed, who ought to have been, in the eyes of Dorothy, such an Orlando as she would have most desired. He could not, therefore, but wonder. And then came the doubt. Could it be possible that all those refusals were simply the early pulses of hesitating compliance, produced by maidenly reserve? Mr. Gibson's friend had expressed a strong opinion that almost any young woman would accept any young man if he put his "come hither" upon her strong enough. For Mr. Gibson's friend was an Irishman. As to Dorothy, the friend had not a doubt in the world. Mr. Gibson, as he stood alone in the room after Dorothy's departure, could not share his friend's certainty, but he thought it just possible that the pulsations of maidenly reserve were yet at work. As he was resolving these points in his mind, Miss Stanbury entered the room. "It's all over now," she said. "As how, Miss Stanbury?" "As how? She's given you an answer, hasn't she?" "Yes, Miss Stanbury, she has given me an answer, but it has occurred to me that young ladies are sometimes, perhaps, a little—" "She means it, Mr. Gibson. You may take my word for that. She is quite in earnest. She can take the bit between her teeth as well as another, though she does look so mild and gentle. She's a Stanbury all over." "And must this be the last of it, Miss Stanbury?" "Upon my word, I don't know what else you can do, unless you send the dean and chapter to talk her over. She's a pig-headed, foolish young woman, but I can't help that. The truth is, you didn't make enough of her at first, Mr. Gibson. You thought the plum would tumble into your mouth." This did seem cruel to the poor man. From the first day in which the project had been opened to him by Miss Stanbury, he had yielded a ready acquiescence, in spite of those ties which he had at Heavitree, and had done his very best to fall into her views. "I don't think that is at all fair, Miss Stanbury," he said, with some tone of wrath in his voice. "It's true, quite true. You always treated her as though she were something beneath you." Mr. Gibson stood speechless with his mouth open. "So you did. I saw it all. And now she's had spirit enough to resent it. I don't wonder at it. I don't indeed. It's no good your standing there any longer. The thing is done." Such intolerable ill-usage Mr. Gibson had never suffered in his life. Had he been untrue, or very nearly untrue, to those dear girls at Heavitree for this? "I never treated her as anything beneath me," he said at last. "Yes, you did. Do you think that I don't understand? Haven't I eyes in my head and ears? I'm not deaf yet, nor blind. But there's an end of it. If any young woman ever meant anything, she means it. The truth is, she don't like you." Was ever a lover dispatched in so uncourteous a way? Then, too, he had been summoned thither as a lover, had been specially encouraged to come there as a lover, had been assured of success in a peculiar way, had had the plum actually offered to him. He had done all that this old woman had bidden him, something indeed to the prejudice of his own heart. He had been told that the wife was ready for him, and now, because this foolish young woman didn't know her own mind. This was Mr. Gibson's view of the matter. He was reviled and abused, and told that he had behaved badly to the lady. "Miss Stanbury," he said, "I think that you are forgetting yourself." "Highty-tighty," said Miss Stanbury, "forgetting myself. I shan't forget you in a hurry, Mr. Gibson." "Nor I you, Miss Stanbury. Good morning, Miss Stanbury." Mr. Gibson, as he went from the hall door into the street, shook the dust off his feet, and resolved that for the future he and Miss Stanbury should be two. There would arise great trouble in Exeter, but nevertheless he and Miss Stanbury must be two. He could justify himself in no other purpose after such conduct as he had received. End of chapter 42. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 43 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. Laburnum Cottage. There had been various letters passing, during the last 6 weeks, between Priscilla Stanbury and her brother, respecting the clock-house at Nuncombe Putney. The ladies at Nuncombe had certainly gone into the clock-house on the clear understanding that the expenses of the establishment were to be incurred on behalf of Mrs. Trevelyan. Priscilla had assented to the movement most doubtingly. She had disliked the idea of taking the charge of a young married woman who was separated from her husband, and she had felt that a going down after such an uprising, a fall from the clock-house back to a cottage, would be very disagreeable. She had, however, allowed her brother's arguments to prevail, and there they were. The annoyance which she had anticipated from the position of their late guest had fallen upon them. It had been felt grievously from the moment in which Colonel Osborne called at the house, and now that going back to the cottage must be endured. Priscilla understood that there had been a settlement between Trevelyan and Stanbury as to the cost of the establishment so far, but that must now be at an end. In their present circumstances she would not continue to live there, and had already made inquiries as to some humble roof for their shelter. For herself she would not have cared had it been necessary for her to hide herself in a hut, for herself as regarded any feeling as to her own standing in the village. For herself she was ashamed of nothing. But her mother would suffer, and she knew what Aunt Stanbury would say to Dorothy. To Dorothy at the present moment, if Dorothy should think of accepting her suitor, the change might be very deleterious, but still it should be made. She could not endure to live there on the very hard-earned proceeds of her brother's pen, proceeds which were not only hard-earned, but precarious. She gave warning to the 2 servants who had been hired, and consulted with Mrs. Crockett as to a cottage, and was careful to let it be known throughout Nuncombe Putney that the clock-house was to be abandoned. The clock-house had been taken furnished for 6 months, of which half were not yet over, but there were other expenses of living there much greater than the rent, and go she would. Her mother sighed and assented, and Mrs. Crockett, having strongly but fruitlessly advised that the clock-house should be inhabited at any rate for the 6 months, promised her assistance. "It has been a bad business, Mrs. Crockett," said Priscilla, "and all we can do now is to get out of it as well as we can. Every mouthful I eat chokes me while I stay there." "It ain't good, certainly, miss, not to know as you're all straight the first thing as you wakes in the morning," said Mrs. Crockett, who was always able to feel when she woke that everything was straight with her. Then there came the correspondence between Priscilla and Hugh. Priscilla was at first decided, indeed, but mild in the expression of her decision. To this, and to 1 or 2 other missives couched in terms of increasing decision, Hugh answered with manly, self-asserting, overbearing arguments. The house was theirs till Christmas. Between this and then he would think about it. He could very well afford to keep the house on till next midsummer, and then they might see what had best be done. There was plenty of money, and Priscilla need not put herself into a flutter. In answer to that word flutter, Priscilla wrote as follows: Clock House, September 16th, 186 . Dear Hugh, I know very well how good you are, and how generous, but you must allow me to have feelings as well as yourself. I will not consent to have myself regarded as a grand lady out of your earnings. How should I feel when some day I heard that you had run yourself into debt? Neither mamma nor I could endure it. Dorothy is provided for now, at any rate for a time, and what we have is enough for us. You know I am not too proud to take anything you can spare to us, when we are ourselves placed in a proper position, but I could not live in this great house while you are paying for everything, and I will not. Mamma quite agrees with me, and we shall go out of it on Michaelmas Day. Mrs. Crockett says she thinks she can get you a tenant for the 3 months out of Exeter, if not for the whole rent, at least for part of it. I think we have already got a small place for 8 shillings a week, a little out of the village on the road to Cockchaffington. You will remember it. Old Soames used to live there. Our old furniture will be just enough. There is a mite of a garden, and Mrs. Crockett says she thinks we can get it for 7 shillings, or perhaps for 6 and 6pence, if we stay there. We shall go in on the 29th. Mrs. Crockett will see about having somebody to take care of the house. Your most affectionate sister, Priscilla. On the receipt of this letter, Hugh proceeded to Nuncombe. At this time he was making about 10 guineas a week, and thought that he saw his way to further work. No doubt the 10 guineas were precarious. That is, the Daily Record might discontinue his services tomorrow, if the Daily Record thought fit to do so. The greater part of his earnings came from the D.R., and the editor had only to say that things did not suit any longer, and there would be an end of it. He was not as a lawyer or a doctor, with many clients, who could not all be supposed to withdraw their custom at once, but leading articles were things wanted with at least as much regularity as physic or law, and Hugh Stanbury, believing in himself, did not think it probable that an editor, who knew what he was about, would withdraw his patronage. He was proud of his weekly 10 guineas, feeling sure that a weekly 10 guineas would not as yet have been his had he stuck to the bar as a profession. He had calculated, when Mrs. Trevelyan left the clock-house, that 200 a year would enable his mother to continue to reside there, the rent of the place furnished, or half-furnished, being only 80, and he thought that he could pay the 200 easily. He thought so still when he received Priscilla's last letter, but he knew something of the stubbornness of his dear sister, and he, therefore, went down to Nuncombe Putney, in order that he might use the violence of his logic on his mother. He had heard of Mr. Gibson from both Priscilla and from Dorothy, and was certainly desirous that dear old Dolly, as he called her, should be settled comfortably. But when dear old Dolly wrote to him declaring that it could not be so, that Mr. Gibson was a very nice gentleman of whom she could not say that she was particularly fond, "Though I really do think that he is an excellent man, and if it was any other girl in the world I should recommend her to take him," and that she thought that she would rather not get married, he wrote to her the kindest brotherly letter in the world, telling her that she was a brick, and suggesting to her that there might come some day someone who would suit her taste better than Mr. Gibson. "I'm not very fond of parsons myself," said Hugh, "but you must not tell that to Aunt Stanbury." Then he suggested that as he was going down to Nuncombe, Dorothy should get leave of absence and come over and meet him at the clock-house. Dorothy demanded the leave of absence somewhat imperiously, and was at home at the clock-house when Hugh arrived. "And so that little affair couldn't come off," said Hugh at their first family meeting. "It was a pity," said Mrs. Stanbury, plaintively. She had been very plaintive on the subject. What a thing it would have been for her, could she have seen Dorothy so well established. "There's no help for spilt milk, mother," said Hugh. Mrs. Stanbury shook her head. "Dorothy was quite right," said Priscilla. "Of course she was right," said Hugh. "Who doubts her being right? Bless my soul! What's any girl to do if she don't like a man except to tell him so? I honour you, Dolly. Not that I ever should have doubted you. You're too much of a chip of the old block to say you liked a man when you didn't." "He is a very excellent young man," said Mrs. Stanbury. "An excellent fiddlestick, mother. Loving and liking don't go by excellence. Besides, I don't know about his being any better than anybody else, just because he's a clergyman." "A clergyman is more likely to be steady than other men," said the mother. "Steady, yes, and as selfish as you please." "Your father was a clergyman, Hugh." "I don't mean to say that they are not as good as others, but I won't have it that they are better. They are always dealing with the Bible till they think themselves apostles. But when money comes up, or comfort, or for the matter of that either, a pretty woman with a little money, then they are as human as the rest of us." If the truth had been told on that occasion, Hugh Stanbury would have had to own that he had written lately 2 or 3 rather stinging articles in the Daily Record as to the assumed merits and actual demerits of the clergy of the Church of England. It is astonishing how fluent a man is on a subject when he has lately delivered himself respecting it in this fashion. Nothing on that evening was said about the clock-house, or about Priscilla's intentions. Priscilla was up early on the next morning, intending to discuss it in the garden with Hugh before breakfast, but Hugh was aware of her purpose and avoided her. It was his intention to speak first to his mother, and though his mother was, as he knew, very much in awe of her daughter, he thought that he might carry his point, at any rate for the next 3 months, by forcing an assent from the elder lady. So he managed to waylay Mrs. Stanbury before she descended to the parlour. "We can't afford it, my dear, indeed we can't," said Mrs. Stanbury. "That's not the question, mother. The rent must be paid up to Christmas, and you can live here as cheap as you can anywhere." "But Priscilla—" "Oh, Priscilla! Of course we know what Priscilla says. Priscilla has been writing to me about it in the most sensible manner in the world. But what does it all come to? If you are ashamed of taking assistance from me, I don't know who is to do anything for anybody. You are comfortable here?" "Very comfortable, only Priscilla feels—" "Priscilla is a tyrant, mother, and a very stern one. Just make up your mind to stay here till Christmas. If I tell you that I can afford it, surely that ought to be enough." Then Dorothy entered the room, and Hugh appealed to her. Dorothy had come to Nuncombe only on the day before, and had not been consulted on the subject. She had been told that the clock-house was to be abandoned, and had been taken down to inspect the cottage in which old Soames had lived, but her opinion had not been asked. Priscilla had quite made up her mind, and why should she ask an opinion of any one? But now Dorothy's opinion was demanded. "It's what I call the rhodomontade of independence," said Hugh. "I suppose it is very expensive," suggested Dorothy. "The house must be paid for," said Hugh, "and if I say that I've got the money, is not that enough? A miserable, dirty little place, where you'll catch your death of lumbago, mother." "Of course, it's not a comfortable house," said Mrs. Stanbury, who of herself was not at all indifferent to the comforts of her present residence. "And it is very dirty," said Dorothy. "The nastiest place I ever saw in my life. Come, mother, if I say that I can afford it, ought not that to be enough for you? If you think you can't trust me, there's an end of everything, you know." And Hugh, as he thus expressed himself, assumed an air of injured virtue. Mrs. Stanbury had very nearly yielded, when Priscilla came in among them. It was impossible not to continue the conversation, though Hugh would much have preferred to have forced an assent from his mother, before he opened his mouth on the subject to his sister. "My mother agrees with me," said he abruptly, "and so does Dolly, that it will be absurd to move away from this house at present." "Mamma!" exclaimed Priscilla. "I don't think I said that, Hugh," murmured Dorothy softly. "I'm sure I don't want anything for myself," said Mrs. Stanbury. "It's I that want it," said Hugh, "and I think that I've a right to have my wishes respected, so far as that goes." "My dear Hugh," said Priscilla, "the cottage is already taken, and we shall certainly go into it. I spoke to Mrs. Crockett yesterday about a cart for moving the things. I'm sure mamma agrees with me. What possible business can people have to live in such a house as this, with about 24 shillings a week for everything? I won't do it. And as the thing is settled, it is only making trouble to disturb it." "I suppose, Priscilla," said Hugh, "you'll do as your mother chooses?" "Mamma chooses to go. She has told me so already." "You have talked her into it." "We had better go, Hugh," said Mrs. Stanbury. "I'm sure we had better go." "Of course we shall go," said Priscilla. "Hugh is very kind and very generous, but he is only giving trouble for nothing about this. Had we not better go down to breakfast?" And so Priscilla carried the day. They went down to breakfast, and during the meal Hugh would speak to nobody. When the gloomy meal was over, he took his pipe and walked out to the cottage. It was an untidy-looking, rickety place, small and desolate, with a pretension about it of the lowest order, a pretension that was evidently ashamed of itself. There was a porch, and the one sitting-room had what the late Mr. Soames had always called his bow window. But the porch looked as though it were tumbling down, and the bow window looked as though it were tumbling out. The parlour and the bedroom over it had been papered, but the paper was torn and soiled, and in sundry places was hanging loose. There was a miserable little room called a kitchen to the right as you entered the door, in which the grate was worn out, and behind this was a shed with a copper. In the garden there remained the stumps and stalks of Mr. Soames's cabbages, and there were weeds in plenty, and a damp hole among some elder bushes called an arbour. It was named Laburnum Cottage, from a shrub that grew at the end of the house. Hugh Stanbury shuddered as he stood smoking among the cabbage stalks. How could a man ask such a girl as Nora Rowley to be his wife, whose mother lived in a place like this? while he was still standing in the garden, and thinking of Priscilla's obstinacy and his own 10 guineas a week, and the sort of life which he lived in London, where he dined usually at his club, and denied himself nothing in the way of pipes, beer, and beefsteaks, he heard a step behind him, and turning round saw his elder sister. "Hugh," she said, "you must not be angry with me." "But I am angry with you." "I know you are, but you are unjust. I am doing what I am sure is right." "I never saw such a beastly hole as this in all my life." "I don't think it beastly at all. You'll find that I'll make it nice. Whatever we want here you shall give us. You are not to think that I am too proud to take anything at your hands. It is not that." "It's very like it." "I have never refused anything that is reasonable, but it is quite unreasonable that we should go on living in such a place as that, as though we had 300 or 400 a year of our own. If mamma got used to the comfort of it, it would be hard then upon her to move. You shall give her what you can afford and what is reasonable, but it is madness to think of living there. I couldn't do it." "You're to have your way at any rate, it seems." "But you must not quarrel with me, Hugh. Give me a kiss. I don't have you often with me, and yet you are the only man in the world that I ever speak to, or even know. I sometimes half think that the bread is so hard and the water so bitter that life will become impossible. I try to get over it, but if you were to go away from me in anger, I should be so beaten for a week or two that I could do nothing." "Why won't you let me do anything?" "I will, whatever you please, but kiss me." Then he kissed her as he stood among Mr. Solmes's cabbage stalks. "Dear Hugh, you are such a god to me." "You don't treat me like a divinity." "But I think of you as one when you are absent. The gods were never obeyed when they showed themselves. Let us go and have a walk. Come, shall we get as far as Ridley Mill?" Then they started together, and all unpleasantness was over between them when they returned to the clock-house. End of chapter 43. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 44 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44. Brook Burgess Takes Leave of Exeter. The time had arrived at which Brook Burgess was to leave Exeter. He had made his tour through the county, and returned to spend his 2 last nights at Miss Stanbury's house. When he came back, Dorothy was still at Nuncombe, but she arrived in the Close the day before his departure. Her mother and sister had wished her to stay at Nuncombe. "There is a bed for you now, and a place to be comfortable in," Priscilla had said, laughing, "and you may as well see the last of us." But Dorothy declared that she had named a day to her aunt, and that she would not break her engagement. "I suppose you can stay if you like," Priscilla had urged, but Dorothy was of an opinion that she ought not to stay. She said not a word about Brook Burgess, but it may be that it would have been matter of regret to her not to shake hands with him once more. Brooke declared to her that had she not come back he would have gone over to Nuncombe to see her, but Dorothy did not consider herself entitled to believe that. On the morning of the last day, Brooke went over to his uncle's office. "I've come to say good-bye, Uncle Barty," he said. "Good-bye, my boy. Take care of yourself." "I mean to try." "You haven't quarrelled with the old woman, have you?" said Uncle Barty. "Not yet, that is to say, not to the knife." "And you still believe that you are to have her money?" "I believe nothing one way or the other. You may be sure of this, I shall never count it mine till I've got it, and I shall never make myself so sure of it as to break my heart because I don't get it. I suppose I've got as good a right to it as anybody else, and I don't see why I shouldn't take it if it come in my way." "I don't think it ever will," said the old man after a pause. "I shall be none the worse," said Brooke. "Yes, you will. You'll be a broken-hearted man, and she means to break your heart. She does it on purpose. She has no more idea of leaving you her money than I have. Why should she?" "Simply because she takes the fancy." "Fancy! Believe me, there is very little fancy about it. There isn't one of the name she wouldn't ruin if she could. She'd break all our hearts if she could get at them. Look at me in my position. I'm little more than a clerk in the concern. By God, I'm not so well off as a senior clerk in many a bank. If there came a bad time I must lose as the others would lose, but a clerk never loses. And my share in the business is almost a nothing. It's just nothing, compared to what it would have been, only for her." Brooke had known that his uncle was a disappointed, or at least a discontented man, but he had never known much of the old man's circumstances, and certainly had not expected to hear him speak in the strain that he had now used. He had heard often that his Uncle Barty disliked Miss Stanbury, and had not been surprised at former sharp, biting little words spoken in reference to that lady's character. But he had not expected such a tirade of abuse as the banker had now poured out. "Of course I know nothing about the bank," said he, "but I did not suppose that she had had anything to do with it." "Where do you think the money came from that she has got? Did you ever hear that she had anything of her own? She never had a penny, never a penny. It came out of this house. It is the capital on which this business was founded, and on which it ought to be carried on to this day. My brother had thrown her off. By heavens, yes, had thrown her off. He had found out what she was, and had got rid of her." "But he left her his money." "Yes, she got near him when he was dying, and he did leave her his money and my money and your father's money." "He could have given her nothing, Uncle Barty, that wasn't his own." "Of course that's true. It's true in one way. You might say the same of a man who was cozened into leaving every shilling away from his own children. I wasn't in Exeter when the will was made. We none of us were here. But she was here, and when we came to see him die, there we found her. She had had her revenge upon him, and she means to have it on all of us. I don't believe she'll ever leave you a shilling, Brooke. You'll find her out yet, and you'll talk of her to your nephews as I do to you." Brooke made some ordinary answer to this, and bade his uncle adieu. He had allowed himself to entertain a half-chivalrous idea that he could produce a reconciliation between Miss Stanbury and his Uncle Barty, and since he had been at Exeter, he had said a word, first to the one and then to the other, hinting at the subject, but his hints had certainly not been successful. As he walked from the bank into the High Street, he could not fail to ask himself whether there were any grounds for the terrible accusations which he had just heard from his uncle's lips. Something of the same kind, though in form much less violent, had been repeated to him very often by others of the family. Though he had as a boy known Miss Stanbury well, he had been taught to regard her as an ogress. All the Burgesses had regarded Miss Stanbury as an ogress, since that unfortunate will had come to light. But she was an ogress from whom something might be gained, and the ogress had still persisted in saying that a Burgess should be her heir. It had, therefore, come to pass that Brooke had been brought up half to revere her and half to abhor her. "She is a dreadful woman," said his branch of the family, "who will not scruple at anything evil, but as it seems that you may probably reap the advantage of the evil that she does, it will become you to put up with her iniquity." As he had become old enough to understand the nature of her position, he had determined to judge for himself. But his judgment hitherto simply amounted to this, that Miss Stanbury was a very singular old woman, with a kind heart and good instincts, but so capricious withal that no sensible man would risk his happiness on expectations formed on her promises. Guided by this opinion, he had resolved to be attentive to her, and, after a certain fashion, submissive, but certainly not to become her slave. She had thrown over her nephew, she was constantly complaining to him of her niece. Now and again she would say a very bitter word to him about himself. When he had left Exeter on his little excursion, no one was so much in favour with her as Mr. Gibson. On his return, he found that Mr. Gibson had been altogether discarded, and was spoken of in terms of almost insolent abuse. "If I were ever so humble to her," he had said to himself, "it would do no good, and there is nothing I hate so much as humility." He had thus determined to take the goods the gods provided, should it ever come to pass that such godlike provision was laid before him out of Miss Stanbury's coffers, but not to alter his mode of life, or put himself out of his way in obedience to her behests, as a man might be expected to do who was destined to receive so rich a legacy. Upon this idea he had acted, still believing the old woman to be good, but believing at the same time that she was very capricious. Now he had heard what his Uncle Bartholomew Burgess had had to say upon the matter, and he could not refrain from asking himself whether his uncle's accusations were true. In a narrow passage between the High Street and the Close he met Mr. Gibson. There had come to be that sort of intimacy between the two men which grows from closeness of position rather than from any social desire on either side, and it was natural that Burgess should say a word of farewell. On the previous evening Miss Stanbury had relieved her mind by turning Mr. Gibson into ridicule in her description to Brooke of the manner in which the clergyman had carried on his love affair, and she had at the same time declared that Mr. Gibson had been most violently impertinent to herself. He knew, therefore, that Miss Stanbury and Mr. Gibson had become two, and would on this occasion have passed on without a word relative to the old lady, had Mr. Gibson allowed him to do so. But Mr. Gibson spoke his mind freely. "Off tomorrow, are you?" he said. "Good-bye. I hope we may meet again, but not in the same house, Mr. Burgess." "There or anywhere I shall be very happy," said Brooke. "Not there, certainly. While you were absent, Miss Stanbury treated me in such a way that I shall certainly never put my foot in her house again." "Dear me! I thought that you and she were such great friends." "I knew her very well, of course, and respected her. She is a good churchwoman and is charitable in the city, but she has got such a tongue in her head that there is no bearing it when she does what she calls giving you a bit of her mind. She has been indulgent to me, and has not given me much of it." "Your time will come, I've no doubt," continued Mr. Gibson. "Everybody has always told me that it would be so. Even her oldest friends knew it. You ask Mrs. McHugh, or Mrs. French at Heavitree." "Mrs. French," said Brooke, laughing. "That would hardly be fair evidence." "Why not? I don't know a better judge of character in all Exeter than Mrs. French, and she and Miss Stanbury have been intimate all their lives. Ask your uncle at the bank." "My uncle and Miss Stanbury never were friends," said Brooke. "Ask Hugh Stanbury what he thinks of her. But don't suppose I want to say a word against her. I wouldn't for the world do such a thing. Only, as we've met there and all that, I thought it best to let you know that she had treated me in such a way, and has been altogether so violent, that I never will go there again." So saying, Mr. Gibson passed on, and was of opinion that he had spoken with great generosity of the old woman who had treated him so badly. In the afternoon, Brook Burgess went over to the further end of the close, and called on Mrs. McHugh, and from thence he walked across to Heavitree and called on the Frenches. It may be doubted whether he would have been so well behaved to these ladies had they not been appealed to by Mr. Gibson as witnesses to the character of Miss Stanbury. He got very little from Mrs. McHugh. That lady was kind and cordial, and expressed many wishes that she might see him again in Exeter. When he said a few words about Mr. Gibson, Mrs. McHugh only laughed, and declared that the gentleman would soon find a plaster for that sore. "There are more fishes than one in the sea," she said. "But I'm afraid they've quarrelled, Mrs. McHugh." "So they tell me. What should we have to talk about here if somebody didn't quarrel sometimes? She and I ought to get up a quarrel for the good of the public, only they know that I never can quarrel with anybody. I never see anybody interesting enough to quarrel with." But Mrs. McHugh said nothing about Miss Stanbury, except that she sent over a message with reference to a rubber of whist for the next night but one. He found the two French girls sitting with their mother, and they all expressed their great gratitude to him for coming to say good-bye before he went. "It's so very nice of you, Mr. Burgess," said Camilla, "and particularly just at present." "Yes, indeed," said Arabella, "because you know things have been so unpleasant." "My dears, never mind about that," said Mrs. French. "Miss Stanbury has meant everything for the best, and it is all over now." "I don't know what you mean by its being all over, mamma," said Camilla. "As far as I can understand, it has never been begun." "My dear, the least said the soonest mended," said Mrs. French. "That's of course, mamma," said Camilla, "but yet one can't hold one's tongue altogether. All the city is talking about it, and I dare say Mr. Burgess has heard as much as anybody else." "I've heard nothing at all," said Brooke. "Oh, yes, you have," continued Camilla. Arabella conceived herself at this moment to be situated in so delicate a position that it was best that her sister should talk about it, and that she herself should hold her tongue, with the exception, perhaps, of a hint here and there which might be of assistance, for Arabella completely understood that the prize was now to be hers, if the prize could be rescued out of the Stanbury clutches. She was aware, no one better aware, how her sister had interfered with her early hopes, and was sure in her own mind that all her disappointment had come from fratricidal rivalry on the part of Camilla. It had never, however, been open to her to quarrel with Camilla. There they were, linked together, and together they must fight their battles. As two pigs may be seen at the same trough, each striving to take the delicacies of the banquet from the other, and yet enjoying always the warmth of the same dunghill in amicable contiguity, so had these young ladies lived in sisterly friendship, while each was striving to take a husband from the other. They had understood the position, and though for years back they had talked about Mr. Gibson, they had never quarrelled. But now, in these latter days of the Stanbury interference, there had come tacitly to be something of an understanding between them, that if any fighting were still possible on the subject, one must be put forward and the other must yield. There had been no spoken agreement, but Arabella quite understood that she was to be put forward. It was for her to take up the running, and to win, if possible, against the Stanbury filly. That was her view, and she was inclined to give Camilla credit for acting in accordance with it, with honesty and zeal. She felt, therefore, that her words on the present occasion ought to be few. She sat back in her corner of the sofa, and was intent on her work, and showed by the pensiveness of her brow that there were thoughts within her bosom of which she was not disposed to speak. "You must have heard a great deal," said Camilla, laughing. "You must know how poor Mr. Gibson has been abused, because he wouldn't—" "Camilla, don't be foolish," said Mrs. French. "Because he wouldn't what?" asked Brooke. "What ought he to have done that he didn't do?" "I don't know anything about ought," said Camilla. "That's a matter of taste altogether." "I'm the worst hand in the world at a riddle," said Brooke. "How sly you are!" continued Camilla, laughing, "as if dear Aunt Stanbury hadn't confided all her hopes to you." "Camilla, dear, don't," said Arabella. "But when a gentleman is hunted and can't be caught, I don't think he ought to be abused to his face." "But who hunted him and who abused him?" asked Brooke. "Mind, I don't mean to say a word against Miss Stanbury, Mr. Burgess. We've known her and loved her all our lives. Haven't we, mamma?" "And respected her," said Arabella. "Quite so," continued Camilla, "but you know, Mr. Burgess, that she likes her own way." "I don't know anybody that does not," said Brooke. "And when she's disappointed, she shows it. There's no doubt she is disappointed now, Mr. Burgess." "What's the good of going on, Camilla?" said Mrs. French. Arabella sat silent in her corner, with a conscious glow of satisfaction, as she reflected that the joint disappointment of the elder and the younger Miss Stanbury had been caused by a tender remembrance of her own charms. Had not dear Mr. Gibson told her, in the glowing language of truth, that there was nothing further from his thoughts than the idea of taking Dorothy Stanbury for his wife? "Well, you know," continued Camilla, "I think that when a person makes an attempt, and comes by the worst of it, that person should put up with the defeat, and not say all manner of ill-natured things. Everybody knows that a certain gentleman is very intimate in this house." "Don't, dear," said Arabella in a whisper. "Yes, I shall," said Camilla. "I don't know why people should hold their tongues when other people talk so loudly. I don't care a bit what anybody says about the gentleman and us. We have known him for ever so many years, and mamma is very fond of him." "Indeed I am, Camilla," said Mrs. French. "And for the matter of that, so am I. Very," said Camilla, laughing bravely. "I don't care who knows it." "Don't be so silly, child," said Arabella. Camilla was certainly doing her best, and Arabella was grateful. "We don't care what people may say," continued Camilla again. "Of course we heard, as everybody else heard too, that a certain gentleman was to be married to a certain lady. It was nothing to us whether he was married or not." "Nothing at all," said Arabella. "We never spoke ill of the young lady. We did not interfere. If the gentleman liked the young lady, he was quite at liberty to marry her as far as we were concerned. We had been in the habit of seeing him here, almost as a brother, and perhaps we might feel that a connection with that particular young lady would take him from us, but we never hinted so much even as that, to him or to anyone else. Why should we? It was nothing to us." Now it turns out that the gentleman never meant anything of the kind, whereupon he is pretty nearly kicked out of the house, and all manner of ill-natured things are said about us everywhere. By this time Camilla had become quite excited, and was speaking with much animation. "How can you be so foolish, Camilla?" said Arabella. "Perhaps I am foolish," said Camilla, "to care what anybody says." "What can it all be to Mr. Burgess?" said Mrs. French. "Only this, that as we all like Mr. Burgess, and as he is almost one of the family in the Close, I think he ought to know why we are not quite so cordial as we used to be. Now that the matter is over, I have no doubt things will get right again. And as for the young lady, I'm sure we feel for her. We think it was the aunt who was indiscreet." "And then she has such a tongue," said Arabella. Our friend Brooke, of course, knew the whole truth, knew the nature of Mr. Gibson's failure, and knew also how Dorothy had acted in the affair. He was inclined, moreover, to believe that the ladies who were now talking to him were as well instructed on the subject as was he himself. He had heard, too, of the ambition of the two young ladies now before him, and believed that that ambition was not yet dead. But he did not think it incumbent on him to fight a battle even on behalf of Dorothy. He might have declared that Dorothy, at least, had not been disappointed, but he thought it better to be silent about Dorothy. "Yes," he said, "Miss Stanbury has a tongue, but I think it speaks as much good as it does evil, and perhaps that is a great deal to say for any lady's tongue." "We never speak evil of anybody," said Camilla. "Never. It is a rule with us." Then Brooke took his leave, and the three ladies were cordial and almost affectionate in their farewell greetings. Brooke was to start on the following morning before anybody would be up except Martha, and Miss Stanbury was very melancholy during the evening. "We shall miss him very much, shall we not?" she said, appealing to Dorothy. "I am sure you will miss him very much," said Dorothy. "We are so stupid here alone," said Miss Stanbury. When they had drank their tea, she sat nearly silent for half an hour, and then summoned him up into her own room. "So you are going, Brooke," she said. "Yes, I must go now. They would dismiss me if I stayed an hour longer. It was good of you to come to the old woman, and you must let me hear of you from time to time." "Of course I'll write. And, Brooke—" "What is it, Aunt Stanbury?" "Do you want any money, Brooke?" "No, none, thank you. I've plenty for a bachelor." "When you think of marrying, Brooke, mind you tell me." "I'll be sure to tell you, but I can't promise yet when that will be." She said nothing more to him, though she paused once more as though she were going to speak. She kissed him and bade him good-bye, saying that she would not go downstairs again that evening. He was to tell Dorothy to go to bed, and so they parted. But Dorothy did not go to bed for an hour after that. When Brooke came down into the parlour with his message, she intended to go at once, and put up her work, and lit her candle, and put out her hand to him, and said good-bye to him. But for all that, she remained there for an hour with him. At first she said very little, but by degrees her tongue was loosened, and she found herself talking with a freedom which she could hardly herself understand. She told him how thoroughly she believed her aunt to be a good woman, how sure she was that her aunt was at any rate honest. "As for me," said Dorothy, "I know that I have displeased her about Mr. Gibson, and I would go away, only that I think she would be so desolate." Then Brooke begged her never to allow the idea of leaving Miss Stanbury to enter her head. Because Miss Stanbury was capricious, he said, not on that account should her caprices either be indulged or permitted. That was his doctrine respecting Miss Stanbury, and he declared that, as regarded himself, he would never be either disrespectful to her or submissive. "It is a great mistake," he said, "to think that anybody is either an angel or a devil." When Dorothy expressed an opinion that with some people angelic tendencies were predominant, and with others diabolical tendencies, he assented, but declared that it was not always easy to tell the one tendency from the other. At last, when Dorothy had made about 5 attempts to go, Mr. Gibson's name was mentioned. "I am very glad that you are not going to be Mrs. Gibson," said he. "I don't know why you should be glad." "Because I should not have liked your husband. Not as your husband." "He is an excellent man, I'm sure," said Dorothy. "Nevertheless, I am very glad, but I did not think you would accept him, and I congratulate you on your escape. You would have been nothing to me as Mrs. Gibson." "Shouldn't I?" said Dorothy, not knowing what else to say. "But now I think we shall always be friends." "I'm sure I hope so, Mr. Burgess, but indeed I must go now. It is ever so late, and you will hardly get any sleep. Good night." Then he took her hand, and pressed it very warmly, and referring to a promise before made to her, he assured her that he would certainly make acquaintance with her brother as soon as he was back in London. Dorothy, as she went up to bed, was more than ever satisfied with herself in that she had not yielded in reference to Mr. Gibson. End of chapter 44. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 45 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. Trevelyan at Venice. Trevelyan passed on moodily and alone from Turin to Venice, always expecting letters from Bosel, and receiving from time to time the dispatches which that functionary forwarded to him, as must be acknowledged, with great punctuality. For Mr. Bosel did his work, not only with a conscience, but with a will. He was now, as he had declared more than once, altogether devoted to Mr. Trevelyan's interest, and as he was an active, enterprising man, always on the alert to be doing something, and as he loved the work of writing dispatches, Trevelyan received a great many letters from Bosel. It is not exaggeration to say that every letter made him for the time a very wretched man. This ex-policeman wrote of the wife of his bosom, of her who had been the wife of his bosom, and who was the mother of his child, who was at this very time the only woman whom he loved, with an entire absence of delicacy. Bosel would have thought reticence on his part to be dishonest. We remember Othello's demand of Iago. That was the demand which Bosel understood that Trevelyan had made of him, and he was minded to obey that order. But Trevelyan, though he had in truth given the order, was like Othello also in this, that he would have preferred before all the prizes of the world to have had proof brought home to him exactly opposite to that which he demanded. But there was nothing so terrible to him as the grinding suspicion that he was to be kept in the dark. Bosel could find out facts. Therefore he gave, in effect, the same order that Othello gave, and Bosel went to work determined to obey it. There came many dispatches to Venice, and at last there came one, which created a correspondence which shall be given here at length. The first is a letter from Mr. Bosel to his employer. 55 Stony Walk, Union Street, Borough, September 29th, 186 4:30 p.m. And, Sir, since I wrote yesterday morning, something has occurred which it may be, and I think it will help to bring this melancholy affair to a satisfactory termination and conclusion. I had better explain, Mr. Trevelyan, how I have been at work from the beginning about watching the Colonel. I couldn't do nothing with the porter at the Albany, which he is always mostly muzzled with beer, and he wouldn't have taken my money, not on the square. So, when it was telegrammed to me as the Colonel was on the move in the north, I put on 2 boys as knows the Colonel, at 18 a day, at each end, one Piccadilly end, and the other Savile Row end. And yesterday morning, as quick as ever could be, after the limited express Edinburgh mail up was in, there comes the Savile Row end boy here, to say as the Colonel was lodged safe in his downy. Then I was off immediate myself to St. Didulph's, because I knows what it is to trust to inferiors when matters gets delicate. Now there hadn't been no letters from the Colonel, nor none to him as I could make out, though that mightn't be so sure. She might have had 'em addressed to A.Z. or the like of that at any of the post offices as was distant, as nobody could give the notice to 'em all. Barring the money, which I know ain't an object when the end is so desirable, it don't do to be too ubiquitous, because things will go astray. But I've kept my eye uncommon open, and I don't think there have been no letters since that last which was sent, Mr. Trevelyan, let any of 'em, parsons or what not, say what they will. And I don't see as parsons are better than other folk when they has to do with a lady as likes her fancy man. Trevelyan, when he had read as far as this, threw down the letter and tore his hair in despair. "My wife!" he exclaimed. "Oh, my wife!" But it was essential that he should read Bosel's letter, and he persevered. "Well, I took to the ground myself as soon as ever I heard that the Colonel was among us, and I hung out at the full moon. They had been quite on the square with me at the full moon, which I mention because of course it has to be remembered, and it do come up as a hightum. And I'm proud, Mr. Trevelyan, as I did take to the ground myself, for what should happen, but I see the Colonel as large as life ringing at the parson's bell at 1:47 p.m. He was let in at 1:49, and he was let out at 2:17. He went away in a cab which it was kept, and I followed him till he was put down at the arcade, and I left him having his head washed and greased at Truffett's rooms, half-way up. It was a wonder to me when I see this, Mr. Trevelyan, as he didn't have his head done first, as they most of 'em does when they're going to see their ladies, but I couldn't make nothing of that, though I did try to put 2 and 2 together, as I always does. What he did at the parson's, Mr. Trevelyan, I won't say I saw, and I won't say I know. It's my opinion the young woman there isn't on the square, though she's been remembered too, and is a hightum of course. And, Mr. Trevelyan, it do go against the grain with me when they're remembered and ain't on the square. I doesn't expect too much of human nature, which is poor, as the saying goes, but when they're remembered and ain't on the square after that, it's too bad for human nature. It's more than poor, it's what I calls beggarly. He ain't been there since, Mr. Trevelyan, and he goes out of town tomorrow by the 1:15 p.m. express to Bridport. So he lets on, but of course I shall see to that. That he's been at St. Didulph's in the house from 1:47 to 2:17 you may take as a fact. There won't be no shaking of that, because I have it in my mem-book, and no counsel can get the better of it. Of course he went there to see her, and it's my belief he did. The young woman as was remembered says he didn't, but she isn't on the square. They never is when a lady wants to see her gentleman, though they comes round afterwards and tells up everything when it comes before his ordinary lordship. If you ask me, Mr. Trevelyan, I don't think it's ripe yet for the court, but we'll have it ripe before long. I'll keep a lookout, because it's just possible she may leave town. If she do, I'll be down upon them together, and no mistake. Yours most respectful, S. Bosel. Every word in the letter had been a dagger to Trevelyan, and yet he felt himself to be under an obligation to the man who had written it. No one else would or could make facts known to him. If she were innocent, let him know that she were innocent, and he would proclaim her innocence, and believe in her innocence. and sacrifice himself to her innocence, if such sacrifice were necessary. But if she were guilty, let him also know that. He knew how bad it was, all that bribing of postmen and maidservants who took his money, and her money also very likely. It was dirt, all of it. But who had put him into the dirt? His wife had at least deceived him, and disobeyed him, and it was necessary that he should know the facts. Life without a Bosel would now have been to him a perfect blank. The colonel had been to the parsonage at St. Didolf's and had been admitted. As to that he had no doubt. Nor did he really doubt that his wife had seen the visitor. He had sent his wife first into a remote village on Dartmoor, and there she had been visited by her lover. How was he to use any other word? Iago! Oh, Iago! The pity of it, Iago! Then, when she had learned that this was discovered, she had left the retreat in which he had placed her, without permission from him, and had taken herself to the house of a relative of hers. Here she was visited again by her lover. Oh, Iago! The pity of it, Iago! And then there had been between them an almost constant correspondence. So much he had ascertained as fact, but he did not for a moment believe that Bosel had learned all the facts. There might be correspondence, or even visits, of which Bosel could learn nothing. How could Bosel know where Mrs. Trevelyan was during all those hours which Colonel Osborne passed in London? That which he knew absolutely, and on that he could act. But there was, of course, much of which he knew nothing. Gradually the truth would unveil itself, and then he would act. He would tear that colonel into fragments, and throw his wife from him with all the ignominy which the law made possible to him. But in the meantime he wrote a letter to Mr. Outhouse. Colonel Osborne, after all that had been said, had been admitted at the parsonage, and Trevelyan was determined to let the clergyman know what he thought about it. The oftener he turned the matter in his mind, as he walked slowly up and down the piazza of St. Mark, the more absurd it appeared to him to doubt that his wife had seen the man. Of course she had seen him. He walked there nearly the whole night, thinking of it, and as he dragged himself off at last to his inn, had almost come to have but one desire, namely, that he should find her out, that the evidence should be conclusive, that it should be proved, and so brought to an end. Then he would destroy her, and destroy that man, and afterwards destroy himself, so bitter to him would be his ignominy. He almost revelled in the idea of the tragedy he would make. It was 3 o'clock before he was in his bedroom, and then he wrote his letter to Mr. Outhouse before he took himself to his bed. It was as follows: Venice, October 4th, 186 . Sir, information of a certain kind, on which I can place a firm reliance, has reached me, to the effect that Colonel Osborne has been allowed to visit at your house during the sojourn of my wife under your roof. I will thank you to inform me whether this be true, as although I am confident of my facts, it is necessary, in reference to my ulterior conduct, that I should have from you either an admission or a denial of my assertion. It is of course open to you to leave my letter unanswered. Should you think proper to do so, I shall know also how to deal with that fact. As to your conduct in admitting Colonel Osborne into your house while my wife is there, after all that has passed and all that you know that has passed, I am quite unable to speak with anything like moderation of feeling. Had the man succeeded in forcing himself into your residence, you should have been the first to give me notice of it. As it is, I have been driven to ascertain the fact from other sources. I think that you have betrayed the trust that a husband has placed in you, and that you will find from the public voice that you will be regarded as having disgraced yourself as a clergyman. In reference to my wife herself, I would wish her to know that after what has now taken place, I shall not feel myself justified in leaving our child longer in her hands, even tender as are his years. I shall take steps for having him removed. What further I shall do to vindicate myself, and extricate myself as far as may be possible from the slough of despond in which I have been submitted, she and you will learn in due time. Your obedient servant, L. Trevelyan. A letter addressed poste restante, Venice, will reach me here. If Trevelyan was mad when he wrote this letter, Mr. Outhouse was very nearly as mad when he read it. He had most strongly desired to have nothing to do with his wife's niece when she was separated from her husband. He was a man honest, charitable, and sufficiently affectionate, but he was timid, and disposed to think ill of those whose modes of life were strange to him. Actuated by these feelings, he would have declined to offer the hospitality of his roof to Mrs. Trevelyan, had any choice been left to him. But there had been no choice. She had come thither unasked, with her boy and baggage, and he could not send her away. His wife had told him that it was his duty to protect these women till their father came, and he recognized the truth of what his wife said. There they were, and there they must remain throughout the winter. It was hard upon him, especially as the difficulties and embarrassments as to money were so disagreeable to him, but there was no help for it. His duty must be done, though it were ever so painful. Then that horrid colonel had come, and now had come this letter, in which he was not only accused of being an accomplice between his married niece and her lover, but was also assured that he should be held up to public ignominy and disgrace. Though he had often declared that Trevelyan was mad, he would not remember that now. Such a letter as he had received should have been treated by him as the production of a madman, but he was not sane enough himself to see the matter in that light. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist, and was almost beside himself as he read the letter a second time. There had been a method in Trevelyan's madness, for though he had declared to himself that without doubt Bosel had been right in saying that, as the colonel had been at the parsonage, therefore as a certainty Mrs. Trevelyan had met the colonel there, yet he had not so stated in his letter. He had merely asserted that Colonel Osborne had been at the house, and had founded his accusation upon that alleged fact. The alleged fact had been in truth a fact. So far Bosel had been right. The colonel had been at the parsonage, and the reader knows how far Mr. Outhouse had been to blame for his share in the matter. He rushed off to his wife with the letter, declaring at first that Mrs. Trevelyan, Nora, and the child, and the servant, should be sent out of the house at once. But at last Mrs. Outhouse succeeded in showing him that he would not be justified in ill-using them, because Trevelyan had ill-used him. "But I will write to him," said Mr. Outhouse. "He shall know what I think about it." And he did write his letter that day, in spite of his wife's entreaties that he would allow the sun to set upon his wrath. And his letter was as follows. St. Didulphs, October 8th, 186 Sir, I have received your letter of the 4th, which is more iniquitous, unjust, and ungrateful than anything I ever before saw written. I have been surprised from the first at your gross cruelty to your unoffending wife, but even that seems to me more intelligible than your conduct in writing such words as those which you have dared to send me. For your wife's sake, knowing that she is in a great degree still in your power, I will condescend to tell you what has happened. When Mrs. Trevelyan found herself constrained to leave Nuncomputney by your aspersions on her character, she came here, to the protection of her nearest relatives within reach, till her father and mother should be in England. Sorely against my will I received them into my home, because they had been deprived of other shelter by the cruelty or madness of him who should have been their guardian. Here they are, and here they shall remain till Sir Marmaduke Rowley arrives. The other day, on the 29th of September, Colonel Osborne, who is their father's old friend, called, not on them, but on me. I may truly say that I did not wish to see Colonel Osborne. They did not see him, nor did he ask to see them. If his coming was a fault, and I think it was a fault, they were not implicated in it. He came, remained a few minutes, and went without seeing anyone but myself. That is the history of Colonel Osborne's visit to my house. I have not thought fit to show your letter to your wife, or to make her acquainted with this further proof of your want of reason. As to the threats which you hold out of removing her child from her, you can of course do nothing except by law. I do not think that even you will be sufficiently audacious to take any steps of that description. Whatever protection the law may give her and her child from your tyranny and misconduct cannot be obtained till her father shall be here. I have only further to request that you will not address any further communication to me. Should you do so, it will be refused. Yours in deep indignation, Oliphant Outhouse. Trevelyan had also written 2 other letters to England, one to Mr. Bideawhile and the other to Bosel. In the former he acquainted the lawyer that he had discovered that his wife still maintained her intercourse with Colonel Osborne, and that he must therefore remove his child from her custody. He then inquired what steps would be necessary to enable him to obtain possession of his little boy. In the letter to Bosel he sent a cheque, and his thanks for the ex-policeman's watchful care. He desired Bosel to continue his precautions, and explained his intentions about his son. Being somewhat afraid that Mr. Bideawhile might not be zealous on his behalf, and not himself understanding accurately the extent of his power with regard to his own child, or the means whereby he might exercise it, he was anxious to obtain assistance from Bosel also on this point. He had no doubt that Bosel knew all about it. He had great confidence in Bosel, but still he did not like to consult the ex-policeman. He knew that it became him to have some regard for his own dignity. He therefore put the matter very astutely to Bosel, asking no questions, but alluding to his difficulty in a way that would enable Bosel to offer advice. And where was he to get a woman to take charge of his child? If Lady Milborough would do it, how great would be the comfort! But he was almost sure that Lady Milborough would not do it. All his friends had turned against him, and Lady Milborough among the number. There was nobody left to him but Bosel. Could he entrust Bosel to find some woman for him, who would take adequate charge of the little fellow, till he himself could see to the child's education? He did not put this question to Bosel in plain terms, but he was very astute, and wrote in such a fashion that Bosel could make a proposal, if any proposal were within his power. The answer from Mr. Outhouse came first. To this Mr. Trevelyan paid very little attention. It was just what he expected. Of course Mr. Outhouse's assurance about Colonel Osborne went for nothing. A man who would permit intercourse in his house between a married lady and her lover would not scruple to deny that he had permitted it. Then came Mr. Bideawhile's answer, which was very short. Mr. Bideawhile said that nothing could be done about the child till Mr. Trevelyan should return to England, and that he could give no opinion as to what should be done then till he knew more of the circumstances. It was quite clear to Trevelyan that he must employ some other lawyer. Mr. Bideawhile had probably been corrupted by Colonel Osborne. Could Bosel recommend a lawyer? From Bosel himself there came no other immediate reply than his duty, and that he would make further inquiries. End of chapter 45. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 46 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. The American Minister. In the second week in October, Mr. Glasscock returned to Florence, intending to remain there till the weather should have become bearable at Naples. His father was said to be better, but was in such a condition as hardly to receive much comfort from his son's presence. His mind was gone, and he knew no one but his nurse, and though Mr. Glasscock was unwilling to put himself altogether out of the reach of returning at a day's notice, he did not find himself obliged to remain in Naples during the heat of the autumn. So Mr. Glasscock returned to the hotel at Florence, accompanied by the tall man who wore the buttons. The hotel-keeper did not allow such a light to remain long hidden under a bushel, and it was soon spread far and wide that the Honourable Charles Glasscock and his suite were again in the beautiful city. And the fact was soon known to the American minister and his family. Mr. Spaulding was a man who at home had been very hostile to English interests. Many American gentlemen are known for such hostility. They make anti-English speeches about the country, as though they thought that war with England would produce certain triumph to the States, certain increase to American trade, and certain downfall to a tyranny which no Anglo-Saxon nation ought to endure. But such is hardly their real opinion. There in the States, as also here in England, you shall from day to day hear men propounding, in very loud language, advanced theories of political action, the assertion of which is supposed to be necessary to the end which they have in view. Men whom we know to have been as mild as sucking doves in the political aspiration of their whole lives, suddenly jump up, and with infuriated gestures declare themselves the enemies of everything existing. When they have attained their little purpose, or have failed to do so, they revert naturally into their sucking dove elements. It is so with Americans as frequently as with ourselves, and there is no political subject on which it is considered more expedient to express pseudo-enthusiasm than on that of the sins of England. It is understood that we do not resent it. It is presumed that we regard it as the Irishman regarded his wife's cuffs. In the state a large party, which consists chiefly of those who have lately left English rule, and who are keen to prove to themselves how wise they have been in doing so, is pleased by this strong language against England, and therefore the strong language is spoken. But the speakers, who are, probably, men knowing something of the world, mean it not at all. They have no more idea of war with England than they have of war with all Europe, and their respect for England and for English opinion is unbounded. In their political tones of speech and modes of action they strive to be as English as possible. Mr. Spaulding's aspirations were of this nature. He had uttered speeches against England which would make the hair stand on end on the head of an uninitiated English reader. He had told his countrymen that Englishmen hugged their chains, and would do so until American hammers had knocked those chains from off their wounded wrists and bleeding ankles. He had declared that, if certain American claims were not satisfied, there was nothing left for Americans to do but to cross the ferry with such a sheriff's officer as would be able to make distraint on the great English household. He had declared that the sheriff's officer would have very little trouble. He had spoken of Canada as an outlying American territory, not yet quite sufficiently redeemed from savage life to be received into the Union as a state. There is a multiplicity of subjects of this kind ready to the hand of the American orator. Mr. Spalding had been quite successful, and was now minister at Florence, but perhaps one of the greatest pleasures coming to him from his prosperity was the enjoyment of the society of well-bred Englishmen in the capital to which he had been sent. When, therefore, his wife and nieces pointed out to him the fact that it was manifestly his duty to call upon Mr. Glasscock after what had passed between them on that night under the campanile, he did not rebel for an instant against the order given to him. His mind never reverted for a moment to that opinion which had gained for him such a round of applause, when expressed on the platform of the Temperance Hall, at Nubbly Creek, State of Illinois, to the effect that the English aristocrat, thorough-born and thorough-bred, who inherited acres and titles from his father, could never be fitting company for a thoughtful, Christian American citizen. He at once had his hat brushed, and took up his best gloves and umbrella, and went off to Mr. Glasscock's hotel. He was strictly enjoined by the ladies to fix a day on which Mr. Glasscock would come and dine at the American embassy. "C.G. has come back to see you," said Olivia to her elder sister. They had always called him C.G. since the initials had been seen on his travelling bag. "Probably," said Carrie. "There is so very little else to bring people to Florence that there can hardly be any other reason for his coming. They do say it's terribly hot at Naples just now, but that can have had nothing to do with it." "We shall see," said Livy. "I'm sure he's in love with you. He looked to me just like a proper sort of lover for you, when I saw his long legs creeping up over our heads into the banquette. You ought to have been very much obliged to his long legs, so sick as you were at the time." "I like him amazingly," said Livy, "legs and all. I only hope Uncle Jonas won't bore him, so as to prevent his coming." "His father is very ill," said Carrie, "and I don't suppose we shall see him at all." But the American minister was successful. He found Mr. Glasscock sitting in his dressing-gown, smoking a cigar, and reading a newspaper. The English aristocrat seemed very glad to see his visitor, and assumed no airs at all. The American altogether forgot his speech at Nubbly Creek, and found the aristocrat's society to be very pleasant. He lit a cigar, and they talked about Naples, Rome, and Florence. Mr. Spalding, when the marbles of old Rome were mentioned, was a little too keen in insisting on the merits of Story, Miss Hosmer, and Hiram Powers, and hardly carried his listener with him in the parallel which he drew between Greenough and Phidias, and he was somewhat repressed by the apathetic curtness of Mr. Glasscock's reply, when he suggested that the victory gained by the gunboats at Vicksburg on the Mississippi was vividly brought to his mind by an account which he had just been reading on the Battle of Actium. But he succeeded in inducing Mr. Glasscock to accept an invitation to dinner for the next day but one, and the two gentlemen parted on the most amicable terms. Everybody meets everybody in Florence every day. Carrie and Livy Spalding had met Mr. Glasscock twice before the dinner at their uncle's house, so that they met at dinner quite as intimate friends. Mrs. Spalding had very large rooms, up 3 flights of stairs on the Lungarno. The height of her abode was attributed by Mrs. Spalding to her dread of mosquitoes. She had not yet learned that people in Florence require no excuse for being asked to walk up 3 flights of stairs. The rooms, when they were reached, were very lofty, floored with what seemed to be marble, and were of a nature almost to warrant Mrs. Spalding in feeling that nature had made her more akin to an Italian countess than to a matron of Nubbly Creek, State of Illinois, where Mr. Spalding had found her and made her his own. There was one other Englishman present, Mr. Harris Hyde Granville Gore, from the Foreign Office, now serving temporarily at the English legation in Florence, and an American, Mr. Jackson Unthank, a man of wealth and taste, who was resolved on having such a collection of pictures at his house in Baltimore that no English private collection should in any way come near to it, and a Tuscan, from the Italian Foreign Office, to whom nobody could speak except Mr. Harris Hyde Granville Gore, who did not seem to enjoy the efforts of conversation which were expected of him. The Italian, who had a handle to his name, he was a Count Buonarroti, took Miss Spalding in to dinner. Mrs. Spalding had been at great trouble to ascertain whether this was proper, or whether she should not entrust herself to Mr. Glasscock. There were different points to be considered in the matter. She did not quite know whether she was in Italy or in America. She had glimmerings on the subject of her privilege to carry her own nationality into her own drawing-room, And then she was called upon to deal with an Italian count with an elder brother, and an English honourable who had no such encumbrance. Which of the two was possessed of the higher rank? "I've found it all out, Aunt Mary," said Livy. "You must take the count." For Livy wanted to give her sister every chance. "How have you found it out?" said the aunt. "You may be sure it is so," said Livy. And the lady, in her doubt, yielded the point. Mrs. Spalding, as she walked along the passage on the Count's arm, determined that she would learn Italian. She would have given all Nubbly Creek to have been able to speak a word to Count Buonarroti. To do her justice, it must be admitted that she had studied a few words, but her courage failed her, and she could not speak them. She was very careful, however, that Mr. H.H.G. Gore was placed in the chair next to the Count. "We are very glad to see you here," said Mr. Spalding, addressing himself especially to Mr. Glasscock, as he stood up at his own seat at the round table. "In leaving my own country, sir, there is nothing that I value more than the privilege of becoming acquainted with those whose historic names and existing positions are of such inestimable value to the world at large." In saying this, Mr. Spalding was not in the least insincere, nor did his conscience at all prick him in reference to that speech at Nubbly Creek. On both occasions he half thought as he spoke, or thought that he thought so. Unless it be on subjects especially endeared to us, the thoughts of but few of us go much beyond this. Mr. Glasscock, who sat between Mrs. Spalding and her niece, was soon asked by the elder lady whether he had been in the States. No, he had not been in the States. "Then you must come, Mr. Glasscock," said Mrs. Spalding, "though I will not say, dwelling as we are now in the metropolis of the world of art, that we in our own homes have as much of the outer beauty of form to charm the stranger as is to be found in other lands. Yet I think that the busy lives of men and the varied institutions of a free country must always have an interest peculiarly their own." Mr. Glasscock declared that he quite agreed with her, and expressed a hope that he might some day find himself in New York. "You wouldn't like it at all," said Carrie, "because you are an aristocrat. I don't mean that it would be your fault." "Why should that prevent my liking it, even if I were an aristocrat?" "One half of the people would run after you, and the other half would run away from you," said Carrie. "Then I'd take to the people who ran after me, and would not regard the others." "That's all very well, but you wouldn't like it. And then you would become unfair to what you saw. When some of our speechifying people talk to you about our institutions through their noses, you would think that the institutions themselves must be bad, and we had nothing to show except our institutions." "What are American institutions?" asked Mr. Glasscock. "Everything is an institution. Having iced water to drink in every room of the house is an institution. Having hospitals in every town is an institution. Travelling all together in one class of railway cars is an institution. Saying 'sir' is an institution. Teaching all the children mathematics is an institution. Plenty of food is an institution. Getting drunk is an institution in a great many towns. Lecturing is an institution. There are plenty of them, and some are very good, but you wouldn't like it." "At any rate, I'll go and see," said Mr. Glasscock. "If you do, I hope we may be at home," said Miss Spalding. Mr. Spalding, in the meantime, with the assistance of his countryman, the man of taste, was endeavouring to explain a certain point in American politics to the Count. As, in doing this, they called upon Mr. Gore to translate every speech they made into Italian, and as Mr. Gore had never offered his services as an interpreter, and as the Italian did not quite catch the subtle meanings of the Americans in Mr. Gore's Tuscan version, and did not in the least wish to understand the things that were explained to him, Mr. Gore and the Italian began to think that the two Americans were bores. "The truth is, Mr. Spalding," said Mr. Gore, "I've got such a cold in my head that I don't think I can explain it any more." Then Livy Spalding laughed aloud, and the two American gentlemen began to eat their dinner. "It sounds ridiculous, don't it?" said Mr. Gore in a whisper. "I ought not to have laughed, I know," said Livy. "The very best thing you could have done. I shan't be troubled any more now. The fact is, I know just 9 words of Italian. Now there is a difficulty in having to explain the whole theory of American politics to an Italian who doesn't want to know anything about it, with so very small a repertory of words at one's command." "How well you did it!" "Too well. I felt that. So well that unless I had stopped it, I shouldn't have been able to say a word to you all through dinner. Your laughter clenched it, and Buonarroti and I will be grateful to you for ever." After the ladies went, there was a rather bad half-hour for Mr. Glasscock. He was buttonholed by the minister, and found it oppressive before he was enabled to escape into the drawing-room. "Mr. Glasscock," said the minister, "an English gentleman, sir, like you, who has the privilege of an hereditary seat in your Parliament. Mr. Glasscock was not quite sure whether he were being accused of having a hereditary seat in the House of Commons, but he would not stop to correct any possible error on that point. And who has been born to all the gifts of fortune, rank, and social eminence, should never think that his education is complete till he has visited our great cities in the West. Mr. Glasscock hinted that he by no means conceived his education to be complete, but the minister went on without attending to this. "Till you have seen, sir, what men can do who are placed upon the earth with all God's gifts of free intelligence, free air, and a free soil, but without any of those other good things which we are accustomed to call the gifts of fortune, you can never become aware of the infinite ingenuity of man." There had been much said before, but just at this moment Mr. Gore and the American left the room, and the Italian followed them briskly. Mr. Glasscock at once made a decided attempt to bolt, but the minister was on the alert and was too quick for him. And he was by no means ashamed of what he was doing. He had got his guest by the coat, and openly declared his intention of holding him. "Let me keep you for a few minutes, sir," said he, "while I dilate on this point in one direction. In the drawing-room female spells are too potent for us male orators. In going among us, Mr. Glasscock, you must not look for luxury or refinement, for you will find them not. Nor must you hope to encounter the highest order of erudition. The lofty summits of acquired knowledge tower in your country with an altitude we have not reached yet." "It's very good of you to say so," said Mr. Glasscock. "No, sir. In our new country and in our new cities we still lack the luxurious perfection of fastidious civilization. But, sir, regard our level. That is what I say to every unprejudiced Britisher that comes among us. Look at our level. And when you have looked at our level, I think that you will confess that we live on the highest table-land that the world has yet afforded to mankind. You follow my meaning, Mr. Glasscock?" Mr. Glasscock was not sure that he did, but the minister went on to make that meaning clear. "It is the multitude that with us is educated. Go into their houses, sir, and see how they thumb their books. Look at the domestic correspondence of our helps and servants, and see how they write and spell. We haven't got the mountains, sir, but our table-lands are the highest on which the bright sun of our Almighty God has as yet shone with its illuminating splendor in this improving world of ours. It is because we are a young people, sir, with nothing as yet near to us of the decrepitude of age. The weakness of age, sir, is the penalty paid by the folly of youth. We are not so wise, sir, but what we too shall suffer from its effects as years roll over our heads." There was a great deal more, but at last Mr. Glasscock did escape into the drawing-room. "My uncle has been saying a few words to you, perhaps," said Carrie Spaulding. "Yes, he has," said Mr. Glasscock. "He usually does," said Carrie Spaulding. End of chapter 46. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 47 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. About Fishing and Navigation and Headdresses. The feud between Miss Stanbury and Mr. Gibson raged violently in Exeter, and produced many complications which were very difficult indeed of management. Each belligerent party felt that a special injury had been inflicted upon it. Mr. Gibson was quite sure that he had been grossly misused by Miss Stanbury the elder, and strongly suspected that Miss Stanbury the younger had had a hand in this misconduct. It had been positively asserted to him, at least so he thought, but in this was probably in error, that the lady would accept him if he proposed to her. All Exeter had been made aware of the intended compact. He indeed had denied its existence to Miss French, comforting himself as best he might with the reflection that all is fair in love and war, but when he counted over his injuries he did not think of this denial. All Exeter, so to say, had known of it. And yet, when he had come with his proposal, he had been refused without a moment's consideration, first by the aunt and then by the niece, and after that had been violently abused and at last turned out of the house. Surely no gentleman had ever before been subjected to ill usage so violent. But Miss Stanbury the elder was quite as assured that the injury had been done to her. As to the matter of the compact itself, she knew very well that she had been as true as steel. She had done everything in her power to bring about the marriage. She had been generous in her offers of money. She had used all her powers of persuasion on Dorothy, and she had given every opportunity to Mr. Gibson. It was not her fault if he had not been able to avail himself of the good things which she had put in his way. He had first been, as she thought, ignorant and arrogant, fancying that the good things ought to be made his own without any trouble on his part, and then awkward, not knowing how to take the trouble when trouble was necessary. And as to that matter of abusive language and turning out of the house, Miss Stanbury was quite convinced that she was sinned against, and not herself the sinner. She declared to Martha more than once that Mr. Gibson had used such language to her that coming out of a clergyman's mouth it had quite dismayed her. Martha, who knew her mistress, probably felt that Mr. Gibson had at least received as good as he gave, but she had made no attempt to set her mistress right on that point. But the cause of Miss Stanbury's sharpest anger was not to be found in Mr. Gibson's conduct either before Dorothy's refusal of his offer or on the occasion of his being turned out of the house. A base rumour was spread about the city that Dorothy Stanbury had been offered to Mr. Gibson, that Mr. Gibson had civilly declined the offer, and that hence had arisen the wrath of the Juno of the Close. Now this was not to be endured by Miss Stanbury. She had felt even in the moment of her original anger against Mr. Gibson that she was bound in honour not to tell the story against him. She had brought him into the little difficulty, and she at least would hold her tongue. She was quite sure that Dorothy would never boast of her triumph, and Martha had been strictly cautioned, as indeed also had Brook Burgess. The man had behaved like an idiot, Miss Stanbury said, but he had been brought into a little dilemma, and nothing should be said about it from the house in the Close. But when the other rumour reached Miss Stanbury's ears, when Mrs. Crumby condoled with her on her niece's misfortune, when Mrs. McHugh asked whether Mr. Gibson had not behaved rather badly to the young lady, then our Juno's celestial mind was filled with a divine anger. But even then she did not declare the truth. She asked a question of Mrs. Crumby, and was enabled, as she thought, to trace the falsehood to the Frenches. She did not think that Mr. Gibson could on a sudden have become so base a liar. "Mr. Gibson fast and loose with my niece," she said to Mrs. McHugh. "You have not got the story quite right, my dear friend. Pray believe me, there has been nothing of that sort." "I dare say not," said Mrs. McHugh, "and I'm sure I don't care. Mr. Gibson has been going to marry one of the French girls for the last 10 years, and I think he ought to make up his mind and do it at last." "I can assure you he is quite welcome as far as Dorothy is concerned," said Miss Stanbury. Without a doubt the opinion did prevail throughout Exeter that Mr. Gibson, who had been regarded time out of mind as the property of the Miss Frenches, had been angled for by the ladies in the Close, that he had nearly been caught, but that he had slipped the hook out of his mouth, and was now about to subside quietly into the net which had been originally prepared for him. Arabella French had not spoken loudly on the subject, but Camilla had declared in more than one house that she had most direct authority for stating that the gentleman had never dreamed of offering to the young lady. "Why he should not do so if he pleases, I don't know," said Camilla, "only the fact is that he has not pleased. The rumour of course has reached him, and as we happen to be very old friends, we have authority for denying it altogether." All this came round to Miss Stanbury, and she was divine in her wrath. "If they drive me to it," she said to Dorothy, "I'll have the whole truth told by the bellman through the city, or I'll publish it in the County Gazette." "Pray don't say a word about it, Aunt Stanbury." "It is those odious girls. He's there now every day." "Why shouldn't he go there, Aunt Stanbury?" "If he's fool enough, let him go. I don't care where he goes. But I do care about these lies. They wouldn't dare to say it, only they think my mouth is closed. They've no honour themselves, but they screen themselves behind mine." "I'm sure they won't find themselves mistaken in what they trust to," said Dorothy, with a spirit that her aunt had not expected from her. Miss Stanbury at this time had told nobody that the offer to her niece had been made and repeated and finally rejected, but she found it very difficult to hold her tongue. In the meantime, Mr. Gibson spent a good deal of his time at Heavitree. It should not perhaps be asserted broadly that he had made up his mind that marriage would be good for him, but he had made up his mind at least to this, that it was no longer to be postponed without a balance of disadvantage. The Charybdis in the Close drove him helpless into the whirlpool of the Heavitree Scylla. He had no longer an escape from the perils of the latter shore. He had been so mauled by the opposite waves that he had neither spirit nor skill left to him to keep in the middle track. He was almost daily at Heavitree, and did not attempt to conceal from himself the approach of his doom. But still there were 2 of them. He knew that he must become a prey, but was there any choice left to him as to which siren should have him? He had been quite aware in his more gallant days, before he had been knocked about on that Charybdis rock, that he might sip and taste and choose between the sweets. He had come to think lately that the younger young lady was the sweeter. 8 years ago, indeed, the passages between him and the elder had been tender, but Camilla had then been simply a romping girl, hardly more than a year or two beyond her teens. Now, with her matured charms, Camilla was certainly the more engaging as far as outward form went. Arabella's cheeks were thin and long, and her front teeth had come to show themselves. Her eyes were no doubt still bright, and what she had of hair was soft and dark, but it was very thin in front, and what there was of supplemental mass behind, the bandbox by which Miss Stanbury was so much aggrieved, was worn with an indifference to the lines of beauty, which Mr. Gibson himself found to be very depressing. A man with a fair burden on his back is not a grievous sight, but when we see a small human being attached to a bale of goods which he can hardly manage to move, we feel that the poor fellow has been cruelly overweighted. Mr. Gibson certainly had that sensation about Arabella's chignon, and as he regarded it in a nearer and a dearer light, as a chignon that might possibly become his own, as a burden which in one sense he might himself be called upon to bear, as a domestic utensil which he himself might be called upon to inspect, and perhaps to aid the shifting on and the shifting off, he did begin to think that that side of the Scylla gulf ought to be avoided if possible. And probably this propensity on his part, this feeling that he would like to reconsider the matter dispassionately before he gave himself up for good to his old love, may have been increased by Camilla's apparent withdrawal of her claims. He felt mildly grateful to the Heavitree household in general for accepting him in this time of his affliction, but he could not admit to himself that they had a right to decide upon him in private conclave, and allot him either to the one or to the other nuptials without consultation with himself. To be swallowed up by Scylla he now recognized as his doom, but he thought he ought to be asked on which side of the gulf he would prefer to go down. The way in which Camilla spoke of him as a thing that wasn't hers but another's, and the way in which Arabella looked at him as though he were hers and could never be another's, wounded his manly pride. He had always understood that he might have his choice, and he could not understand that the little mishap which had befallen him in the close was to rob him of that privilege. He used to drink tea at Heavitree in those days. On one evening on going in, he found himself alone with Arabella. "Oh, Mr. Gibson," she said, "we weren't sure whether you'd come, and mamma and Camilla have gone out to Mrs. Camage's." Mr. Gibson muttered some word to the effect that he hoped he had kept nobody at home, and as he did so, he remembered that he had distinctly said that he would come on this evening. "I don't know that I should have gone," said Arabella, "because I am not quite myself at present. No, not ill, not at all. Don't you know what it is, Mr. Gibson, to be not quite yourself?" Mr. Gibson said that he had very often felt like that. "And one can't get over it, can one?" continued Arabella. "There comes a presentiment that something is going to happen, and a kind of belief that something has happened, though you don't know what, and the heart refuses to be light, and the spirit becomes abashed, and the mind, though it creates new thoughts, will not settle itself to its accustomed work. I suppose it's what the novels have called melancholy." "I suppose it is," said Mr. Gibson, "but there's generally some cause for it. Debt, for instance. It's nothing of that kind with me. It's no debt, at least, that can be written down in the figures of ordinary arithmetic. Sit down, Mr. Gibson, and we will have some tea." Then, as she stretched forward to ring the bell, he thought that he never in his life had seen anything so unshapely as that huge wen at the back of her head. Monstrum horrendum informe ingens. He could not help quoting the words to himself. She was dressed with some attempt at being smart, but her ribbons were soiled, and her lace was tawdry, and the fabric of her dress was old and dowdy. He was quite sure that he would feel no pride in calling her Mrs. Gibson, no pleasure in having her all to himself at his own hearth. "I hope we shall escape the bitterness of Miss Stanbury's tongue if we drink tea tete-a-tete," she said, with her sweetest smile. "I don't suppose she'll know anything about it. She knows about everything, Mr. Gibson. It's astonishing what she knows. She has eyes and ears everywhere. I shouldn't care if she didn't see and hear so very incorrectly. I'm told now that she declares, but it doesn't signify." "Declares what?" asked Mr. Gibson. "Never mind. But wasn't it odd how all Exeter believed that you were going to be married in that house, and to live there all the rest of your life, and be one of Miss Stanbury's slaves? I never believed it, Mr. Gibson." This she said with a sad smile, that ought to have brought him on his knees, in spite of the chignon. "One can't help these things," said Mr. Gibson. "I never could have believed it, not even if you had not given me an assurance so solemn and so sweet that there was nothing in it." The poor man had given the assurance, and could not deny the solemnity and the sweetness. "That was a happy moment for us, Mr. Gibson, because though we never believed it, when it was dinned into our ears so frequently, when it was made such a triumph in the Close, it was impossible not to fear that there might be something in it." He felt that he ought to make some reply, but he did not know what to say. He was thoroughly ashamed of the lie he had told, but he could not untell it. "Camilla reproached me afterwards for asking you," whispered Arabella, in her softest, tenderest voice. "She said that it was unmaidenly. I hope you did not think it unmaidenly, Mr. Gibson." "Oh dear no, not at all," said he. Arabella French was painfully alive to the fact that she must do something. She had her fish on the hook, but of what use is a fish on your hook if you cannot land him? When could she have a better opportunity than this of landing the scaly darling out of the fresh and free waters of his bachelor's stream, and sousing him into the pool of domestic life, to be ready there for her own household purposes? "I had known you so long, Mr. Gibson," she said, "and had valued your friendship so deeply." As he looked at her he could see nothing but the shapeless excrescence to which his eyes had been so painfully called by Miss Stanbury's satire. It is true that he had formerly been very tender with her, but she had not then carried about with her that distorted monster. He did not believe himself to be at all bound by anything which had passed between them in circumstances so very different. But yet he ought to say something. He ought to have said something, but he said nothing. She was patient, however, very patient, and she went on playing him with her hook. "I am so glad that I did not go out to-night with mamma. It has been such a pleasure to me to have this conversation with you. Camilla, perhaps, would say that I am unmaidenly." "I don't think so." "That is all that I care for, Mr. Gibson. If you acquit me, I do not mind who accuses. I should not like to suppose that you thought me unmaidenly. Anything would be better than that, but I can throw all such considerations to the wind when true friendship is concerned. Don't you think that one ought, Mr. Gibson?" If it had not been for the thing at the back of her head, he would have done it now. Nothing but that gave him courage to abstain. It grew bigger and bigger, more shapeless, monstrous, absurd, and abominable as he looked at it. Nothing should force upon him the necessity of assisting to carry such an abortion through the world. "One ought to sacrifice everything to friendship," said Mr. Gibson, "except self-respect." He meant nothing personal. Something special in the way of an opinion was expected of him, and therefore he had striven to say something special. But she was in tears in a moment. "Oh, Mr. Gibson!" she exclaimed. "Oh, Mr. Gibson!" "What is the matter, Miss French?" "Have I lost your respect? Is it that you mean?" "Certainly not, Miss French." "Do not call me Miss French, or I shall be sure that you condemn me. Miss French sounds so very cold. You used to call me Bella." That was quite true, but it was long ago, thought Mr. Gibson, before the monster had been attached. "Will you not call me Bella now?" He thought that he had rather not, and yet how was he to avoid it? On a sudden he became very crafty. Had it not been for the sharpness of his mother-wit, he would certainly have been landed at that moment. "As you truly observed just now," he said, "the tongues of people are so malignant. There are little birds that hear everything." "I don't care what the little birds hear," said Miss French through her tears. "I am a very unhappy girl. I know that, and I don't care what anybody says. It is nothing to me what anybody says. I know what I feel." At this moment there was some dash of truth about her. The fish was so very heavy on hand that, do what she would, she could not land him. Her hopes before this had been very low, hopes that had once been high, but they had been depressed gradually, and in the slow, dull routine of her daily life she had learned to bear disappointment by degrees, without sign of outward suffering, without consciousness of acute pain. The task of her life had been weary, and the wished-for goal was ever becoming more and more distant, but there had been still a chance, and she had fallen away into a lethargy of lessening expectation, from which joy indeed had been banished, but in which there had been nothing of agony. Then had come upon the whole house at Heavitree the great Stanbury peril, and arising out of that had sprung new hopes to Arabella, which made her again capable of all the miseries of a foiled ambition. She could again be patient, if patience might be of any service, but in such a condition an eternity of patience is simply suicidal. She was willing to work hard, but how could she work harder than she had worked? Poor young woman, perishing beneath an incubus which a false idea of fashion had imposed on her. "I hope I have said nothing that makes you unhappy," pleaded Mr. Gibson. "I'm sure I haven't meant it." "But you have," she said. "You make me very unhappy. You condemn me. I see you do. And if I have done wrong, it has been all because— oh dear, oh dear, oh dear!" "But who says you have done wrong?" "You won't call me Bella, because you say the little birds will hear it. If I don't care for the little birds, why should you?" There is no question more difficult than this for a gentleman to answer. Circumstances do not often admit of its being asked by a lady with that courageous simplicity which had come upon Miss French in this moment of her agonizing struggle, but nevertheless it is one which, in a more complicated form, is often put, and to which some reply, more or less complicated, is expected. "If I, a woman, can dare for your sake to encounter the public tongue, will you, a man, be afraid?" The true answer, if it could be given, would probably be this: "I am afraid, though a man, because I have much to lose and little to get. You are not afraid, though a woman, because you have much to get and little to lose." But such an answer would be uncivil, and is not often given. Therefore men shuffle and lie, and tell themselves that in love here being taken to mean all antenuptial contests between man and woman, everything is fair. Mr. Gibson had the above answer in his mind, though he did not frame it into words. He was neither sufficiently brave nor sufficiently cruel to speak to her in such language. There was nothing for him, therefore, but that he must shuffle and lie. "I only meant," said he, "that I would not for worlds do anything to make you uneasy." She did not see how she could again revert to the subject of her own Christian name. She had made her little tender, loving request, and it had been refused. Of course she knew that it had been refused as a matter of caution. She was not angry with him because of his caution, as she had expected him to be cautious. The barriers over which she had to climb were no more than she had expected to find in her way, but they were so very high and so very difficult. Of course she was aware that he would escape if he could. She was not angry with him on that account. Anger could not have helped her. Indeed, she did not price herself highly enough to make her feel that she would be justified in being angry. It was natural enough that he shouldn't want her. She knew herself to be a poor, thin, vapid, tawdry creature, with nothing to recommend her to any man, except a sort of second-rate provincial town fashion, which, infatuated as she was, she attributed in a great degree to the things she carried on her head. She knew nothing, she could do nothing, she possessed nothing. She was not angry with him because he so evidently wished to avoid her, but she thought that if she could only be successful she would be good and loving and obedient, and that it was fair for her at any rate to try. Each created animal must live and get its food by the gifts which the Creator has given to it, let those gifts be as poor as they may, let them be even as distasteful as they may to other members of the great created family. The rat, the toad, the slug, the flea, must each live according to its appointed mode of existence. Animals which are parasites by nature can only live by attaching themselves to life that is strong. To Arabella Mr. Gibson would be strong enough, and it seemed to her that if she could fix herself permanently upon his strength, that would be her proper mode of living. She was not angry with him because he resisted the attempt, but she had nothing of conscience to tell her that she should spare him as long as there remained to her a chance of success. And should not her plea of excuse, her justification, be admitted? There are tormentors as to which no man argues that they are iniquitous, though they be very troublesome. He either rids himself of them, or suffers as quiescently as he may. "We used to be such great friends," she said, still crying, "and I am afraid you don't like me a bit now." "Indeed I do. I have always liked you, but—" "But what? Do tell me what the but means. I will do anything that you bid me." Then it occurred to him that if, after such a promise, he were to confide to her his feeling that the chignon which she wore was ugly and unbecoming, she would probably be induced to change her mode of head-dress. It was a foolish idea, because, had he followed it out, he would have seen that compliance on her part, in such a matter, could only be given with the distinct understanding that a certain reward should be the consequence. When an unmarried gentleman calls upon an unmarried lady to change the fashion of her personal adornments, the unmarried lady has a right to expect that the unmarried gentleman means to make her his wife. But Mr. Gibson had no such meaning. and was led into error by the necessity for sudden action. When she offered to do anything that he might bid her do, he could not take up his hat and go away. She looked up into his face, expecting that he would give her some order, and he fell into the temptation that was spread for him. "If I might say a word," he began. "You may say anything," she exclaimed. "If I were you, I don't think—" "You don't think what, Mr. Gibson?" He found it to be a matter very difficult of approach. "Do you know, I don't think the fashion that has come up about wearing your hair quite suits you. Not so well as the way you used to do it." She became on a sudden very red in the face, and he thought that she was angry. Vexed she was, but still accompanying her vexation, there was a remembrance that she was achieving victory even by her own humiliation. She loved her chignon, but she was ready to abandon even that for him. Nevertheless, she could not speak for a moment or two, and he was forced to continue his criticism. "I have no doubt those things are very becoming and all that, and I dare say they are comfortable." "Oh, very," she said. "But there was a simplicity that I liked about the other." Could it be, then, that for the last 5 years he had stood aloof from her, because she had arrayed herself in fashionable attire? She was still very red in the face, still suffering from wounded vanity, still conscious of that soreness which affects us all when we are made to understand that we are considered to have failed there, where we have most thought that we excelled. But her womanly art enabled her quickly to conceal the pain. "I have made a promise," she said, "and you will find that I will keep it." "What promise?" asked Mr. Gibson. "I said that I would do as you bade me, and so I will. I would have done it sooner if I had known that you wished it. I would never have worn it at all if I had thought that you disliked it." "I think that a little of them is very nice," said Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson was certainly an awkward man, but there are men so awkward that it seems to be their especial province to say always the very worst thing at the very worst moment. She became redder than ever as she was thus told of the hugeness of her favourite ornament. She was almost angry now, but she restrained herself, thinking perhaps of how she might teach him taste in days to come, as he was teaching her now. "I will change it tomorrow," she said with a smile. "You come and see tomorrow." Upon this he got up and took his hat and made his escape, assuring her that he would come and see her on the morrow. She let him go now without any attempt at further tenderness. Certainly she had gained much during the interview. He had as good as told her in what had been her offence, and of course when she had remedied that offence, he could hardly refuse to return to her. She got up as soon as she was alone, and looked at her head in the glass, and told herself that the pity would be great. It was not that the chignon was in itself a thing of beauty, but that it imparted so unmistakable an air of fashion. It divested her of that dowdiness which she feared above all things, and enabled her to hold her own among other young women, without feeling that she was absolutely destitute of attraction. There had been a certain homage paid to it, which she had recognized and enjoyed. But it was her ambition to hold her own, not among young women, but among clergymen's wives, and she would certainly obey his orders. She could not make the attempt now because of the complications, but she certainly would make it before she laid her head on the pillow, and would explain to Camilla that it was a little joke between her and Mr. Gibson. End of chapter 47. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 48 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. Mr. Gibson is Punished. Miss Stanbury was divine in her wrath, and became more and more so daily as new testimony reached her of dishonesty on the part of the Frenches and of treachery on the part of Mr. Gibson. And these people, so empty, so vain, so weak, were getting the better of her, were conquering her, were robbing her of her prestige and her ancient glory, simply because she herself was too generous to speak out and tell the truth. There was a martyrdom to her in this which was almost unendurable. Now there came to her one day at luncheon-time, on the day succeeding that on which Miss French had promised to sacrifice her chignon, a certain Mrs. Clifford from Budleigh Salterton, to whom she was much attached. Perhaps the distance of Budleigh Salterton from Exeter added somewhat to this affection, so that Mrs. Clifford was almost closer to our friend's heart even than Mrs. McHugh, who lived just at the other end of the cathedral. And in truth Mrs. Clifford was a woman more serious in her mode of thought than Mrs. McHugh, and one who had more in common with Miss Stanbury than that other lady. Mrs. Clifford had been a Miss Noel of Doddescombe Lee, and she and Miss Stanbury had been engaged to be married at the same time, each to a man of fortune. One match had been completed in the ordinary course of matches. What had been the course of the other we already know, but the friendship had been maintained on very close terms. Mrs. McHugh was a Gallio at heart, anxious chiefly to remove from herself, and from her friends also, all the troubles of life, and make things smooth and easy. She was one who disregarded great questions, who cared little or nothing what people said of her, who considered nothing worth the trouble of a fight, epicuri de gregi porca. But there was nothing swinish about Mrs. Clifford of Budleigh Salterton. She took life thoroughly in earnest. She was a Tory who sorrowed heartily for her country, believing that it was being brought to ruin by the counsels of evil men. She prayed daily to be delivered from dissenters, radicals, and wolves in sheep's clothing, by which latter bad name she meant especially a certain leading politician of the day, who had, with the cunning of the devil, tempted and perverted the virtue of her own political friends. And she was one who thought that the slightest breath of scandal on a young woman's name should be stopped at once. An antique, pure-minded, anxious, self-sacrificing matron was Mrs. Clifford, and very dear to the heart of Miss Stanbury. After lunch was over on the day in question, Mrs. Clifford got Miss Stanbury into some closet retirement, and there spoke her mind as to the things which were being said. It had been asserted in her presence by Camilla French that she, Camilla, was authorized by Mr. Gibson to declare that he had never thought of proposing to Dorothy Stanbury, and that Miss Stanbury had been labouring under some strange misapprehension in the matter. "Now, my dear, I don't care very much for the young lady in question," said Mrs. Clifford, alluding to Camilla French. "Very little indeed, I should think," said Miss Stanbury, with a shake of her head. "Quite true, my dear, but that does not make the words out of her mouth the less efficacious for evil. She clearly insinuated that you had endeavoured to make up a match between this gentleman and your niece, and that you had failed." So much was at least true. Miss Stanbury felt this, and felt also that she could not explain the truth, even to her dear old friend. In the midst of her divine wrath, she had acknowledged to herself that she had brought Mr. Gibson into his difficulty, and that it would not become her to tell any one of his failure. And in this matter she did not herself accuse Mr. Gibson. She believed that the lie originated with Camilla French, and it was against Camilla that her wrath raged the fiercest. "She is a poor, mean, disappointed thing," said Miss Stanbury. "Very probably, but I think I should ask her to hold her tongue about Miss Dorothy," said Mrs. Clifford. The consultation in the closet was carried on for about half an hour, and then Miss Stanbury put on her bonnet and shawl, and descended into Mrs. Clifford's carriage. The carriage took the Heavitree road, and deposited Miss Stanbury at the door of Mrs. French's house. The walk home from Heavitree would be nothing, and Mrs. Clifford proceeded on her way, having given this little help in counsel and conveyance to her friend. Mrs. French was at home, and Miss Stanbury was shown up into the room in which the three ladies were sitting. The reader will doubtless remember the promise which Arabella had made to Mr. Gibson. That promise she had already fulfilled, to the amazement of her mother and sister, and when Miss Stanbury entered the room, the elder daughter of the family was seen without her accustomed headgear. If the truth is to be owned, Miss Stanbury gave the poor young woman no credit for her new simplicity, but put down the deficiency to the charge of domestic slatternliness. She was unjust enough to declare afterwards that she had found Arabella French only half-dressed at between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. From which this lesson may surely be learned, that though the way down Avernus may be, and customarily is, made with great celerity, the return journey, if made at all, must be made slowly. A young woman may commence in chignons by attaching any amount of an edifice to her head, but the reduction should be made by degrees. Arabella's edifice had, in Miss Stanbury's eyes, been the ugliest thing in art that she had known, but now its absence offended her, and she most untruly declared that she had come upon the young woman in the middle of the day, just out of her bedroom and almost in her dressing-gown. And the whole French family suffered a diminution of power from the strange fantasy which had come upon Arabella. They all felt, in sight of the enemy, that they had to a certain degree lowered their flag. One of the ships at least had shown signs of striking, and this element of weakness made itself felt through the whole fleet. Arabella herself, when she saw Miss Stanbury, was painfully conscious of her head, and wished that she had postponed the operation till the evening. She smiled with a faint watery smile, and was aware that something ailed her. The greetings at first were civil, but very formal, as are those between nations which are nominally at peace, but which are waiting for a sign at which each may spring at the other's throat. In this instance the Juno from the Close had come quite prepared to declare her casus belli as complete, and to fling down her gauntlet, unless the enemy should at once yield to her everything demanded with an abject submission. "Mrs. French," she said, "I have called to-day for a particular purpose, and I must address myself chiefly to Miss Camilla." "Oh, certainly," said Mrs. French. "I shall be delighted to hear anything from you, Miss Stanbury," said Camilla, not without an air of bravado. Arabella said nothing, but she put her hand up almost convulsively to the back of her head. "I have been told to-day by a friend of mine, Miss Camilla," began Miss Stanbury, "that you declared yourself, in her presence, authorized by Mr. Gibson to make a statement about my niece Dorothy." "May I ask who was your friend?" demanded Mrs. French. "It was Mrs. Clifford, of course," said Camilla. "There is nobody else would try to make difficulties." "There need be no difficulty at all, Miss Camilla," said Miss Stanbury, "if you will promise me that you will not repeat the statement. It can't be true." "But it is true," said Camilla. "What is true?" asked Miss Stanbury, surprised by the audacity of the girl. "It is true that Mr. Gibson authorized us to state what I did state when Mrs. Clifford heard me." "And what was that?" "Only this, that people had been saying all about Exeter that he was going to be married to a young lady, and that as the report was incorrect, and as he had never had the remotest idea in his mind of making the young lady his wife—" Camilla, as she said this, spoke with a great deal of emphasis, putting forward her chin and shaking her head. "And as he thought it was uncomfortable both for the young lady and for himself, and as there was nothing in it the least in the world, nothing at all, no glimmer of a foundation for the report, it would be better to have it denied everywhere. That is what I said, and we had authority from the gentleman himself. Arabella can say the same, and so can mamma, only mamma did not hear him." Nor had Camilla heard him, but that incident she did not mention. The circumstances were, in Miss Stanbury's judgment, becoming very remarkable. She did not for a moment believe Camilla. She did not believe that Mr. Gibson had given to either of the Frenches any justification for the statement just made. But Camilla had been so much more audacious than Miss Stanbury had expected, that lady was for a moment struck dumb. "I'm sure, Miss Stanbury," said Mrs. French, "we don't want to give any offence to your niece. Very far from it." "My niece doesn't care about it 2 straws," said Miss Stanbury. "It is I that care, and I care very much. The things that have been said have been altogether false." "How false, Miss Stanbury?" asked Camilla. "Altogether false, as they can be." "Mr. Gibson must know his own mind," said Camilla. "My dear, there's a little disappointment," said Miss French, "and it don't signify." "There's no disappointment at all," said Miss Stanbury, "and it does signify very much. Now that I've begun, I'll go to the bottom of it. If you say that Mr. Gibson told you to make these statements, I'll go to Mr. Gibson. I'll have it out somehow." "You may have what you like out for us, Miss Stanbury," said Camilla. "I don't believe Mr. Gibson said anything of the kind." "That's civil," said Camilla. "But why shouldn't he?" asked Arabella. "There were the reports, you know," said Mrs. French. "And why shouldn't he deny them when there wasn't a word of truth in them?" continued Camilla. "For my part, I think the gentleman is bound for the lady's sake to declare that there's nothing in it when there is nothing in it." This was more than Miss Stanbury could bear. Hitherto the enemy had seemed to have the best of it. Camilla was firing broadside after broadside, as though she was assured of victory. Even Mrs. French was becoming courageous, and Arabella was forgetting the place where her chignon ought to have been. "I really do not know what else there is for me to say," remarked Camilla, with a toss of her head, and an air of impudence that almost drove poor Miss Stanbury frantic. It was on her tongue to declare the whole truth, but she refrained. She had schooled herself on this subject vigorously. She would not betray Mr. Gibson. Had she known all the truth, or had she believed Camilla French's version of the story, there would have been no betrayal. But looking at the matter with such knowledge as she had at present, she did not even yet feel herself justified in declaring that Mr. Gibson had offered his hand to her niece, and had been refused. She was, however, sorely tempted. "Very well, ladies," she said, "I shall now see Mr. Gibson, and ask him whether he did give you authority to make such statements as you have been spreading abroad everywhere." Then the door of the room was opened, and in a moment Mr. Gibson was among them. He was true to his promise, and had come to see Arabella with her altered headdress, but he had come at this hour thinking that escape in the morning would be easier and quicker than it might have been in the evening. His mind had been full of Arabella and her headdress even up to the moment of his knocking at the door, but all that was driven out of his brain at once when he saw Miss Stanbury. "Here is Mr. Gibson himself," said Mrs. French. "How do you do, Mr. Gibson?" said Miss Stanbury, with a very stately courtesy. They had never met since the day on which he had been, as he stated, turned out of Miss Stanbury's house. He now bowed to her, but there was no friendly greeting, and the Frenches were able to congratulate themselves on the apparent loyalty to themselves of the gentleman who stood among them. "I have come here, Mr. Gibson," continued Miss Stanbury, "to put a small matter right in which you are concerned." "It seems to me to be the most insignificant thing in the world," said Camilla. "Very likely," said Miss Stanbury, "but it is not insignificant to me. Miss Camilla French has asserted publicly that you have authorized her to make a statement about my niece Dorothy." Mr. Gibson looked into Camilla's face doubtingly, inquisitively, almost piteously. "You had better let her go on," said Camilla. "She will make a great many mistakes, no doubt, but you had better let her go on to the end." "I have made no mistakes as yet, Miss Camilla. She so asserted, Mr. Gibson, in the hearing of a friend of mine, and she repeated the assertion here in this room to me just before you came in. She says that you have authorized her to declare that I had better speak it out plainly at once." "Much better," said Camilla. "That you never entertained an idea of offering your hand to my niece." Miss Stanbury paused, and Mr. Gibson's jaw fell visibly. But he was not expected to speak as yet, and Miss Stanbury continued her accusation. "Beyond that, I don't want to mention my niece's name, if it can be avoided." "But it can't be avoided," said Camilla. "If you please, I will continue. Mr. Gibson will understand me. I will not, if I can help it, mention my niece's name again, Mr. Gibson, but I still have that confidence in you that I do not think that you would have made such a statement in reference to yourself and any young lady, unless it were some young lady who had absolutely thrown herself at your head." And in saying this she paused, and looked very hard at Camilla. "That's just what Dorothy Stanbury has been doing," said Camilla. "She has been doing nothing of the kind, and you know she hasn't," said Miss Stanbury, raising her arm as though she were going to strike her opponent. "But I am quite sure, Mr. Gibson, that you never could have authorized these young ladies to make such an assertion publicly on your behalf. Whatever there may have been of misunderstanding between you and me, I can't believe that of you." Then she paused for a reply. "If you will be good enough to set us right on that point, I shall be obliged to you." Mr. Gibson's position was one of great discomfort. He had given no authority to any one to make such a statement. He had said nothing about Dorothy Stanbury to Camilla, but he had told Arabella, when hard pressed by that lady, that he did not mean to propose to Dorothy. He could not satisfy Miss Stanbury because he feared Arabella. He could not satisfy the Frenches because he feared Miss Stanbury. "I really do not think," said he, "that we ought to talk about a young lady in this way." "That's my opinion too," said Camilla, "but Miss Stanbury will." "Exactly so. Miss Stanbury will," said that lady. "Mr. Gibson, I insist upon it that you tell me whether you did give any such authority to Miss Camilla French or to Miss French." "I wouldn't answer her if I were you," said Camilla. "I really don't think this can do any good," said Mrs. French. "And it is so very harassing to our nerves," said Arabella. "Nerves? Pooh!" exclaimed Miss Stanbury. "Now, Mr. Gibson, I am waiting for an answer." "My dear Miss Stanbury, I really think it better. The situation is so peculiar, and upon my word I hardly know how not to give offence, which I wouldn't do for the world." "Do you mean to tell me that you won't answer my question?" demanded Miss Stanbury. I really think that I had better hold my tongue, pleaded Mr. Gibson. You are quite right, Mr. Gibson, said Camilla. Indeed, it is wisest, said Mrs. French. I don't see what else he can do, said Arabella. Then was Miss Stanbury driven altogether beyond her powers of endurance. If that be so, said she, I must speak out, though I should have preferred to hold my tongue. Mr. Gibson did offer to my niece the week before last, twice, and was refused by her. My niece, Dorothy, took it into her head that she did not like him, and upon my word I think she was right. We should have said nothing about this, not a word, but when these false assertions are made on Mr. Gibson's alleged authority, and Mr. Gibson won't deny it, I must tell the truth. Then there was silence among them for a few seconds, and Mr. Gibson struggled hard, but vainly, to clothe his face in a pleasant smile. Mr. Gibson, is that true? Said Miss Stanbury. But Mr. Gibson made no reply. It is as true as heaven, said Miss Stanbury, striking her hand upon the table. And now you had better, all of you, hold your tongues about my niece, and she will hold her tongue about you. And as for Mr. Gibson, anybody who wants him after this is welcome to him for us. Good morning, Mrs. French. Good morning, young ladies. And so she stalked out of the room and out of the house, and walked back to her house in the close. Mamma, said Arabella, as soon as the enemy was gone, I have got such a headache that I think I will go upstairs. And I will go with you, dear, said Camilla. Mr. Gibson, before he left the house, confided his secret to the maternal ears of Mrs. French. He certainly had been allured into making an offer to Dorothy Stanbury, but was ready to atone for this crime by marrying her daughter, Camilla, as soon as might be convenient. He was certainly driven to make this declaration by intense cowardice, not to excuse himself, for in that there could be no excuse, but how else should he dare to suggest that he might as well leave the house? Shall I tell the dear girl? Asked Mrs. French. But Mr. Gibson requested a fortnight, in which to consider how the proposition had best be made. End of chapter 48. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 49 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49. Mr. Brook Burgess After Supper. Brook Burgess was a clerk in the office of the Ecclesiastical Commissioners in London, and as such had to do with things very solemn, grave, and almost melancholy. He had to deal with the rents of episcopal properties, to correspond with clerical claimants, and to be at home with the circumstances of underpaid vicars and perpetual curates with much less than £300 a year. But yet he was as jolly and pleasant at his desk as though he were busied about the collection of the malt tax, or wrote his letters to admirals and captains, instead of to deans and prebendaries. Brook Burgess had risen to be a senior clerk, and was held in some respect in his office, but it was not perhaps for the amount of work he did, nor yet on account of the gravity of his demeanour, nor for the brilliancy of his intellect. But if not clever, he was sensible. Though he was not a dragon of official virtue, he had a conscience, and he possessed those small but most valuable gifts by which a man becomes popular among men. And thus it had come to pass in all those battles as to competitive merit which had taken place in his as in other public offices, that no one had ever dreamed of putting a junior over the head of Brook Burgess. He was tractable, easy, pleasant, and therefore deservedly successful. All his brother clerks called him Brooke, except the young lads who, for the first year or two of their service, still denominated him Mr. Burgess. "Brooke," said one of his juniors, coming into his room and standing before the fireplace with a cigar in his mouth, "have you heard who is to be the new commissioner?" "Colenso, to be sure," said Brooke. "What a lark that would be, and I don't see why he shouldn't, but it isn't Colenso. The name has just come down." "And who is it?" "Old Proudy from Barchester." "Why, we had him here years ago, and he resigned." "But he's to come on again now for a spell. It always seems to me that the bishops ain't a bit of use here. They only get blown up and snubbed and shoved into corners by the others." "You young reprobate, to talk of shoving an archbishop into a corner." "Well, don't they? It's only for the name of it they have them. There's the Bishop of Broomsgrove. He's always sauntering about the place, looking as though he'd be so much obliged if somebody would give him something to do. He's always smiling and so gracious, just as if he didn't feel above half sure that he had any right to be where he is, and he thought that perhaps somebody was going to kick him." "And so old Proudy is coming up again," said Brooke. "It certainly is very much the same to us whom they send. He'll get shoved into a corner, as you call it, only that he'll go into the corner without any shoving." Then there came in a messenger with a card, and Brooke learned that Hugh Stanbury was waiting for him in the strangers' room. In performing the promise made to Dorothy, he had called upon her brother as soon as he was back in London, but had not found him. This now was the return visit. "I thought I was sure to find you here," said Hugh. "Pretty nearly sure from 11 till 5, said Brooke. "A hard stepmother like the civil service does not allow one much chance of relief. I do get across to the club sometimes for a glass of sherry and a biscuit, but here I am now at any rate, and I'm very glad you have come." Then there was some talk between them about affairs at Exeter, but as they were interrupted before half an hour was over their heads by a summons brought for Burgess from one of the secretaries, it was agreed that they should dine together at Burgess's club on the following day. "We can manage a pretty good beefsteak," said Brooke, "and have a fair glass of sherry. I don't think you can get much more than that anywhere nowadays, unless you want a dinner for 8 at 3 guineas a head. The magnificence of men has become so intolerable now that one is driven to be humble in one's self-defence." Stanbury assured his acquaintance that he was anything but magnificent in his own ideas, that cold beef and beer was his usual fare, and at last allowed the clerk to wait upon the secretary. "I wouldn't have any other fellow to meet you," said Brooke as they sat at their dinners, "because in this way we can talk over the dear old woman at Exeter. Yet our fellow does make good soup, and it's about all that he does do well. As for getting a potato properly boiled, that's quite out of the question. Yes, it is a good glass of sherry. I told you we'd a fairish tap of sherry on. Well, I was there, backwards and forwards, for nearly 6 weeks." "And how did you get on with the old woman?" "Like a house on fire," said Brooke. "She didn't quarrel with you?" "No, upon the whole she did not. I always felt that it was touch and go. She might or she might not. Every now and then she looked at me and said a sharp word, as though it was about to come. But I had determined when I went there altogether to disregard that kind of thing." "It's rather important to you, is it not?" "You mean about her money?" "Of course I mean about her money," said Stanbury. "It is important, and so it was to you." "Not in the same degree, or nearly so. And as for me, it was not on the cards that we shouldn't quarrel. I am so utterly a bohemian in all my ideas of life, and she is so absolutely the reverse, that not to have quarrelled would have been hypocritical on my part or on hers. She had got it into her head that she had a right to rule my life, and of course she quarrelled with me when I made her understand that she should do nothing of the kind. Now she won't want to rule you." "I hope not." "She has taken you up," continued Stanbury, "on altogether a different understanding. You are to her the representative of a family to whom she thinks she owes the restitution of the property which she enjoys. I was simply a member of her own family, to which she owes nothing. She thought it well to help one of us out of what she regarded as her private purse, and she chose me. But the matter is quite different with you." "She might have given everything to you as well as to me," said Brooke. "That's not her idea. She conceives herself bound to leave all she has back to a Burgess, except anything she may save, as she says, off her own back or out of her own belly. She has told me so a score of times." "And what did you say?" "I always told her that let her do as she would, I should never ask any question about her will." "But she hates us all like poison, except me," said Brooke. "I never knew people so absurdly hostile as are your aunt and my Uncle Barty. Each thinks the other the most wicked person in the world." "I suppose your uncle was hard upon her once." "Very likely. He is a hard man, and has very warmly all the feelings of an injured man. I suppose my Uncle Brooke's will was a cruel blow to him. He professes to believe that Miss Stanbury will never leave me a shilling." "He is wrong, then," said Stanbury. "Oh, yes, he's wrong, because he thinks that's her present intention. I don't know that he's wrong as to the probable result." "Who will have it, then?" "There are ever so many horses in the race," said Brooke. "I'm one." "You're the favourite," said Stanbury. "For the moment I am. Then there's yourself." "I've been scratched, and am altogether out of the betting." "And your sister," continued Brooke. "She's only entered to run for the second money, and if she'll trot over the course quietly and not go the wrong side of the posts, she'll win that. She may do more than that. Then there's Martha. My aunt will never leave her money to a servant. What she may give to Martha would come from her own savings." The next is a dark horse, but one that wins a good many races of this kind. He is apt to come in with a fatal rush at the end. Who is it? The hospitals. When an old lady finds in her latter days that she hates everybody, and fancies that the people around her are all thinking of her money, she's uncommon likely to indulge herself in a little bit of revenge, and solace herself with large-handed charity. But she's so good a woman at heart, said Hugh. And what can a good woman do better than promote hospitals? She'll never do that. She's too strong. It's a maudlin sort of thing, after all, for a person to leave everything to a hospital. But people are maudlin when they're dying, said Brooke, or even when they think they're dying. How else did the church get the estates of which we are now distributing so bountifully some of the last remnants down at our office? Come into the next room, and we'll have a smoke. They had their smoke, and then they went at half-price to the play, and after the play was over they ate 3 or 4 dozen of oysters between them. Brook Burgess was a little too old for oysters at midnight in September, but he went through his work like a man. Hugh Stanbury's powers were so great that he could have got up and done the same thing again, after he had been an hour in bed, without any serious inconvenience. But in truth Brook Burgess had still another word or two to say before he went to his rest. They supped somewhere near the Haymarket, and then he offered to walk home with Stanbury to his chambers in Lincoln's Inn. "Do you know that Mr. Gibson at Exeter?" he asked, as they passed through Leicester Square. "Yes, I knew him. He was a sort of tame cat parson at my aunt's house in my days." "Exactly, but I fancy that has come to an end now. Have you heard anything about him lately?" "Well, yes, I have," said Stanbury, feeling that dislike to speak of his sister which is common to most brothers when in company with other men. "I suppose you've heard of it, and as I was in the middle of it all, of course I couldn't but know all about it too. Your aunt wanted him to marry your sister." "So I was told. But your sister didn't see it," said Brooke. "So I understand," said Stanbury. "I believe my aunt was exceedingly liberal, and meant to do the best she could for poor Dorothy. But if she didn't like him, I suppose she was right not to have him," said Hugh. "Of course she was right," said Brooke, with a good deal of enthusiasm. "I believe Gibson to be a very decent sort of fellow," said Stanbury. "A mean, paltry dog," said Brooke. There had been a little whisky toddy after the oysters, and Mr. Burgess was perhaps moved to a warmer expression of feeling than he might have displayed had he discussed this branch of the subject before supper. "I knew from the first that she would have nothing to say to him. He is such a poor creature." "I always thought well of him," said Stanbury, "and was inclined to think that Dolly might have done worse." "It is hard to say what is the worst a girl might do, but I think she might do perhaps a little better." "What do you mean?" said Hugh. "I think I shall go down and ask her to take myself." "Do you mean it in earnest?" "I do," said Brooke. "Of course I hadn't a chance when I was there. She told me—" "Who told you? Dorothy?" "No, your aunt. She told me that Mr. Gibson was to marry your sister. You know your aunt's way." She spoke of it as though the thing were settled as soon as she had got it into her own head, and she was as hot upon it as though Mr. Gibson had been an archbishop. I had nothing to do then but to wait and see." "I had no idea of Dolly being fought for by rivals." "Brothers never think much of their sisters," said Brook Burgess. "I can assure you I think a great deal of Dorothy," said Hugh. "I believe her to be as sweet a woman as God ever made. She hardly knows that she has a self belonging to herself." "I am sure she doesn't," said Brooke. "She is a dear, loving, sweet-tempered creature, who is only too ready to yield in all things." "But she wouldn't yield about Gibson," said Brooke. "How did she and my aunt manage?" "Your sister simply said she couldn't, and then that she wouldn't. I never thought from the first moment that she'd take that fellow. In the first place, he can't say boo to a goose." "But Dolly wouldn't want a man to say boo." "I'm not so sure of that, old fellow. At any rate, I mean to try myself. Now, what'll the old woman say?" "She'll be pleased as punch, I should think," said Stanbury. "Either that, or else she'll swear that she'll never speak another word to either of us. However, I shall go on with it." "Does Dorothy know anything of this?" asked Stanbury. "Not a word," said Brooke. "I came away a day or so after Gibson was settled, and as I had been talked to all through the affair by both of them, I couldn't turn round and offer myself the moment he was gone. You won't object, will you?" "Who? I?" said Stanbury. "I shall have no objection as long as Dolly pleases herself. Of course you know that we haven't as much as a brass farthing among us." "That won't matter if the old lady takes it kindly," said Brooke. Then they parted at the corner of Lincoln's Inn Fields, and Hugh, as he went up to his own rooms, reflected with something of wonderment on the success of Dorothy's charms. She had always been the poor one of the family, the chick out of the nest which would most require assistance from the stronger birds, but now it appeared that she would become the first among all the Stanburys. Wealth had first flowed down upon the Stanbury family from the will of old Brook Burgess, and it now seemed probable that poor Dolly would ultimately have the enjoyment of it all. End of chapter 49. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City. Chapter 50 of He Knew He Was Right. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. Camilla Triumphant. It was now New Year's Day, and there was some grief and perhaps more excitement in Exeter, for it was rumoured that Miss Stanbury lay very ill at her house in the Close. But in order that our somewhat uneven story may run as smoothly as it may be made to do, the little history of the French family for the intervening months shall be told in this chapter, in order that it may be understood how matters were with them when the tidings of Miss Stanbury's severe illness first reached their house at Heavitree. After that terrible scene in which Miss Stanbury had so dreadfully confounded Mr. Gibson by declaring the manner in which he had been rebuffed by Dorothy, the unfortunate clergyman had endeavoured to make his peace with the French family by assuring the mother that in very truth it was the dearest wish of his heart to make her daughter Camilla his wife. Mrs. French, who had ever been disposed to favour Arabella's ambition, well knowing its priority and ancient right, and who of late had been taught to consider that even Camilla had consented to waive any claim that she might have once possessed, could not refrain from the expression of some surprise. That he should be recovered at all out of the Stanbury clutches was very much to Mrs. French, was so much that had time been given her for consideration, she would have acknowledged to herself readily that the property had best be secured at once to the family, without incurring that amount of risk which must unquestionably attend any attempt on her part to direct Mr. Gibson's purpose hither or thither. But the proposition came so suddenly that time was not allowed to her to be altogether wise. "I thought it was poor Bella," she said, with something of a piteous whine in her voice. At the moment Mr. Gibson was so humble that he was half inclined to give way even on that head. He felt himself to have been brought so low in the market by that terrible story of Miss Stanbury's, which he had been unable either to contradict or to explain, that there was but little power of fighting left in him. He was, however, just able to speak a word for himself, and that sufficed. "I hope there has been no mistake," he said, "but really it is Camilla that has my heart." Mrs. French made no rejoinder to this. It was so much to her to know that Mr. Gibson's heart was among them at all after what had occurred in the Close, that she acknowledged to herself after that moment of reflection that Arabella must be sacrificed for the good of the family interests. Poor, dear, loving, misguided, and spiritless mother! She would have given the blood out of her bosom to get husbands for her daughters, though it was not of her own experience that she had learned that of all worldly goods a husband is the best. But it was the possession which they had from their earliest years thought of acquiring, which they first expected, for which they had then hoped, and afterwards worked and schemed and striven with every energy, and as to which they had at last almost despaired. And now Arabella's fire had been rekindled with a new spark, which alas was to be quenched so suddenly. "And am I to tell them?" asked Mrs. French, with a tremor in her voice. To this, however, Mr. Gibson demurred. He said that for certain reasons he should like a fortnight's grace, and that at the end of the fortnight he would be prepared to speak. The interval was granted without further questions, and Mr. Gibson was allowed to leave the house. After that, Mrs. French was not very comfortable at home. As soon as Mr. Gibson had departed, Camilla at once returned to her mother and desired to know what had taken place. Was it true that the perjured man had proposed to that young woman in the Close? Mrs. French was not clever at keeping a secret, and she could not keep this by her own aid. She told all that happened to Camilla, and between them they agreed that Arabella should be kept in ignorance till the fatal fortnight should have passed. When Camilla was interrogated as to her own purpose, she said she should like a day to think of it. She took the 24 hours, and then made the following confession of her passion to her mother. "You see, mamma, I always liked Mr. Gibson, always." So did Arabella, my dear, before you thought of such things." "I dare say that may be true, mamma, but that is not my fault. He came here among us on such sweetly intimate terms that the feeling grew up with me before I knew what it meant. As to any idea of cutting out Arabella, my conscience is quite clear. If I thought there had been anything really between them, I would have gone anywhere, to the top of a mountain, rather than rob my sister of a heart that belonged to her." "He has been so slow about it," said Mrs. French. "I don't know about that," said Camilla. "Gentlemen have to be slow, I suppose, when they think of their incomes. He only got St. Peter's cum pumpkin 3 years ago, and didn't know for the first year whether he could hold that and the minor canonry together. Of course a gentleman has to think of these things before he comes forward." "My dear, he has been very backward." "If I'm to be Mrs. Gibson, mamma, I beg that I mayn't hear anything said against him. Then there came all this about that young woman, and when I saw that Arabella took on so, which I must say was very absurd, I'm sure I put myself out of the way entirely. If I'd buried myself under the ground I couldn't have done it more. And it's my belief that what I've said, all for Arabella's sake, has put the old woman into such a rage that it has made a quarrel between him and the niece. Otherwise that wouldn't be off. I don't believe a word of her refusing him, and never shall. Is it in the course of things, mamma?" Mrs. French shook her head. "Of course not. Then when you question him, very properly, he says that he's devoted to poor me. If I was to refuse him, he wouldn't put up with Bella." "I suppose not," said Mrs. French. "He hates Bella. I've known it all along, though I wouldn't say so. If I were to sacrifice myself ever so, it wouldn't be of any good, and I shan't do it." In this way the matter was arranged. At the end of the fortnight, however, Mr. Gibson did not come, nor at the end of 3 weeks. Inquiries had of course been made, and it was ascertained that he had gone into Cornwall for a parson's holiday of 13 days. That might all be very well. A man might want the recruiting vigour of some change of air after such scenes as those Mr. Gibson had gone through with the Stanburys, and before his proposed encounter with new perils. And he was a man so tied by the leg that his escape could not be for any long time. He was back on the appointed Sunday, and on the Wednesday Mrs. French, under Camilla's instruction, wrote to him a pretty little note. He replied that he would be with her on the Saturday. It would then be nearly 4 weeks after the great day with Miss Stanbury, but no one would be inclined to quarrel with so short a delay as that. Arabella in the meantime had become fidgety and unhappy. She seemed to understand that something was expected, being quite unable to guess what that something might be. She was true throughout these days to the simplicity of headgear which Mr. Gibson had recommended to her, and seemed in her questions to her mother and to Camilla to be more fearful of Dorothy Stanbury than of any other enemy. "Mamma, I think you ought to tell her," said Camilla more than once. But she had not been told when Mr. Gibson came on the Saturday. It may truly be said that the poor mother's pleasure in the prospects of one daughter was altogether destroyed by the anticipation of the other daughter's misery. Had Mr. Gibson made Dorothy Stanbury his wife, they could have all comforted themselves together by the heat of their joint animosity. He came on the Saturday, and it was so managed that he was closeted with Camilla before Arabella knew that he was in the house. There was a quarter of an hour during which his work was easy, and perhaps pleasant. When he began to explain his intention, Camilla, with the utmost frankness, informed him that her mother had told her all about it. Then she turned her face on one side, and put her hand in his. He got his arm round her waist, gave her a kiss, and the thing was done. Camilla was fully resolved that after such a betrothal it should not be undone. She had behaved with sisterly forbearance, and would not now lose the reward of virtue. Not a word was said of Arabella at this interview till he was pressed to come and drink tea with them all that night. He hesitated a moment, and then Camilla declared, with something perhaps of imperious roughness in her manner, that he had better face it all at once. "Mamma will tell her, and she will understand," said Camilla. He hesitated again, but at last promised that he would come. Whilst he was yet in the house, Mrs. French had told the whole story to her poor elder daughter. "What is he doing with Camilla?" Arabella had asked with feverish excitement. "Bella, darling, don't you know?" said the mother. "I know nothing. Everybody keeps me in the dark, and I am badly used. What is it that he is doing?" Then Mrs. French tried to take the poor young woman in her arms, but Arabella would not submit to be embraced. "Don't!" she exclaimed. "Leave me alone. Nobody likes me, or cares a bit about me. Why is Cammy with him there all alone?" "I suppose he is asking her to be his wife. Then Arabella threw herself in despair upon the bed, and wept without any further attempt at control over her feelings. It was a death-blow to her last hope, and all the world, as she looked upon the world then, was over for her. "If I could have arranged it the other way, you know that I would," said the mother. "Mamma!" said Arabella, jumping up, "he shan't do it. He hasn't a right. And as for her, oh, that she should treat me in this way! Didn't he tell me the other night, when he drank tea here with me alone—" "What did he tell you, Bella?" "Never mind. Nothing shall ever make me speak to him again, not if he married her 3 times over, nor to her. She is a nasty, sly, good-for-nothing thing." "But, Bella—" "Don't talk to me, mamma. There never was such a thing done before since people at all. She has been doing it all the time. I know she has." Nevertheless, Arabella did sit down to tea with the 2 lovers that night. There was a terrible scene between her and Camilla, but Camilla held her own, and Arabella, being the weaker of the 2, was vanquished by the expenditure of her own small energies. Camilla argued that as her sister's chance was gone, and as the prize had come in her own way, there was no good reason why it should be lost to the family altogether because Arabella could not win it. When Arabella called her a treacherous vixen, and a heartless profligate hussy, she spoke out freely, and said that she wasn't going to be abused. A gentleman to whom she was attached had asked her for her hand, and she had given it. If Arabella chose to make herself a fool, she might, but what would be the effect? Simply that all the world would know that she, Arabella, was disappointed. Poor Bella at last gave way, put on her discarded chignon, and came down to tea. Mr. Gibson was already in the room when she entered it. "Arabella," he said, getting up to greet her, "I hope you will congratulate me." He had planned his little speech and his manner of making it, and had wisely decided that in this way might he best get over the difficulty. "Oh, yes, of course," she said, with a little giggle, and then a sob, and then a flood of tears. "Dear Bella feels these things so strongly," said Mrs. French. "We have never been parted yet," said Camilla. Then Arabella tapped the head of the sofa 3 or 4 times sharply with her knuckles. It was the only protest against the reading of the scene which Camilla had given, of which she was capable at that moment. After that Mrs. French gave out the tea, Arabella curled herself upon the sofa as though she were asleep, and the 2 lovers settled down to proper lover-like conversation. The reader may be sure that Camilla was not slow in making the fact of her engagement notorious through the city. It was not probably true that the tidings of her success had anything to do with Miss Stanbury's illness, but it was reported by many that such was the case. It was in November that the arrangement was made, and it certainly was true that Miss Stanbury was rather ill about the same time. "You know, you naughty Lothario, that you did give her some ground to hope that she might dispose of her unfortunate niece," said Camilla playfully to her own one, when this illness was discussed between them. "But you are caught now, and your wings are clipped, and you are never to be a naughty Lothario again." The clerical Don Juan bore it all, awkwardly indeed, but with good humour, and declared that all his troubles of that sort were over, now and for ever. Nevertheless, he did not name the day, and Camilla began to feel that there might be occasion for a little more of that imperious roughness which she had at her command. November was nearly over, and nothing had been fixed about the day. Arabella never condescended to speak to her sister on the subject, but on more than one occasion made some inquiry of her mother, and she came to perceive, or to think that she perceived, that her mother was still anxious on the subject. "I shouldn't wonder if he wasn't off some day now," she said at last to her mother. "Don't say anything so dreadful, Bella. It would serve Cammy quite right, and it's just what he's likely to do." "It would kill me," said the mother. "I don't know about killing," said Arabella. "It's nothing to what I've had to go through. I shouldn't pretend to be sorry if he were to go to Hong Kong to-morrow." But Mr. Gibson had no idea of going to Hong Kong. He was simply carrying out his little scheme for securing the advantages of a long day. He was fully resolved to be married, and was contented to think that his engagement was the best thing for him. To 1 or 2 male friends he spoke of Camilla as the perfection of female virtue, and entertained no smallest idea of ultimate escape. But a long day is often a convenience. A bill at 3 months sits easier on a man than one at 60 days, and a bill at 6 months is almost as little of a burden as no bill at all. But Camilla was resolved that some day should be fixed. "Thomas," she said to her lover one morning, as they were walking home together after service at the cathedral, "isn't this rather a fool's paradise of ours?" "How a fool's paradise?" asked the happy Thomas. "What I mean is, dearest, that we ought to fix something. Mamma is getting uneasy about her own plans." "In what way, dearest?" "About 1,000 things. She can't arrange anything till our plans are made. Of course, there are little troubles about money when people ain't rich." Then it occurred to her that this might seem to be a plea for postponing, rather than for hurrying the marriage, and she mended her argument. "The truth is, Thomas, she wants to know when the day is to be fixed, and I've promised to ask. She said she'd ask you herself, but I wouldn't let her do that." "We must think about it, of course," said Thomas. "But, my dear, there has been plenty of time for thinking. What do you say to January?" This was on the last day of November. "January!" exclaimed Thomas, in a tone that betrayed no triumph. "I couldn't get my services arranged for in January." "I thought a clergyman could always manage that for his marriage," said Camilla. "Not in January. Besides, I was thinking you would like to be away in warmer weather." They were still in November, and he was thinking of postponing it till the summer. Camilla immediately perceived how necessary it was that she should be plain with him. "We shall not have warm weather, as you call it, for a very long time, Thomas, and I don't think that it would be wise to wait for the weather at all. Indeed, I've begun to get my things for doing it in the winter. Mamma said that she was sure January would be the very latest, and it isn't as though we had to get furniture or anything of that kind. Of course, a lady shouldn't be pressing." She smiled sweetly and leaned on his arm as she said this. "But I hate all girlish nonsense and that kind of thing. It is such a bore to be kept waiting. I'm sure there's nothing to prevent it coming off in February." The 31st of March was fixed before they reached Heavitree, and Camilla went into her mother's house a happy woman. But Mr. Gibson, as he went home, thought that he had been hardly used. Here was a girl who hadn't a shilling of money, not a shilling till her mother died, and who already talked about his house and his furniture and his income as if it were all her own. Circumstanced as she was, what right had she to press for an early day? He was quite sure that Arabella would have been more discreet and less exacting. He was very angry with his dear Cammy as he went across the close to his house. End of chapter 50. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw in New York City.